than usual, but a few minutes, but that gives us more time later. And we'll bring everybody onto a call so that I can have a tether for myself here. And it looks like we're already fucked up. So let's see if this is going to work at all. Hear me. I need people to let me know whether or not they can hear me. And we'll test this out by starting a call to Jameson Reese if I can get a hold of him. All right, let's get that done. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I will start adding everyone I can.
Sure, that's wonderful. And with that, young sir, my apologies to both yourself and to our listeners for this starting late. And we'll do our best to make up for tonight, of course, with a monologue, which is I have plenty of praise for bringing Amanda Yude on and plenty of complaints for not delivering a monologue. So with that, we're going to have our man Salman Sheikh introduce himself.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. I come with greetings of peace and love for you, Brother Jamo, Sammy, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Love and peace be upon all.
God bless you. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. And of course, is there anyone with us besides Salman Sheikh, Jameson Reese, to your knowledge?
I have given all the usual players a call, and we will see whether they pop up or not. So far, everything is still pending, and just for the hell of it, I might just, I might just give a try to, I don't know, Brendan Zogan.
Right. No emergency here. And thank goodness, here we are. Wonderful people in the chat room already. Shout out to Marcus Griggs, who says, "Hey DD, your sound is 80% volume to other times. Have you changed anything with your mic?" Holy shit. Okay, how am I sounding to both of you gentlemen? Let's see if something is screwed up here or something like that.
You sound clear. You sound very clear.
I do?
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's good.
Okay. All right. So just again, I'm going to ask other people besides Marcus Griggs. It could be because he's down under in Australia and something's going on there, but I will test with everyone else. Okay, these men are on a call with me, so that's very different from somebody who's simply listening. So I need our listeners to chime in and tell us how I'm sounding. And that's important because, you know, I certainly don't want anything to happen. Oh, he says it's perfect now. Okay, good. That's what's important. Thank you so much, Marcus Griggs. Sarah Thomas says, "Sound great, Douglas." Amy Komu says, "I got good sounds." Wonderful. So Sarah Thomas is here with 3 big pink pulsating hearts. Mwah. God bless you, honey. And hello, Amy Komu. Mwah. God bless you. And Beryl Rogers says, "Yup, finally a live show from start. Karen in Dublin, Ireland. Mwah. Love you dearly, Karen." And Big Chicken says, "Cool doggo." Yes, and that, of course, is not my own. Taking him for a walk on what was a very bright sunny day the other day, which was closer to New Year's, actually. So the picture's actually closer to New Year's morn. And Jameson Reese is in the chat room, along with, so she says she likes the Komeow. Okay. Komeow. There we are to the dearest Amy. Alan Cheslow says, "Good evening, loud and clear now." Bless you. Thank you so much, Alan. Big hugs unto him. And so then, with that all being said, and all of these wonderful people in the chat room helping us so effectively, we're going to allow both Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese to kind of do what they always do, which is kind of hold the stage while I pull my head out of my ass. And with that, just going to commence for the night. And all right. And she says, "No como." Okay, got it. Got it, honey. And glad they're talking to each other in the chat room. And of course, Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese are also welcome to join them in the chat room whenever they want to just every once in a while enter some commentary. And in the interim, so Salman Sheikh, tell us a bit about what's happened since the last time we were on together. Tell us a bit about how things have been going with you and whatever you're willing to share. Apparently, your father had his birthday recently or something? I'm so sorry. What exactly happened there?
Oh yes, I had to take him to the foot doctor to get his feet cleaned because he's a diabetic patient. So it's very important that you take whoever is suffering from diabetes, and with his age, he's in his 70s, so it's important to make sure that his nails are being maintained, any fungal infections, make sure his pulse is good. So when I took him to the doctors, alhamdulillah, thank God, everything was great. And just taking the doctor's recommendation of maintaining exercise, proper fluid intake, walking, physical therapy was recommended. So yeah, just doing what I do best and just honoring those around me, loving those around me. And that is what I believed. It serves you, my brother, in many ways, just like how you took care of your parents. And in Islam, they teach us that ones who honor their parents, they will always be loved and protected and provided for in their life. And it's an honor and privilege for me to know you, my brother, and the great things you have done for your parents as well. And it's, it's funny. I was listening to the last transmission and I was catching up on it. And it was funny at the end when Sammy said that the possible interloper could be either Tally or Dickie Cunt Cole. So I was cracking up about that.
Oh, no, definitely. Thank you. And also, Jameson Reese was bringing up the fact that Sammy was talking about the potential for a chicken call coming to the various MAGA hats. To wreak havoc upon our society. Maybe you could articulate that a bit since Sammy's not here to do so, Jameson.
Yeah, yeah. He brought up something that I didn't take for granted. I figured that, if I figured that if they could dismantle Trump within these 4 years, and get him to not run for president, all would be well. I didn't take into account that he might just decide to do the Michael Aquino and go, "Bop, bop, 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 and all of a sudden have all his, QAnon and MAGA followers just go ape shit between now and 20 what would it be, 2024? I think 20 wait a minute. I don't even know when the president was, when it came in, 2025, right?
2024 is the next election.
Yeah, 2024. Yeah, dude, I am still decompressing myself.
No worries.
So, yeah. I wouldn't put it past something to happen. I mean, it's pretty bad. And I had overlooked that possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I had completely overlooked that possibility until Sammy Ramiro brought it up.
Right.
And I found out about it when I was doing a review on all these. When I was doing a review on what I missed when I was sleeping, because it's this whatever this is. If this is, I swear, if this is COVID, I'm going to start licking all the train poles just to get revenge.
I don't think it's COVID. Honestly, I don't think you'd be as articulate as you are now if it were. By the way, I want to say thank you again to the wonderful people in the chat room. We have the wonderful Irish woman who's in Dublin, and she says she's with Barry in bed with baby Lily Louise, so mother and father and their infant daughter. Wonderful people, an entire family that listens to us from there. Sarah Thomas was pointing out the bot that our man Jameson took care of immediately. And so, oh yes, just a reminder, everybody, hit them with the upvotes. And And later on, when Peter Moon comes on, try and remind me to bring that up with him, because he was nice enough to put an upvote on a particular transmission, which was the transmission before the latest, or maybe the transmission 2 episodes ago by now. I'll point it out to people and I'll tell them to hit that with some upvotes, because that one was particularly focused on the history of Japan. And interestingly enough, that was one of my longer monologues, where I jumped in early and just did, a straight monologue towards the majority of the show, for the majority of the show. And interestingly enough, that wasn't as popular as so many of my other shows are, for whatever
I'm surprised,
reason.
because that was one of the most informative ones as well.
I don't think that's
And
that's what people are looking for. A lot of times they're looking for entertainment.
yeah, that's actually quite disappointing.
It
I
is.
mean, come
It
on.
is.
What what is more interesting than knowledge? I actually decided to go back and review the ones the old broadcasts you had on the bootstrap model and whatnot. So I've been writing down notes and seeing what I can pull up from that. It's really interesting stuff. I mean, I don't see why people would be more interested in just the entertainment of people's everyday lives compared to the raw data. Because
Well, look at what they watch. I mean, people watch dramas, right? They watch soap operas. This is why I try to share a bit about my life, and I'm always been wide open about it, so that people have that aspect, and that gives them something to anchor on to identify with in terms of the information source. Ironically enough, because the information that I dispense is so threatening, then that is why the enemy, the gang stalkers, the cults of chaos, consistently attack my character as a person. And that is to try and discredit the information by discrediting the messenger. So the interesting thing is the majority of the people who do that are people who interview me. So the interviews, the overwhelming majority of interviews are nothing but ambushes. And that's because, a great example was someone that probably neither one of you gentlemen even remember. And this was just in the early days. And it was some guy named David, and he was with Exopolitics UK. I don't even remember his last name, but he was in England with Exopolitics UK, and his name was always spelled with a DAV, and then the ID at the end was capitalized, as in David, and there was one other guy I know who did that, was a guru in San Francisco who was very new age and had a following. It was kind of a name in the new age circles and industry, and so there seems to be a purpose behind why they do that. But I've never found out what it is, and I've never been interested enough to pursue it. I really don't care. But it has something to do with, I guess, what they feel is distinguishing, or some kind of like the equivalent of some kind of copyright to their name, like that idiot who did Conspiracy Con, Brian William Hall, did. But in terms of David with Exopolitics UK, he got an enormous amount of hits from his interviews with me. And then years later, after getting literally something like 20,000 hits like that on one of his interviews with me, then he starts claiming that I was faking my background in the military. That he had been contacted by a U.S. Army recruiter to say that my background in the Marines was fallacious. Okay, how would a U.S. Army recruiter even know that?
yeah,
Why
because
would a U.S. Army recruiter?
you weren't in the army.
Thank
So I mean,
you. Besides
it's
that,
completely absurd.
yeah. Besides that, why would he contact some weirdo ufologist in the United Kingdom to tell him this? This is where they come from, and there's but it's kind of like this one jackass. There's somebody who specializes in Arabic or Islamic phenomenology, so to speak. In other words, he puts up like Muslim urban legends, and he does this on YouTube. And I forget his name completely. It's not even worth remembering. I could dig it up if I had to, because he sent me an email in which he was protesting because I called copyright on his taking my interviews, and he was plastering them up on YouTube. And he got the biggest number of hits he ever got with those, and he's getting, again, tens of thousands of hits. The irony here, and it's a phenomenon I simply cannot understand, other than that no one knows I'm here. No one knows I'm here, which is why when I throw up these videos on YouTube, they get, what, at the most, close to about 1,000 hits. So eventually, after weeks up there, they get about 1,000 hits a video. But somebody else sticks my shit up, and they get like 20,000 hits. And so they instantly just exploit me to get their hits up. But the bizarre thing is, well, why don't those people just come here? But then again, I guess because I'm not talking constantly about ghouls and zombies or whatever it is they take things like that, the lurid shit, and then they put it up. And with this this Muslim, quote unquote, this Middle Eastern jackass, when he put that up there, he made certain to just say, now remember, Douglas Dietrich is totally disreputable, and you can't believe anything he says, but here's what he says about the ghoul. And then everybody's listening to the ghoul thing. But he makes certain to try and discredit me and attack me as a person. So then why put it up? it's even just not only do they
that's as nonsensical as you get. He's like putting you up just so he can get your popularity. Well, if you're full of shit, why would you have so much popularity?
It's that's
see
it doesn't make any sense.
The cultists of the kings of Edom, my brethren, are those that can be found all over the world, and there's a lot of them, especially in the Islamic world as well. When I went to Pakistan, there's a lot of them, these charlatans who are pretending to be imams and gurus and exploiting women and exploiting other people financially or through other means. So these people are out there, including that guy that Sean Stone went to go see, who was running the sex harem in Turkey, who got busted. And that's exactly who these people are, and they will be destroyed on the day of judgment. These people, they're not going to get away with anything. As for that army recruiter, it just gives us another reason to defund the military because they just have nothing better to do.
Thank you. That's if the individual exists. And thank you so much. No, these are excellent points to be made and deeply appreciated. That having been said and gotten out of the way for now, in terms of both of you gentlemen, as always, Amanda Ute said she could drop in to say hi. So, Amanda, the moment you can do so, just go ahead and jump in on the call. Since technically, Amanda, you're already on the call, go ahead and jump in and say so, and then you could explain to us a little bit about what you were talking about when you left me the message about the Navy SEALs. There was something going on, she pointed out, with interesting concerning, what was it she said? Update on the Navy SEAL injunction case against Biden's mandates. Okay, so this has to do with vaccines, probably.
Yeah. It's the vaccine mandate. The Navy SEALs are like, we don't want the vaccine. So it's like, what do you guys do?
Thank you.
Aside from assassinate people who they were supposed to assassinate, they sweep up behind the like Army Rangers and shit, and they kill all the Rangers instead of killing the people who the Army Rangers assassinated, and then they take credit for the person who the Army Rangers assassinated. That's all the Navy SEALs do.
It's shit like that. It's all just it's like, why do they bother? And so
why do we have a military?
Thank you. The interesting thing is none of this shit went down. Nobody was protesting when they were injecting us full of the hot lead crap, the veterinary medicine that they were doing with the anthrax. I mean, that was something where people could have legitimately complained because those weren't meant for human assimilation into the body. The body could not assimilate that crap, and the results were catastrophic. But in terms of the Americans, they were the only ones to get those injections, and they were the only ones to really manifest Gulf War syndrome. I don't know if there are cases. I'm certain there must be some in France and Britain among the coalition troops. But in terms of the one thing the other coalition troops did not do, they didn't take anthrax injections. And therefore, my understanding is this entire Gulf War syndrome phenomenon is not manifesting in any of their veterans from the original Operation Desert Storm. But when it comes to what they're doing now with something for the various COVID viruses, then these people all want to step down and say they're sitting down in mass protest. It doesn't make any sense. The situation's completely different. The circumstances are completely different, and I've just articulated why. The original shot was not meant for human assimilation. It was a veterinary shot for cattle, and this is something totally different. So what the fuck? It doesn't. It's insanity. And
well, the absurdity is that people would rather take veterinary shit now rather than getting a regular vaccine.
Yes.
Because
yes.
they're taking that fucking horse medicine and shit.
Yes. Yes. And that's what almost killed, the guy who sponsors me, Ben Estenius.
Oh my gosh, I just don't get it.
Yes, and it's there. You have it. We've dropped into Alice's Wonderland, except there's no wonder in it. It's all blunder and
Alice's Blunderland.
Yes, yes, it's awful. It's awful. So let me just take a few moments here to try and get myself together. Both of these gentlemen will hold the stage, and both of them. I'm so glad to hear that our Solomon's father is okay. And we do have some noises in the background, by the way, and I don't think that's any of us. Is that the other guy?
That's yeah, that's our resident guy.
Yeah, right, yeah, and it's unless Sammy jumped in and he just hasn't said hi yet. I know it's not him. So it's did you hear that?
That's probably Dickie K. Cole.
Yeah.
This person has the wicked ass metal chair. I mean, dude, you need to oil the springs on your fucking chair. Just for the record, because that shit is loud as fuck. It can't be comfortable. I mean, I can imagine. I'm just thinking about it is making my back hurt.
Yeah, I can't even make noises like that because I'm sitting on my bed on a bunch of cushions. By the way, it used to be, as people know, the legendary telephone pole outside that was constantly being upgraded or now it is directly across the street from me. There is this empty home that I know that they were operating, so to speak, reconstructing elements of that home for a while. But aside from that, there is constant work on the street outside my home, opposite my street, where they always have a good view of my facade. It is never on this side of the street. Never on this side of the street. It is always on the opposite side of the street, and it's always where there's a good view of the facade of my home, for whatever reason. And maybe it's a form of harassment. The bizarre aspect of it is it seems to sink at the same time that I'm awake, as opposed to when I'm trying to sleep. Now, as a person who normally tries to sleep in the day, I get away with it, and if they are doing it while I'm asleep, I'm sleeping so heavily that I sleep right through it, which is hard to believe. But what they're doing across the street is just everything you can imagine, and the noise is unbelievable. It's not going on right now because it's dark and it's eventide, but when it's like noon, they are like either trimming the trees, and I don't understand how they can keep doing that without totally denuding the trees across the street. But they're just like constantly trimming the trees, and it is incredibly loud. It buggers the mind. It's like you just wonder why is it that loud? It doesn't make any sense to me. But it's then they're working on either that or drilling the street itself, and and just like tearing the street into chunks, and then it's in front of empty houses, which, plenty of houses in this neighborhood are empty because the owners have died, and the families have done nothing with the homes. So then I guess they can get away with it because they're not really bothering direct residents, but and most residents are gone to work during the day, so they come here and they drill. And it's like, I go out there and I look at them, and I don't see any rhyme or reason to what they're doing. It's just like they drill, and then they, like, tear up the street, and then they put it back together, and then they drill it up again. And it's like, what the fuck? So, I mean,
that's part of the gang stalking harassment.
It may well be. I mean, it's like, I'm talking like heavy duty equipment, because we got like two or three trucks.
Or they just, that, or they just want to shit like taxpayers' money on nothing.
Oh, it's got to be that as well.
Which is what local governments do.
Yes, yeah, that's county level, and so it's probably a combination of both. But because the city and county of San Francisco, the bureaucrats have no way of knowing what these guys are doing, and this is what they were doing on Van Ness Street forever. But they may not be affiliated with the county. This might be, maybe they claim that they're PG&E or something, because PG&E is our local utilities monopoly in Northern California that might need to dig up the ground and replace cables. I fear that what they're doing is trying to work around the fact that I have the Comcast box now, and setting up something underground that might be able to interfere with communications. But at the same time, I also intuit that it's beyond that now, that they're no longer concerned with that. It's kind of like the damage has already been done. A lot of things changed in terms of the gang stalking dynamic or harassment dynamic after the book was published. It was like, almost after that, it was like they lost. It was like that's what they had been working on preventing all this time. And then once they lost that battle, then it was kind of like everything kind of changed. So this might be simply some kind of harassment, and maybe they think they're keeping me awake. But so far, like I said, it's synchronized mostly whenever I've been awake, as opposed to any time that I've slept in the daytime. So it's just bizarre. So maybe they think they're bothering me more when I'm awake, as if they're preventing me from doing work or something. If we were to take that angle of the gang stalking. But there is something, it's not normal. It's not normal, because this can't be anything. There's no neighborhood that would have that constantly. My neighborhood is so bizarre in the sense that even though we're in the most congested city in the United States outside of New York, the expenses of living here are so profound that very few people can live in this neighborhood. So I'm just grandfathered in because of rent control, and I got grandfathered in after both my parents died. So I ultimately inherited the lease, so to speak. But with everybody else around me, unless they own the home, and then they're not here. And it was pretty much like my property manager gang brother, Beaver, said when it came to what I was bitching about the other day when I brought up with Jameson Reese about, I get these like report cards from PG&E saying, home efficiency and shit, and your home is in the middle of efficiency. And I'm like, middle of efficiency? I can't even turn on heaters in this place. Just so people understand, I didn't talk about this the other day when I was talking about the electricity going out, and I'm sure everybody remembers that when I said the electricity went out in my flat, and that's because the wiring in this house is so fucking old that I was using a gift given to me by Pac-1 Morales, this little space heater, which I had actually brought up, but it was that took out the house's electricity. So I can't turn on a space heater. I can't use, I have no heat integral to the home itself. Certainly not at this level of the flat, because we brought up the reasons why. It would be like turning on the carbon monoxide in the car and killing myself in the garage. I can't use that, and I can't use space heaters. So there is no heat in this crypt, and I'm stuck with just electric blankets and the heating pads that were gifted to me by people like Clarice Claudette, God bless her, and so many other people who provide me gifts like Amanda Ute, God bless her. So this is what keeps me warm while I'm in the home, but it's otherwise completely uninhabitable. And so when I had our dear friend Chris Collins, I believe his name is, wherever he was at, it was snowing and it was like, much lower temperature than even San Francisco. But try and understand, you could be in the Antarctic, and if you have heat, what does it matter? Whereas in my case, I'm practically, shall we say, on the street, at just this side of being out on the street. And so I don't have any of those amenities, just so people understand the situation here with that. So that's why I try to go to the estate as much as I can. That's where I can bathe or shower. I can't do that here, because if I did that here, I would die. I would catch pneumonia. I would literally catch, when I was younger, I used to swim in the bay, which is just like something people never recommend. Very few people swim in San Francisco Bay. When I was trying to toughen myself up, and I swam alone, which of course is extraordinarily dangerous, and don't ever do that. People wash out with riptides and everything else, and people would swim in teams, and these would be like people who were part of what was called the Polar Bear Club. I certainly wouldn't do anything like that today. It's amazing what I could do when I was younger that I would never do today. But when it comes to just plain how you get the idea now. I live in a home where the infrastructure is not working, and so when I get these report cards from PG&E, my gang brother who manages property pointed out that there's nowhere in San Francisco where these old homes are built that would get a good report card. He says all of the homes basically leak heat. They don't retain energy, and their wiring is extraordinarily old. Unless they're built after a certain year to new standards, your report card's always going to say something like that, even though you're not using any heat. And so there you have that. So he put that into context, and it was like, our man Jameson Reese said, if there's anybody in my neighborhood who's getting good report cards from PG&E, it's because they're dead and they're not using anything. And okay, all that being said, we turn it over to Solomon and Jameson to hold it, and they'll take us to the top of the hour. I'll be checking in and out on mute, and in the interim, both of you gentlemen, do take it away. Thank you.
Hey, good evening, Brother JMO. How's it going?
Hanging in there. Just really congested. I probably have some kind of sinus infection. I don't know why or where I got it. It could be from wearing like too many masks and not being as vigilant at washing the mask every day. So yeah, there you go. There's a sort of, I don't know. Hopefully it's not COVID.
No, you should be fine, because there is something going around right now, and everybody's kind of getting the seasonal sickness like they do. So as long as you're jabbed and you're wearing your mask and you're protecting yourself, along with that, just drink a lot of fluids, Brother JMO. Drink hot tea. Hot tea expels a lot of the toxins as well. I was speaking to a friend in Texas, and he was saying the same thing, that even though he's jabbed and has the booster, wears the mask, he still got like the seasonal symptoms. And it was not COVID, so it was nothing to worry about, but still it was encouraged for him to drink a lot of fluids, tea, juices, like those kind of stuff to keep your system clean, because there's a lot of changes going on in the air right now. And I mean, 2022, it's going to have its own challenges and rewards. And that was a great point made by Sammy, because heading towards 2024, as Brother Douglas had pointed out, is going to be the year where both Putin and Trump will probably try to find their way back into the political scene, because he's up for re-election too. And I remember one time, did you see that picture of Trump holding he was taking a picture at the Scientology grave? I'm not sure if it was Scientology, but it had like the infinity symbol on it.
No, I did not see that picture. This was
yeah, go ahead.
This was a picture of Trump where now? He was in front of a Scientology thing?
Yeah, this was, I believe, in Arlington National Cemetery, where where all of the military are buried. And there was a picture of him standing next to this grave, and it had like the infinity symbol, which is like a sideways 8. So many of the people said that 2024, if you add that up, it comes up to 8. and that's basically him symbolizing that he's going to be back at 2024. And right now, the Republicans, the only strong representative that they have is him, and they're going to use him to try to exploit the followers again to try to get him back in power. So that's what a lot of the people that I was listening to were saying, that in 2024, because it symbolizes year 8, and him standing next to that grave with the sideways 8 symbolizes that he will come back, and all this impending civil war that we're in, and the Republicans will exploit the situation or whatever. And I think, it's something to look, pay attention to for whatever it's worth.
That is, if he lives that long. I mean, the guy's a walking mess. Between him and Biden, I don't know which one is going to kill over first, to be perfectly honest. And either way, it'd be a welcome change. I mean, we've these these old. I hate to say it. I want to contextualize this for our listeners, that this in no way is meant to come across as either cronism or racism, but the sort of old white man leading the country thing, that motif is so played out. I mean, they have buried this country in layers of debt and destruction that we can not come out from.
I agree, Brother J-Mo. And you know what's going to happen within the next 10 to 20 years is a lot of the young generation that's going to take over. They're going to try to hopefully change this system, and I hope I live long enough to see that in my life too, because these people from the older generation, they have caused a lot of damage. I mean, look at the way our young generation is right now. Cost of living is super high, no relations. It's impossible to do anything these days.
Well, there is something that needs to be said about that, because it does seem like there seems to be cycles as to, and it's unfortunate for me to say this, but it seems like the generation that is younger than the millennials, they seem to be more conservative. There seems to be a social coefficient where you can predict through which generation how liberal or how progressive and how conservative a generation will be. I cannot recall the name of that coefficient, but it does seem to be an accurate model of predicting, and if the younger generation is conservative and they decide to, associate themselves with these so-called the people who claim that they're conservative, the Republicans, which are really more or less reactionary traitors, then we're fucked.
Yes.
I don't really. I mean, I hate to be someone who. I'm ever the cynic, admittedly, but there's a reason for my cynicism. It's based on the sort of experience of having seen the worst humankind has to offer. And
that is true, Brother J-Mo. And these next 9 years, I believe, from my personal perception, from 2020 through 2029, we are going to be in an age of chaos right now, with the pandemic getting worse and worse, relations faltering, cost of living is getting higher and higher, things are getting expensive, families are having a hard time staying afloat, younger people are not marrying anymore, and it's just impending war and doom, and even the civil war situation here. I think especially this year, Brother J-Mo, it's going to be interesting with the midterms and the Republicans possibly exploiting the situation to try to take back control, which I hope doesn't happen.
Well, we need to make sure it doesn't happen. Hope is something that doesn't work. There needs to be action taken to ensure that they do not get in.
Yes.
And that's up to all of you, the listeners, to make sure to not let these people win when it comes time for people to vote for the Senate, which, the Republicans must not take back. They must not take it. Definitely. Because if they do, we will see a civil war before 2024 with all the chaos and the sort of anger that deservedly, quite deservedly, is out there to go around due to how fucked up, are having to deal with this corrupt political system really is. And the sort of media doesn't help matters because irrespective of the source, they all seem to spin things the same way. And so
Yes.
they have their own agenda, and they seem to be pushing the electorate more so than anything. And again, the only generations that are really watching TV anymore are, again, the baby boomers and the sort of older generations. And unfortunately, with all this technology that allows people to live longer, they are determined to keep their bullshit alive as long as they can wring and squeeze out every last ounce of luxury and wealth they can from, any possible younger generation inheriting anything.
Hmm. That's absolutely correct, Brother JMO. And that this is why this year is critical, because however the midterms come out, that's going to lay the foundation of what's going to happen in 23 and 24. So these next few years are pivotal to the survival and the foundation of not just this country, but the world in general. And it's very important that people take this seriously. I know my local area, the county that I'm in, Brother JMO, it was under Republican control since the Civil War era. That's how long they were in power for. And all you had was nepotism and them just helping their own, looking out for their own, not helping the communities that were inhabited by people of color. So now, since the change happened, where they were removed from their power, now you have like so much progress being happening around this area in terms of programs, social services, help for the community, and representatives showing up to minority neighborhoods. So it's a breath of fresh air, and that's what Brother Douglas says, that you have to look at it in that way, not saying that both parties are the same. That's not true. There's a night and day difference, as even demonstrated in my community.
There is. You're right. It's just easy, for someone who has, again, it's easy for people who are untrusting to take that path of cynicism, for the simple fact that, we're seeing areas where the Democrats could potentially try to say, F this, we're going to push something through anyway, and they don't do it. The problem is, if your enemy is not playing by the rules, if your enemy is playing dirty and you're not playing dirty, you're going to lose the battle.
Yes.
You have to play as dirty as your enemy can play, if not dirtier. If it's about winning, and if it's about just winning, then you can't play by the rules. And this has been where the Democrats have effed up every time they've been in office, is that they've played by the rules too much, whereas the Republicans have proven and have done things outside the box where they're not willing to play by the rules at all, and they would rub it in the public's face and say, you're not going to do anything about it, and they'll still get away with it. So the Democrats have to leave the spirit of politics and the quote unquote spirit of democracy behind, and just take the reins, because if they don't, we're not going to have a country to live in. This is going to be we're already in a third world hellscape.
Yes, that's absolutely right. I mean, look at the situation right now with cities all across America, with crime on the rise, astronomical, right? People are just not going out into the cities no more because they're scared. And you're right about what you're saying about doing everything with balance and not being too nice, because there was a Sufi brother that I was speaking to a few days ago, and he said the same thing in the aspects of what makes somebody that's a warrior and a mystic at the same time. And what happens is you have to know that this reality that we're in, and the aspect of both good and evil coming from God, that is also manifested in you as the human being. So you can't be too good or too evil. There has to be that balance in between for you to do what you need to do in terms of being assertive and aggressive when you need to against the enemy, people that deserve no mercy, and being nice and kind to those that deserve it.
Yes, and this is the biggest problem with the American paradigm. The American paradigm has to cater to one extreme or the other.
Yes.
It knows no balance. So we're already, the odds are already stacked against getting anything done because, or shall I say the odds are stacked against getting anything done that's productive. Because as we know, like the so-called reactionary right, everything they do is destructive. And I was watching. All right, so I was watching a video the other day of this guy who's talking about spirituality, and he's trying to weigh it against science and all this. I was like, okay, this seems interesting, because I had found this and this was a person who seemed to be of Asian descent, a guy of Asian descent, and he was I found out about him because I was watching a channel of this guy who's a scientist who's debunking all these people who are like flat earthers, because it's just amusing to watch. It's just amusing to pretty much for me to, I'm a real geek. I'm a real nerd. So, I'm an info nerd. So instead of entertainment, I like a sort of infotainment.
Nice.
Well, anyway, because the Asian fellow had interviewed this guy who was debunking everything, I decided to give his channel a check. And so he's talking about spirituality and trying to hold dialogue between, different parties and whatnot. And it comes to find out the guy's conservative, and then he starts to talk about Jordan Peterson. And that's when I'm like, okay, I cannot follow this person. You see, it's because already, when someone brings up a person like Jordan Peterson, that person's already divisive.
Exactly.
He's already as polarizing as it can get. He's already a social engineer. He's already a freaking Russian state asset. Why are you going to tell people who are, seeking a sort of spiritual neutrality to refer to someone named Jordan Peterson?
It's interesting, Brother
How the fuck
JMO,
does that
because
work?
I checked all of it out, and you could just sense the evil in their eyes, like their eyes are empty and soulless. And Brother Douglas is completely right with that monologue that he did about the Peterson cult with the Handmaid's Tales. That is absolutely the truth. And these people, I don't know how they can listen to them and resonate any kind of frequency.
Thank you.
Now, what's worse is that Peterson has gripped the freaking minds of the generation that are younger than us, and he has he's practically like taking the back of their heads and rubbing their faces in shit, and he's just like enjoying it, like, yeah, eat that shit up, eat my bullshit up, and this is exactly what's happening. So the fact that we have a younger generation out there, who is already compromised by this Russian disinformation machine is troubling. Not to add to the fact that we have a military that just was always shit, was always sort of compromised and was always its own runaway government from the very get-go. I mean, especially after the end of World War II. And this is where I need to remind you all to go check out the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II at Skybooks USA, because that is the game-changing book that is a more or less clusterfuck to this old generation who's like, we're the greatest generation around. We gave you the atom bomb and we radiated your asses, because that's about all they did.
I'll actually be addressing that later tonight in terms of the kind of legacy that's been left by the atomic bomb tests in the United States in a manner that people haven't understood it before. One of the things that I do want to bring up while we have the stage to ourselves before Peter comes on, and it seems Manda's welcome to jump on if you wish, honey, by all means. In the interim, what I will do is press the screen share, and if you gentlemen can see that, and we go over to the live stream. I want to thank everybody who has been in here. Crowman says, hope you check the fuse box, D. Thank you very much. I appreciate that profoundly. The people upstairs Their circuits blow a lot more than mine, and the man of the house upstairs has to go down and reset that constantly. So I just don't bother by doing things like they do. And I don't use gas, by the way. I had some people emailing myself about maybe it's the gas oven, etc., that brings the cost up. I can't use the gas because the gas oven is older and it's dangerous. I would never turn it on. So just
that might cause an explosion in and of itself.
yeah.
What people need to understand is that when you're dealing with heating appliances and light bulbs suck up the most electricity.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Yes.
And we can have light bulbs that don't suck up as much electricity, but then power companies, will lose their monopoly over everything. So there you have that.
Yeah, they're being forced to relent a little bit, and light bulbs are available that are light years ahead, to use a pun, of what they used to be. But, honestly, they could manufacture light bulbs that would practically last a lifetime, if they wanted. Yeah.
And there's an interesting factoid. While Thomas Edison might have, created the light bulb he created was shit. It was a black man who perfected the technology. That's just a historical.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let me get that guy's name just to be certain.
Sure. Take your time with that. We don't need that right now. You can bring that up while, anytime during the show. So don't go balls to the wall with it. Daniel Arola says, Jordan Peterson can't even please a woman. No wonder him and Ben Shapiro get along. I'll buy that. Now, here we are. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, I guess, where the fuck did the bell go? There's supposed to be that bell notification. Oh, that wouldn't be in the studio. So here we are. And here we are on the channel. And so this was placed on my latest episode. And I will leave it there for now. I don't know what your instinct is about this, but CJ Star Monkey 73, no negative comments, but he looks might be a little burned out when he entered this. He said, Roswell Deception was an excellent book, helped shed light on all the burned and blown up cities in the 1800s as well. Civil War, my ass. Now, this might bring attention and promotes the book.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
I don't know how to interpret that, because it's the for one thing, as far as grammar is concerned, the way the quotes are, I don't know what to make of that. You might as well say Fatagan, Cthulhu Fatagan,
it's not that bad. It's not that bad, but yeah, he seems to be conflating my book with something else. but he might have been reading several things at once. For now, I'll just leave it up there, and there's people interested in the Civil War who might check it out.
It doesn't seem like anything that's it doesn't seem like anything parasitic at the moment. So
no, this is what I wanted to bring up. This individual has made a big point that he was he says he was raised in a majority black country, like he was born in Angola or some shit, and he has been saying weird shit in the chat room in the past.
Yeah, that guy's he's a treasure troll.
Yeah, one of the weird things he said was that weird, creepy, liberal, Democrats are moving into our black neighborhood or something like that. It sounds like some white guy pretending
it's obviously blackface.
Yeah, but he's saying he's saying he's white, but he was raised with a bunch of blacks. That's what he was saying in the past. But but then what really what made me block him? I blocked him because he's a hopeless case, because basically our man Brandon Young and we were talking about homeschooling, that it's impossible to give anyone a well-rounded education through homeschooling in terms of modern society. And so he took that personally as an insult. So he says, I was homeschooled and I listened to your streams. I guess that makes me retarded. Thanks for the unwarranted insult. I am more aware of what is going on than almost every publicly schooled individual, is essentially what he was saying.
Okay, well, he's a perfect example of why homeschooling It's not.
Fails. Thank you.
It's not.
Thank you.
He
Thank you.
proves it.
Because see,
Because
he was not
because it
socialized. He was not socialized to the point where he could understand that you can't personalize what people are saying because
yes.
that makes you a fucking idiot. And beyond that, tell us about what your homeschooling did for you. Tell us about how you're curing cancer in your spare time and you're launching rockets in your backyard as a hobby and shit, and just all these incredible changes you're making in our economic infrastructure and everything else that you're doing for humanity thanks to your homeschooling. It's
Yeah, the
like
dude was probably having incest with his sister during,
thank
that's
you.
his schooling.
Thank you. By the way, we would normally be like this. We would normally not be this hard on someone who wasn't asking for it. It's like if somebody
Yeah,
had,
yeah. I
yeah,
mean, honestly, obviously, anyone with any iota of intelligence will know that there are exceptions to the rule, and that there are exceptions where people are homeschooled and they're better for it. We're not, we're not going in. We're making a general statement here.
yes,
Is that most Americans, let's look at
especially Americans. Yeah,
especially Americans, if we look at the majority of Americans, they're not smart people. They don't have a lot of time on their hands. How the fuck are they going to homeschool their kids?
thank you, thank
The
you.
only thing that's going to be schooling their kids is going to be the laptop or
Yeah,
the cell phone.
yeah, yeah.
That's not what you call homeschooling.
Yeah,
That's what you
well,
call.
it's sex ed because of all the porn that
There
we'll
you go.
get to.
Sex. No, I. You wish it was something as constructive as porn. Now it's just these
Good point.
stupid fucking games that are just demented. That
Games and right wing propaganda. Games and
yeah, and
yes.
the games are so bad that they literally give you the attention span of a fly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean that's a great point because even what Brother Douglas and what Brother Brandon said, it's very important for a child to be at a school to learn social skills, education. One of my local friends here in the Philly area is also a teacher, and Brother Douglas is right. Even the adults here are hopeless, and they need the education properly. These kids need to be guided if this country has to have any positive future. So all of the trolls out there, please leave Brother Douglas alone. And for all the Pakistani men, please leave him alone as well.
Oh well, this country has a future, all right. The future of this country is relay. That's the best I could come up with.
Definitely.
I mean, it's the perfect. It's I mean, literally, this is the land of Cthulhu.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is now a kind of Cthulhuid playground. No denying that. Let's see if we can call our friend Peter and bring him on. And by the way, I'll be doing my shout outs later tonight to Stephen Myers and to Seth. And understand, of course, Seth is the righteous third son of Adam, for those of you who don't remember the biblical Seth. And that's very different from the Seth of Sethen, which is more of the ancient Egyptian.
Egyptian.
Yeah.
Well, we also have to remember that Set was also in the Egyptian Set was responsible for fighting off Apep,
Yes.
which was the encircler, the
Thank
great
you.
destroyer, the destroying serpent. Of course, Apep is an awesome. Apep and Set are both awesome entities to work with. I, of course, have to have a disclaimer. Don't do it, folks. Don't get into what I'm into, or you won't get laid for a very long time. And the guys who are practicing and are getting laid probably aren't putting their nose to the grindstone.
Yes.
So
Yes.
there we have that.
But things will change, as I said, if you become a stage magician. Then, as I said, then that way you can do well. There are. I think the majority of stage magicians, if they're successful, are practicing the occult in reality.
Oh yes, they have to. That's how there are. I am learning, at least from the tunnels of Set, that there are spirits that can do things that could cause illusions and distortions in reality, and that's what you want: distortions in reality and distortions in perception, because perception is time, perception is also space. Time, space, perception. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Right. And then the magician that I was talking about the other day, who truly was doing The physically impossible was Dynamo that we were talking about with Peter, and now Peter seems to be on with us, and so happy to introduce him. And Solomon and Jameson, by all means, help greet our guest.
Hey,
Good evening, Peter.
Well, I would, since you're on the subject of magic and talking about how the way to get laid is with a stage magician, I'm gonna throw out two words, and everybody participate. Give me your inertial reaction, Rorschach style. Two stage magicians getting a lot of sex. Penn and Teller.
That's my instant Rorschach. Just
They
revulsion.
might be the exception.
That's the most I can say for the moment. Otherwise, I'll go into a diatribe. Both of you gentlemen, take your shots.
There is an exam. There is I looked them up, and it says a movie or episode called Sex, 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 aired February 28th, 2003. Penn and Teller look at what people will do to increase their penis and breast size, and the scam merchants that will help them do it.
Okay, there you go. So they're just doing a MythBusters trip, you know. I mean,
Well, I think they're just having fun at everyone else's expense.
that too, yeah.
But I mean, who can?
Yeah,
who can
that's
blame
what it
them?
sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Schadenfreude defines the times.
Yeah.
But certainly neither one of them, exude any sort of sexual charisma. Teller might be attractive to women in the sense that Harpo Marx was. He reminds me of Harpo Marx.
There we are.
Not just because he doesn't talk, but because he kind of looks like him.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, I get it. I totally see it. But I keep forgetting which one is which. And it was kind of like Roger Ebert.
It's the big one.
Yeah.
Teller is the little one.
Okay, Teller's the little one, Penn's the big one. Yeah, my sister taught me how to remember who was Roger Ebert and who was Gene Siskel back when. And most of our listeners are too young to remember those two, but she reminded me that Roger Ebert was like an egg; he was fat, and then you had Gene Siskel was a skinny one who later on died of cancer, which was no surprise. He always looked like he was chemotherapy, like he was undergoing chemo. Poor son of a bitch. He was a lot like Teller. So James and Reese will be right back with us soon enough. In the meantime, our man Salman Sheikh, I take it, is familiar with Penn and Teller. You do know who they are, correct? Okay.
No, I never heard of Penn and Teller.
Oh, okay. No worries. You aren't missing shit. Somebody.
You haven't missed anything at all. Very popular in terms of made a lot of money. They're magicians, and Penn and Teller doesn't talk. Penn is the talker, and he's the authority. He's an authority on everything he talks about. He's very anti-occult magic. He doesn't believe in real occult magic. He's very anti anything that's metaphysical. He's a true materialist and is probably a Satanist at heart, if not in actual practice.
Yes. Yes.
I'll have to check that out. That sounds interesting. And I also finished
He's
reading.
not interesting at all. He's not interesting. It's kind of like it's kind of like saying if you saw this John Belushi character, if you know who he is, like being a slob and just taking a plate of food and putting his face in it. This is watch him eat without a fork and a knife. That's kind of what he is. He's very disgusting.
He is.
Yeah.
And by the way, just as another bit of some trivia for you, what they did was certain entomologists studying bugs. So those of you who might not know what an entomologist is, because it's a big word, it's they study insects, and so they discovered in the Nevada test sites where they were testing all of the nuclear weapons, which is something I'll bring up later tonight in Arc of Narrative again for reasons that I will articulate. But in terms of what they discovered mutated spiders. And so this was straight out of a horror film to a degree. These aren't like big spiders in the sense of like bigger than houses, but they're really big. They're like over a foot in span or something like that if you spread out their legs. So there's something you wouldn't want on top of you or anywhere near you. But they named it after Penn, the magician, and for whatever reason, because they're a bunch of satanic geeks or something. And so he was very proud of that fact, that he had radiated atomic spiders named after himself. So there you have that. By the way, for those of you who don't know, in terms of weird ass names for dinosaurs, because sometimes paleontology is sponsored by corporations, then you have this kind of run of names by paleontologists for dinosaurs named Exxon, and dinosaurs like named after various, petroleum companies. And because of other weird circumstances, there's a Douglasaurus, for instance, that's named after someone who was named Douglas. Oh, yeah, so Jameson Reese brings up Cicaclosaur. And is that actually real? I mean, or what?
No. I'm just throwing out there like a Coca-Cola saw.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
I can totally see that.
Yeah. Something like that. It's conceivable, but you can understand why the petroleum companies are involved, because it's part of the the guy named Fletcher Prouty. Fletcher Prouty, whom the Fletch series of spy novels is derived from, but he's a real historical figure. He would have said that it's all corporate propaganda, that dinosaur comes from, that oil comes from dead dinosaurs, that he felt that it was something produced by the Earth itself in a geophysical process, whatever the case may be.
Well, it wasn't really his feelings. It was stuff that he studied.
Thank you.
From his position in intelligence.
Yes. As a matter of fact, just to clarify that, since Peter brings that up, what he was working with were the Nazi Fischer-Tropsch equations. And if anybody wants to know about that, I'd have to dig through my paper notes, and I would go a bit more into that. I won't do it tonight. But yes, so the Fischer-Tropsch equations what happened was the Third Reich was trying to take oil and find its source, because there was very little oil in continental Europe and they needed oil. It was one of the primary reasons for the war, and everybody else was swimming in oil, but the Third Reich was going to have to resort to things like making it from coal. There are such things, and you can look this up if you don't believe me, as coal running fighter jets that were produced during the time of the Third Reich, coal burning tanks. They also created synthetic fuel, and beyond that, they also developed shale oil from certain areas of Germany. And the shale oil is extraordinarily toxic. So when certain ships were sunk in the Atlantic that were filled with shale oil to fuel them, they're polluting everything around them. So it's one of these things that is another legacy of the war, a rather toxic legacy. So when they were looking into all of this, they developed the Fischer-Tropsch equations, which proved that oil was a product of geophysical processes, kind of like the lubricant for tectonic plate movement, if you would, and that the Earth produces it naturally and kind of replenishes it. So that didn't help in the immediate sense, but it certainly was something that led Fletcher Prouty to say that it was one of these products that was being it was artificial scarcity that was being exploited in terms of that. With that, I return it to Peter.
Well, I just wanted to touch, while you guys were on the subject of homeschooling. Yeah. When I was transferring my daughter out of private school into public school, I think she went through the 4th grade, and it was perfect timing, because the divorce was happening and there was issues of money, and it was perfect for her to go from private school, where she got a lot of personalized attention, into public school, which is a whole different bag of fish. And I remember talking to I can call her a friend, a woman I know, who was master's in education, and she had homeschooled her children. And I don't know if I strongly considered it, but I asked her about it. I asked her professional opinion because she'd homeschooled her children. And she recommended against it because she had homeschooled her children and they move at their own pace. And it's really has a lot to do with their own self-generated discipline, which is not going to be very high in most cases. There would be your exceptions, your sort of people that are motivated in terms of their own genius, but she did not recommend it. No, not at all.
Yeah.
And that's and you know, I don't, this individual you're talking about, when people grow up different, they can develop a complex around it.
Yeah.
And you know, Douglas, you grew up different, but your complex is not a personality complex. It's a situational complex. You know, it's the situation, complicated your life. And so, but some people, now there was the case of this Nicholas DeVry, who I believe was in concert with Tracy Twyman.
Yes.
Sounds like Elmer Fudd, Tracy Twyman. I know that he was in concert with this guy, who was that guy that wrote, Lawrence Gardner, who, rode his notoriety all the way to his death. I mean, he wrote this books about the Grail bloodline and stuff. It was all a bunch of crap.
Thank you. Yes.
But people would read this stuff and, you should read Lawrence Gardner. Yeah, he really knows the stuff, And of course, Nicholas DeVry said that Lawrence Gardner got it all from him. Nicholas DeVry, I'm not sure that is his name, had a real complex, man. This guy talked about how he was raised, separated from everybody else, only ate pure food, and couldn't interact with other people because it might pollute him. I mean, he didn't realize what a jerk he was sounding, making himself sound like a jerk. Yeah. I'm too pure for thee. And of course, he was all into this satanic sort of bloodline. And
yes, left-hand path elitism. Left-hand path elitism is what it was.
I mean, I wouldn't insult the left-hand path. Really.
Thank you.
Because a true left-hand pather is not that arrogant.
Thank you. No, I mean, your point's well taken.
Aquino was not that arrogant.
Yeah. No, that's a point too. That yeah.
Not in the same way. Aquino was I guess what you'd say, he can pull off shit. He can pull off. He didn't need to brag. He just did it. Yeah. And when he bragged, he was doing it for PR reasons, not because he really was bragging. Yeah. He was trying to pull one over on you.
Yes.
In other words, his ego, it was more of an op than an ego. And this guy's ego was in overdrive. And you can really tell this with people because he was like a fan of mine who was, a friend to a certain extent. She was getting calls from him. And like, if she was not in lockstep with him, he'd just go ape, like he had to have her attention. And this person was like just a person, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Why did you have to have this woman's attention? It's like, if I lost her as a fan, so be it. It's no big deal. Yeah. But he wanted her not only as a fan, but as somebody who paid attention to him. And it's like, he's already an author. He doesn't need to have the attention of, some person across the globe. It's like, you must obey sort of thing. It's like he wanted, it's kind of like he really wanted her to be his Renfield. And this is, what I'm talking about with these, such a person who is just obsessive.
Yeah, like
and has this complex going back to this guy who grows up, I'm homeschooling, I know more than you do, blah, 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 blah. And, maybe he does know more than the average John Q public. There are a lot of people that do. So what?
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that know more, and it's there are a lot of people that know more than the average John Q. public. So it's like, yes, and then he's taking on that you're assassinating his character, whereas like nobody really even knows who he is.
Thank you. Yes.
So it's I think it's very important for people who aren't known to kind of put some merits up on what they're talking about, their talking points, rather than their unique background. It's par for the course. So that's what I had to say about the topics I was listening to.
Oh, very important. Yeah. I think that's profound, and what this other individual that you're talking about, this DeVry character, he was seeking this basically a kind of fawning, sort of adoring, just plaything that was going to reflect him. In other words, almost like an empty vessel that he was going to fill to reflect himself. A recreation in his image in the form of an adoring female. So this is kind of like a male ego trip, and it's very common, far more common.
And I don't think it was about her femaleness. I think it was just that she was a human being that he wanted the attention of.
That too. I mean, I agree.
I don't think he had a sexual lure into her. That's not the way I interpret it. That's very common, but I didn't get it was a sexual thing at all.
Yeah, I take your point well in that regard as well, because, I've looked through this guy's work, and if you could call it that, and it certainly twisted Tracy Twyman. How's that for a tongue twister? And Tracy Twyman.
Twyman.
Yeah.
Twyman.
Yes. And, I try to go easy on her because Crystal River is, shall we say, is kind of protective of her in the sense that Crystal River was one of the last people who knew her while she was alive, along with Crystal River was also one of the last people to know Max Spears while he was alive. And so she knew both of these people, and in their own way, both of them were extraordinary, and in their own way, each one of them was incredibly flawed. And in Tracy Twyman's sense, there was very much an elitism, and a lot of it was based on this DeVry kind of philosophy. She may have come down from that later, and probably was humbled quite a bit by Boyd Rice and her time with him. And then as far as I'm concerned, she really went off the deep end. We don't need to go into that now, but definitely just so people get a hint of it, we're talking about a woman whose last work was a work of fiction that was essentially a work of sadistic pornography. And it had to do with abusing children. And this was just before she died and left her son to be picked up by someone of very questionable character, her ex-husband or someone else. And the person who was claiming that he was her last contact was Stephen Outram. So Stephen Outram was claiming he was her last contact, which he may well have been in one sense, whereas Crystal River was in another. But if
that's for him to brag about, because it's like, it's like, Crystal's not going to send her down the black text.
Yeah, thank you.
But Stephen Outram, he could be a candidate for that.
Thank you.
Or a suspect. So it's nothing for him to be bragging about.
Thank you. Yeah.
Or
Yeah, he claimed he was the Dead Man Switch, but whatever it was, he's the Dead Man Switch 4. He hasn't released it. So it's like, unless of course it was that work of pornography. It was, so, that tells you everything you need to know. And of course, don't take this as some kind of excuse to make it deeper than it is by people saying, well, maybe he released the pornography and she really wrote something that had meaning or depth. No, she wrote that porn. And this was essentially the novel she thought would be her legacy. And it's like that goes to show you what space she was in at the time she you checked out. And she was working with the scum of the earth, people like Clyde Lewis and shit like that. So she was bound to get what she got because that's what she was fishing for. That's the space she was in, and the kind of people she was hanging out with. You swim with sharks. What do you expect?
Well, I had read her magazine, Dagobert's Revenge. It was sent to me. And it was a publication she put out for a while.
That's right.
And it was trying to explore the Holy Blood, Holy Grail. And she completely missed the trigger there.
Yeah.
And the trigger for those who have read Holy Blood, Holy Grail, the trigger is in this lineage. Well, there's complications to the lineage because this is mythological lineage. It says that the lineage of the Merovingian kings. Now, my Moorish friends will tell you that the Merovingian kings are from the Moorish line. And you'll even read in history, and including in that book, that there was a superimposition. The Merovingian line was a superimposition on the original Merovingian line. So you have an imposter line, which was the line we know. It was, I think, from the Major Domo, they referred to it as, but it's not the real bloodline. So, and it would be a Moorish bloodline, but, or assumably a Moorish bloodline from a non-Moorish source. From a Moorish source, yes, indeed. It's where the word Mero is related. But in that book, they talk about the lineage coming from the Kinotar, a mysterious creature that they identify with a serpent, the Kinotar. It's very evident that they don't understand. The Kino, Quino, is 5. This is your 5 starfish, your pentagram, what we were talking about in the last episode, the Yod-Hey, Shin, Bao-Hey. That's your Merovingian bloodline. That is your Christian Christ bloodline, the Pentagrammaton, which is right out of Freemasonry and esoteric Christianity. That's, what is that line, Edward G. Robinson and Moses, where they go, where's your Moses now? Where's your Moses now? Where's your Kinotar now? But anyway, her whole stance towards magic was, yes, only certain people can practice it. You have to have a pure bloodline. And if you are so elite as to practice it, you're likely to screw yourself up real good. It's like going playing darts with a boomerang dart.
Yeah.
It's like you're throwing darts, and the boomerang, dart comes back and targets you. This is one of the unfortunate things with people stirring this stuff up. It too often is the case.
Thank you.
So I don't know. And as messed up as Tracy was, she wasn't an Aquino. She wasn't even an Anton LaVey.
Yeah.
She was somebody who was not anywhere near as powerful as them. She was more of a student and enamored of magic than she was somebody who could practice it and pull it off, which just that simplistic observation would lead one to think that if you're going to be able to successfully do it, you're going to have to be one evil dude, because you're going to have to cross the line.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying that's absolutely the case, but Tracy's experience suggests that.
Thank you. And she was messing with people who were willing to cross those lines, had already had long time ago, and ultimately, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. She was writing books about all these kinds of dark forces. Take a look at who's that clown again? I always forget his name. He was the guy who had the show on Revolution Radio called The Art of Dreaming, and he was, of course, the guy who wrote the book on the the Temple of Set, and co-authored it with Don Webb, and he wound up dying. I'm forgetting his name, but it doesn't really matter. But
was it Vallely?
Lou Gentili?
No, not Lou Gentili, no. And it was just Michael Hemmingson. And so Michael Hemmingson, he was the guy who wound up dying down in Mexico, where he had been adamant he was never going to cross that border willingly because his daughter had been abducted by his wife for very good reason, because he was a bisexual who was basically holding orgies in front of his daughter, who was underage. I mean, very underage, severely underage. We're talking about like age 9 or something like that, 7, 8, 9. And so basically he was abusive. And
yes, sometimes these people that have been through I guess what you call a desensitization or a revelation that, there's all this sexual repression in the world, and it's time to get rid of the repression and just be open.
Yeah.
They will not be discerning, and they don't understand what damage they're doing to their children or any young people they're exposing to it. In other words, just because, they think they have these repressions, they think the kid has the same repressions and needs to be decompressed. And
liberate it. Go on.
Yeah. So they're not thinking straight. They're thinking very selfishly, and not thinking of the child's best interest.
Yeah, and
this is very common. They don't really realize what they're doing.
Thank you. By the way, Peter Moon is not defending this sort of thing. Yes.
No. But I'm talking about the mindset that goes with it, and this is the same mindset that would lead people into Jeffrey Epstein's lair.
Yes.
In other words, they're reaching a point of power, and they're walking around with the elite, like they used to have in Studio 54 and where anything went. Yeah. And all of a sudden, you go, oh, wow, I can do anything I want. I'm powerful. I can have sex. I can indulge in this. And if that indulging desire is the least bit kinky, they don't realize there's going to be a camera on them, or a photograph, and they're there subject to blackmail, and that's what the whole thing is about. Not every single person that goes there, but these things are set up to ensnare and entrap, and this is what, and if they're not, the government agents come in that will ensnare and entrap, or the agents of Pluto. So this is a big thing when people get into liberated sex. Yeah. It's a very dangerous thing from a political standpoint for people to get involved in this sort of thing. It's not good for your career or your future. Yeah. It might be good for your immediate gratification.
By the way, what do you have to say about Ghislaine Maxwell? What happened was that they're going to declare a mistrial now, basically.
No, I did not know that. I had heard that. Who's going to declare it? The judge?
Yeah, they'll have to, because what happened was somebody was able to sneak through a juror who was a sex abuse victim. So since one of the jurors waited until after the trial to come out specifically so they could declare it a mistrial, he waited till after the trial and said, I'm a sex abuse victim, and,
Well, it says here that the lawyers are seeking
a mistrial, but it's going to be declared.
I'm not so sure. And I'm not so sure. I mean, I haven't heard all the information, but if it's almost like, it would almost be, almost good to have somebody on there who's gone through this to understands what it is. I don't know that it'll fly, and it's certainly, and the bad news for her, it could only lead to more trial. In other words, this looks like a minimal oversight. You're going to get new jurors on there, and I don't think they're going to decide any differently. But
it's hard to tell because the jurors all said that initially they completely doubted all the accusers, and it was only later in the trial that changed. Obviously, this individual was snuck in there for just that purpose. However, that was the whole intent.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna fly. We'll see. It's like, but it's just this relentless. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to quit attitude that is all over the place. This is what's going on with Democrats and Republicans right now. The Democrats are going at them for January 6th.
Yes.
And the Republicans have their own ammo about certain issues the Democrats are hiding. So it's like it's a powder keg for the Democrats. You're not going to see Trump prosecuted the way they're pontificating. It ain't going to happen.
No, I agree.
And the one thing, the real crime in all of this is these people that are being held political prisoners. The rioters they're basically political prisoners. They're rioters, and they should be, or are subject. I'm not going to say they should be. They're subject to punishment by the laws, but they're being held as political prisoners, and in a way that it is cruel and unusual. So this is who the Democrats are, and then there's all these new. Some guy has come out of the woodwork that was paid $45,000 to be stuffing ballots in Georgia. So like all of this is all coming up again. It's not dead. In other words, it's and the Republicans are welcoming some of these investigations. So it's like it's twisting. It's getting so twisted in the wind. And here, so in other words, the other side that appeared to have lost and be losing is still holding on to the tether. Like a pit bull that won't let go. This is the action of Pluto. Jameson was asking me about the astrology of it. Well, this is Pluto showing itself. The pit bull has got its teeth on the leg. So we've been watching the Republicans being, outmaneuvered at every step. But now the Republican has the pit bull has the grip on this, and it's like, and it gets weird. It just gets, without even taking sides, it's weird. So all of a sudden, it's not going to go the way you thought. It's who the hell knows what it's going to go, because there's so much, I guess what you say, dirt on both sides, that it just gets messy. So life is, or politics is getting weirder and weirder.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And the
COVID mandates seem to be coming stronger. And I have an amusing story to tell, because I was at my hydrotherapist, colon therapist yesterday, and what a great experience that was to get hydrated, and we both feel so good.
Great.
And Paula had to take the day off from work to go with me, and I didn't really want to go alone because we're driving 3 hours to get there and 3 hours back, and she was not going to go, and I said, no, you have to go. I'm the one who needs to go. We're going for me, not for her. And although we both do the treatment, and she asked one of her friends, and her friend says, because they wanted her to be at work.
Yeah.
For some new girl who was coming. I said, the hell with the new girl. The hell with work. I said, the person that wants you to be there might not even show up that day. Sure enough, that's what happened. So she took the day off.
Great.
But you don't, because she'll work late. She'll do things that are, and you really shouldn't give them more than they deserve.
It's so true. It's so true.
And that's another point I want to make. I've been looking at. I wrote my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity. It is, a second exorcism. Well, that's an exorcism on Scientology. My first exorcism book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which I talked about last time, was was to exorcise the demons of the occult stuff I'd studied, which was replenished with all sorts of knowledge and information. The Scientology book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, was to exorcise Scientology from my life, or the remnants, not completely and utterly. And it's been very successful. But a friend of mine died, and I've been faced with the proposition of going to his celebration. Mm-hmm. And there's a few people I want to see. The rest of them, I have no desire to see whatsoever. And it occurred to me that so many of these people, not all of them certainly, but their past in Scientology, when they go back to these reunions, it's like, I've never even gone to a high school reunion. I've not gone to any reunions except for, I did for my friend who passed away, so I had a neighborhood reunion. That was fantastic. But I used to see some of my old friends from Scientology for about the first, 7 years or so, or even more than that, 10 years. We'd go down and have a football game. They were close friends, though. It wasn't a Scientology reunion. It was old friends. And these guys, and it's like they carve out some identity of their life with Scientology, which most of them are, I guess, overcoming their cult experience. It was something that traumatized them. Not all of them. And it's like they identify themselves with this moment in time, with their old colleagues, because they were part of a group. They were doing something that they thought was going to change the world. And in a sad way, it might be the greatest thing they've ever done, or the most momentous thing they've ever done. I can't speak for them, but that's the way it appears to me.
That is sad.
Yeah. Or just being back with a bunch of old people, you were on the train with, or you were on the bus with, or you were in the Holocaust camp with. I think some people in some of those experiences, when they were in the rehabilitation project first and they're all together, it's kind of like being on a team. And I know these football teams that won championships will get back together in reunion, and it's very momentous for them, and it's all well and fine. But that's kind of what it is. It's like the only time you were part of a group, you were tight with all these people. And I suppose I was tight, but I was also very distant. And there were a few close friends that, that I would love to see again, but I don't even know if I'd love to see it because it's different. It's out of context. It's time to put the past to bed. Never put it completely to bed, but God. Now, I did bring up the subject of football, and I want to say something, and this is a very important thing in I guess, society. There was a big issue. In fact, I actually was offered free tickets to go to this football game. It was always my desire to go to a football game in New York. And the reason for that is I grew up in California, and you don't really have autumn the way you have autumn in New York. Yeah. So I said, God, I'd like to be out there on a football field in a stadium just to watch in autumn. Yeah. Of course, autumn is different than January. Yes. And this was the New York Jets were playing Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Bucks. And one of the guys that I played football with, he has season tickets, and he says, look, anybody want these tickets? First come, first serve. You don't have to pay for them. Probably $100 tickets or more. And I said, no thanks. Thank you. I really appreciate it, but you're going to have to pay me to watch the Jets play. That was a joke. They're so bad. Well, in this game that I saw, I think I had it on. I don't know how much of it I saw. I saw the end of it, and I certainly saw they had this star receiver for the Tampa Bay Bucks, Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown has been called the best wide receiver in the NFL. Certainly the hardest working. He has been a big problem for several years for having attitude issues, mental issues, emotional issues. So what he did in this particular game, and it's been all over the headlines, I'm sure anybody who knows anything about football or watches the news has seen this. He has an issue on the sidelines. He starts taking off his uniform and walks off the field and so waves goodbye to the crowd. And the coach comes afterwards and says he's no longer a Buck. He's no longer on the team. Tom Brady and another guy come over and try to talk to him. He lives with Tom Brady. Tom Brady's the only reason he's even there, because Tom Brady wants him as an incredible receiver, and he's playing part psychologist. But not even Tom Brady could save this guy. He went off the deep end. So everybody is dogpiling on him. The announcer said he should be in a straitjacket.
Jesus.
And now the guy has problems, real problems. And I went into YouTube and I started looking into his history. And this poor guy, about 2015, he got hit. It was the last play of the game. His team, Pittsburgh Steelers, who he became famous with, they had this ball. He got clocked by this really nasty guy. I don't know the nasty guy's name. I could dig it up. But he just clocked him, and it was a penalty called, and Antonio Brown was out. He was lights out. He could have been killed or paralyzed. He wasn't. But he was out like a light. He had a concussion, a major concussion. And it took him off the field. Because it was a penalty, his team got to kick the field goal, and they won the game. And they went into the playoffs and lost without Antonio Brown. And Antonio Brown suffered a head trauma. And ever since then, and people have shown interviews, this poor guy is acting irrational. It's not hard to trace his irrationality to a brain injury, a major brain injury, and no one is acknowledging it. Not the National Football League. The National Football League was taken to task for ignoring concussions and people that have had horrible concussions. And there's been settlements, and it's a lot of money, and the NFL is still, and not only the NFL, but the media is in denial about this guy. They've mentioned here and there, well, they're not going to blame it on a concussion. He can't behave this way. This guy didn't behave this way before. And he's acting, everybody knows he has a mental problem, but they're not connecting it to the concussion where he had this vicious hit. They've done everything in football to make these concussions less, and they have a protocol. But this is the after effects. They cannot spot or recognize it, which I said on my Facebook posting, it's because society is mentally ill. They can't recognize mental illness or what causes it.
Yes,
and it's
very vicious, good point.
Vicious collision. And then there are YouTubes of Joe Namath, the Hall of Fame quarterback of the New York Jets, who was a Super Bowl hero. And this guy suffered, as a quarterback, 5 concussions, and he began to lose it. And he was at a camp watching some of his old teammates perform at the camp, and he saw they were losing their minds.
Yeah.
He could tell because, and then he went and looked at himself. He got himself MRI'd, and he saw that he had brain deficiencies. So he started going extensive hyperbaric oxygen chambers, and his brain returned to normal. And this guy, he was always a sharp guy. I mean, he wasn't like an A student, but he was very sharp when it came to football. And I've seen people with intelligence in football. His football intelligence, probably all his athletic intelligence, was really good. His main problem was, I guess, his concussions, and he developed a drinking problem, which I think he's overcome. But he talked about, talking about this to the NFL, and nobody would listen to him. They just don't. But the hyperbaric oxygen chamber is, I've talked about ozone therapy. Hyperbaric oxygen is going to help your brain. It's going to help your COVID. It's going to help whatever you have. Oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. This is going to fix everything. Now, I had a bit of an issue with my wife when she says, she was referring to the therapy where we were doing, the colon therapy. She's called it oxygen therapy. I said, that's not oxygen therapy. Stop it. You're confusing me. And then she said, well, she's putting ozonated water into us. Oh, it goes through some well, I guess, okay, you're right. But this is not oxygen therapy. It is, in a way. So, when you get the colon therapy, you're not only flushing out what's inside of your colon, you're going through these sphincters, and it's going in and it's feeding your body. It's hydrating your body in ways your body's not going to be hydrated. And I will reiterate from several months ago when I said that in World War I, they didn't have IV drips.
Right.
They would keep somebody alive by sticking water, hydrating them up the rear end, going into their colon. This is how they keep people alive, to hydrate them, because they couldn't drink or whatever it was. So it not only was hydrating them, it was fixing them of whatever you have. So it's such a great feeling to have this experience. But I also wanted to tell, she told me the story of her son, who I mentioned before, who she cured. Her whole impetus to get into this hydrotherapy for the colon was to fix her son of autism, which she did. Now this kid is like about 29. He works in a big company. He's totally functional, far more functional than, the girls that he tries to date or whatnot. Doesn't work out because they're off. They're not on the spectrum per se. They're just off. So he is the only one in the company during this whole COVID crisis that never got sick. Never got sick because he hydrates regularly. He takes the vitamins. Never been vaccinated. So he was called into HR, and the woman said, have you been vaccinated? Now, when he walked in, everybody was walking around, no masks on, and HR comes in and says, have you been vaccinated? Now, they're not legally allowed to ask that. But he said, no, I haven't. And the HR person says, don't you say anything about this conversation. It didn't happen. Okay, which is a double crime on her part. First, she's not supposed to ask, and second, she shouldn't tell him to shut up. She goes out for a while, she comes back, and then when he goes back out, everybody has a mask on. They're all afraid of him. They all got sick. He didn't. They're all afraid of him. This is like the hyper paranoia that is going on with people. He's, they're afraid. And it's just an interesting story of what I learned yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. And it's definitely important. I'm certain many of our listeners can relate. It's so in terms.
Well, what's more important in all of this is that to recognize people are not necessarily in a position to get hydrotherapy because they don't have a practitioner. But Edgar Casey recommended enema, regular enemas. And an enema is hydrating your colon. And there are enema kits you can do. You can study it up. I think there was the book Back to Eden, which recommended enemas. There are so many holistic procedures that one wants to avail themselves of this type of benefit. That you can study up on enemas and look into it if you're interested. because it will, and she recommends those as well as detoxification. We did the detoxification foot bath, which is a process of getting toxins released through your feet. You can do it with pads. You can do it with a bath. They even have things you can buy on Amazon. And the detoxification is important because we're accumulating all sorts of stuff. It's toxic in our environment.
Yes.
So I've realized this is a must to do periodically, is to get detoxed from whatever is in your system, particularly if you've taken drugs, medical drugs or whatnot. So these are things people can do, and I would recommend people look into them and make their own decisions if they want to. But it's like, she could not believe how much I've changed. I've gone to her 3 times. So it's been good for, I guess what you'd say, weight. I had too much stuff in my gut. The weight becomes much more under control and better. And both Paula and I are feeling, so much better, and as a result of doing this. So that was something I wanted to share before we get into the meat of tonight.
Well, definitely. One of the things that I want to just put out there is that I'm very surprised about the football situation, because my understanding was that they were so concerned, at least this is what was propagandized. I remember a film, and other people listening, or Peter Moon might remember this film. There was a film about an African doctor, not an African American, but an African doctor who moved to America and became an African American, but a real one, in the sense that he's not just black, which is fine enough, but he was actually African American as opposed to being a black American. There should actually be a disambiguation there. That's a topic for another time. But in his case, he was the man who was in this film, based on a true story, supposed to be struggling against the NFL elite to prove that the football players were basically all being impacted by head trauma, and that
it's extensively documented, and there's been a big settlement.
Yeah.
It's true.
Okay, so Jameson Reese says Will Smith played the part. Okay, so you would think that the entire industry would be aware of this, and therefore they wouldn't be, in psychiatry, they call this black player that is being so maligned, they call him an identified patient. In other words, the patient that everybody sources out as the scapegoat and basically excoriates and ostracizes. Why this is happening is beyond me, when everybody should realize, he's had severe brain injury, and he's
Antonio Brown is very polarizing.
Okay.
And he's been so polarizing. I'm trying to think what happened. He played for Pittsburgh, where he was a staple of the team, and he started polarizing them. He had some issue with them. I don't know what it was. They traded him to Oakland, the Oakland Raiders, and then he got in a fight because they wouldn't let him wear his helmet. He had a special helmet that he wanted to wear to protect him, and they wouldn't let him wear his helmet, and that drove him nuts. So Oakland got rid of him, and then the New England Patriots picked him up with Tom Brady, but then he did something. Oh, then he got in trouble with some girl in text. He was misbehaving with some old girlfriend or something, and then he was polarizing there. But see, and then he later attacked somebody who was moving into his home, or like he was doing a mover, or somebody like that. And so he did some acts that were questionable or illegal, and the Patriots got rid of him, and then he had this other problem, and then Tom Brady took him into his personal house in Tampa and let him live with him and paved the way for him to play for the Bucs. And he was one of the stars of the Super Bowl last year. He caught a touchdown pass. He's a great player. And so he was happy. And he was happy in this game. I mean, so then what he did is he was accused of falsifying his vaccination card. He didn't want a vaccination. So he was accused of falsifying his vaccination card. Now, he does not admit that he falsified it.
Okay.
But he's accused of it, so everybody assumes that he's guilty, which he may well be, but that's beside the point. And then he was suspended for 3 games. He came back. He played, I think, 1 game, and he was about to make a bonus of $1 million if he caught 1 more pass or 1 more touchdown. And, he had about $1 million waiting for him in bonus money, and he blew that off. But he said that the coach told him to go in the game, and he's had an ankle injury all season. He says, no, I can't. I got an ankle injury. And the coach says, you go in when I tell you. At that point, he just walked off and said, F you. Now, nobody really knows the whole story, but the coach then said, you can't, he's not a Buck anymore. He's not on the team. And they wouldn't let him fly back on the team flight. And then the next day, they're saying they haven't released him. They haven't officially cut him. And I don't know if it's because they know that they're liable or they don't want another team to pick him up for the playoffs because they're about to go in the playoffs. So the team has not let him go officially, which means they have to pay him, not the bonus he was going to make. And it's really weird. And I suspect that they begin to suspect that there might be some liability involved if they cut him because he is damaged goods. He's not damaged goods. Well, first off, they shouldn't have been telling him to go in if he had an injury. He's got a heavy case against him there, just from the players' union. And if he has also got a case for the NFL if he's suffering from head trauma. So I think this is just like all this political stuff I'm talking about. It's twisting in the wind. We don't even have to take sides. We just like this thing is twisting. It's like, all of a sudden he's this bad guy. He's polarized everybody, but he's got a legal leg to stand on. Now, will he win the legal leg? That remains to be seen. Just like with the Democrats and the Republicans. You don't know who's going to win. But it's like the pit bull factor. So he's like got this pit bull grip on the NFL. And I am a big advocate for him as far as him being brain damaged, not irreparably, but brain damaged from that vicious collision he took. Oddly, I had been looking at a similar collision that took place in the 1970s. It was infamous. Darryl Stingley, his name was, who got he was just about to sign this huge contract. He was the best receiver in the NFL, and he got knocked by a guy named Jack Tatum from the Oakland Raiders, who were renowned for their dirty play under the great John Madden. John Madden is looked at as a folk hero. His players were the dirtiest players in the and he was said, oh God, he could control these guys, man. They all liked him. Because he'd say, show up and play on time. He didn't care. And I once heard him say about Jack Tatum after he paralyzed this guy, made him a quadriplegic. Jesus. He went up to Jack Tatum. He said, I heard John Madden say this. And he says, he was talking about this guy, and the guy who hit him says, I don't care. He didn't give it. He didn't care. Now, history has now made it different that Jack Tatum cared all about this guy, and John Madden was saying, it's all bullshit. Maybe he did change his mind, but initially, no, he didn't care. John Madden went to the hospital, and none of the guy's team did. He actually cared for the guy and cared for him his whole life or talked to him. So this was one of the incidents that made pro football, they changed the rules. So you can't go hit somebody in the helmet. And they took a lot of the viciousness out of the game. Now it can still happen. You get penalized, you get fined, and that's what happened to Antonio Brown. So it's like, and nobody is acknowledging what happened because they're so polarized by this man's behavior. And it is polarizing. And Tom Brady took him into his home because he knew that Tom Brady could help him win and get him back. And Tom Brady has said we need to have compassion and empathy for this individual. He has not blamed the concussion. And I think if Tom Brady did blame the concussion, it might make him look bad because he's exploiting this guy for his talent. Although I think nobody's come to realize that this guy was damaged by playing in the National Football League. And I think a hyperbaric oxygen chamber would do him wonders. Although I think Joe Namath said it was like 40 sessions or something before he, got another MRI. And I think he went through two of these 40 therapy sessions and his brain came back to normal. Oxygen to the brain. It's not real easy to get oxygen to the brain. It's obviously your brain gets it all the time, but when it doesn't have oxygen, there was it started to be colored and it started to, it wasn't working properly. So if the brain, and you can tell this with brain scans, and this also happens with Alzheimer's, dementia. There's certain Qigong exercises which will facilitate oxygen to your brain, but a hyperbaric oxygen chamber is going to do wonders. Or shooting ozone into the blood-brain barrier, which is down around your lower back. So you can reverse dementia. And dementia is not something you reverse. It's just not done because they don't do it. And there's no drive behind it. I remember watching my grandmother go into dementia. And she had moved in with us. She was no longer really capable of taking care of herself. So she moved in with us and she began to pull stuff that was just, this wasn't okay. Finally, and I remember having an argument with my father at the dinner table about senility. We called it senility. And I said, you don't have to be seen. I know. He said, there's nothing you can do about it. I said, yeah, there's something you can do about it. I'm being young and forceful, and he's being old and set in his ways. No, there's nothing you can do about senility. It's not something you can do. Well, anyway, they put my grandmother in a home in Glendale or Burbank, wherever it was. And boy, did her behavior change because she was now with other old people and we met her friend and she was socialized with other old people and she couldn't pull off the stuff she was doing in our home by being, dementia. She didn't have anywhere near the dementia she had when she was put in a home. She was behaving like a good citizen.
Interesting.
Because she couldn't pull it off against us. And it was more my mother who was the victim than even the kids. Like with me, she'd do shit like, oh yeah, I'll buy you a bicycle. What kind of bicycle you want? And then she just would, it was just bullshit,
Wow.
I already had a nice bike, so it was a second bike, so I really didn't need it. But, she's doing this bullshit. And, my mother was the greatest victim because she's taking care of her. And my father was the least victimized because he wasn't around, is so much. He worked. So, but no, when she was put in a home, all of a sudden she obeyed.
Wow.
So that shows you right there that it's all self-driven. There is something you can do about it. There's smart pills. There's so much, but shooting oxygen into her blood-brain barrier would have done wonders, or just a hyperbaric chamber would have done wonders. But they don't do it. There's so many things they don't do in a hospital that it's not funny. You're left at the whims of who's in there. And if you don't have an advocate, you have no chance. Well, you do have a chance, just not a good one. So
yeah.
People have to be responsible for their own health, and they have to be responsible for the health of their family. The biggest problem you will have with unhealthy individuals is fighting them. You will have to fight their ego and their willingness to be sick. This is what happens with every patient. Patients are sick because they have a sick state of mind, and their sick state of mind could not prevent them from getting physically ill. It's not to say they don't have a physical illness, but their state of mind put them in that condition. So they're going to conjure up demons to fight you from making them better. And it starts with ignorance. Some people are accepting, but you're fighting people, and sometimes it's not worth the fight. And sometimes people just give up. You just give up because they're, what's the point? They're going to fight everything you do for them. So you have to take care of yourself.
Now,
so go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, no, definitely appreciate all of that. Now, as a writer, you might be aware of some of this more than I am. Basically, what I learned recently, and this is very similar to Sky Books, the name, so it grabbed my attention. Just a lot of aspects of what was going on was grabbing my attention. And I do want people in the chat room to know our lovely Sarah Thomas was asking if I would address Kazakhstan later tonight. And I might speak a bit to that, but probably not, because it is the Eve Day of January 6th. So I will be speaking mostly about that. Whereas when it comes to Vladimir Putin, he's going to be obviously very challenged by what's developing in Kazakhstan because he's so enwrapped in Ukraine. So this gives him a two-front war, basically, and, it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. But on the more kind of just almost poetic sense of developments, there was and by the way, because of Peter Moon's knowledge so much about the oxygen and everything else, I'll have to tell him about this horrible attack I had of hiccups since the last transmission that I seriously was considering going to the hospital. I shared that, of course, with our dear Amanda Ute, and we spoke privately for a few minutes, and she was, of course, very understanding because she had her stomach pushed up into her diaphragm. So when she developed a case of violent hiccups at one point, it was the pain was beyond excruciating. It felt like it was something that was going to kill her. She had to be hospitalized for it. So in my case, I thought that might happen because of the several factors. I usually you don't sleep for a long period of time when I do these transmissions, and then I sleep for a long period of time, and I was afraid I wouldn't be able to fall asleep with these violent hiccups. And so it was something that I spoke to my case management nurse about, and she deterred me from going into the emergency room, or what would we say, talked me out of it, and instead had a doctor call me. And this was just like more surrealism straight out of a Fellini film. So I've been asking lately to try and speak more and more with Asian doctors. I prefer females infinitely, but in terms of just having more of a cultural comfort zone with them, even though I've pointed out in the past there are plenty of reasons why a person shouldn't be comfortable with any number of them, because many of them never wanted to be doctors. They're just pushed into that by their families, but for status, etc. But in terms of this doctor who called me up, his name was Dr. Shea, which was the same name as, of course, Lena Shea's husband. And what he, one of the reasons I have a pathological fear of hiccups is because of back in the days of my father, and he had told me stories about people who had contracted hiccups and they'd never stopped. And this was all true. I confirmed this by, later on doing research on it when I was an adult, and found out there were people who killed themselves because their hiccuping would never stop and they couldn't sleep or eat. So there's always that background of rational fear. But in my case, because I've had lungs that have collapsed several times and they're stapled to my rib cage, conceivably violent sneezes, violent coughs could,
May I give you a solution for hiccups?
Oh, please, by all means.
Okay, this is an old bartender's trick.
Mm-hmm.
I learned this in the bar business from a fellow bartender. Okay, now listen, bartenders deal with all sorts of psychological phenomena.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes physical phenomena. which can include flying fists. But anyway.
Yes, most definitely. Yes.
Yes. Yes. But okay. Somebody starts to get the hiccups. You give them a slice of lemon with bitters and sugar. Now, bitters, I didn't know what bitters was. Bitters is something you put in some drinks.
Yeah.
Bitters refers to any type of liquor created using plant and natural herb flavors. By liquefying the natural herbs and adding them to alcoholic drinks, bitters creates a more complete and well-balanced flavor profile. Bitters is like a bartender will have a little bottle of bitters, and it'll be part of a drink. It'll mix with certain mixed drinks. But it's so you just take the wedge of lemon. Bartender always has a wedge of lemon or a slice of lemons, a whole box of them.
Yeah.
You put the bitters on the lemon wedge, and then you put the sugar on. And I think the sugar is just to make it palatable.
Okay.
I would never use sugar. I would use honey or something, or just not use it at all, and take the lemon with the bitters. The hiccup goes away.
Wow.
Now,
you mean without water? You're sucking on the lemon wedge with the bitters.
You just consume.
Yeah.
See, I can eat lemons.
Yeah.
With a woman.
Peel.
Yeah. I mean, I was taught this working in a hot kitchen.
Okay.
In Florida, when I was in Scientology, I was working. I was like working as the backup cook for a short time, and it was so hot in there. I was working with this woman. She says, "No, take the lemon. Just chew the lemon. It'll take the heat away." And so I learned how to eat lemons. I just take a lemon and pop it in my mouth, and I'd eat the whole thing. You can't do it with a lime. Lime's too strong.
Okay.
So eating a lemon is nothing to me, with the peel, but
Yes.
not the whole lemon, but a wedge of it.
Okay.
Or a slice of it. So when I would do it with the hiccup thing, I just put the bitters on and I just eat it. Maybe if somebody doesn't have the stomach for that, they just suck on it with the bitters and the sugar. If you can eat a lemon, I would recommend you eat it. But if you have some bitters, if you don't have some bitters, get some bitters. You'll probably get a real small jar of it and have it on hand. And next time you have it, if you have lemon wedges in your fridge or whatever, or a lemon, cut a wedge, put the bitters on, and put something sweet to make it more palatable if necessary, and try it, because it's worked for me. And I haven't had hiccups in a long, long time.
Wonderful. Yeah, I hadn't either, which is why this was so shocking. And
but it's a traumatic thing from what your father has said. It's a witness to trauma. Now, the other thing I would do, if because of my qigong, I just start taking in oxygen through my nose very slowly. I'd start breathing very slowly. Of course, I'm used to doing that, so I'm taking in oxygen all the time at a very slow rate and very consciously. But I would start doing that and see if I cleared myself. But this is a solution. I said, in fact, I'll look. I'm going to look up right now, see if they have bartender's solution for hiccups. It's got bartender's secret hiccup cure. See what it says here. It says, take a slice of lemon, coat it in Angostura bitters, and then chew the lemon. Now, I never said it would taste good, but it works. They don't have the sugar here, but that's probably what the sugar was.
Yeah, well, there we are. Thank you. And so in terms of what happened in my case was without having that, because, I would have had to have gone out and purchased a lemon because I don't have them around at home, not having a wet bar in a place like this. And, but I should start keeping them around now that you've mentioned it.
Let me see this one. This is another one. It says soda water, bitters, and citrus. I always give people with hiccups at the bar a large soda water with 2 or 4 hefty dashes of bitters and a lemon wedge squeezed. I tell them to drink it down quickly and steadily until it's gone. It should cure the, well, you're still going to have the lemon.
Yeah. Right.
And then,
and the bitters. I need the bitters as well. Yeah. So I got to purchase that to have around. You know, not that this happens often, but my God, when it did happen, you know, I'd certainly want the solution. But what happened in my case was, so this doctor, and Jameson was gone while I brought this up. So when I called the nurse and she had someone call me back, an MD, and he got back to me, he had the same name as Lena Shea's husband, of course, where she takes her name from. And so this Dr. Shea, he basically tells me, you know, I realized, you know, this is what my father had told me before. And it certainly seemed confirmed in the cases that I read about later as an adult, that the medical industrial complex has no cure for hiccups, and certainly could never cure these people who were suffering from it for life. It was just horrific, and they were just trying everything, every cure before, you know, they ultimately either settled into their miserable lives and made appearances on Johnny Carson. There was this one guy who appeared on Johnny Carson simply because they couldn't cure his hiccups, poor son of a bitch. And then others, of course, they, you know, killed themselves. But in terms of my case, this idiot starts recommending to me just old superstitions. He says, oh, yeah, well, why don't you blow into a paper bag and then, you know, and then you bang it shut, you know. By that he means blow it up in front of your face, blow into a paper bag, you know, and then burst it, you know, and then that's, you know, or then I said that's something people do on a clown car, you know, I'm not going to, you know, that's not going to help. And then he says, oh, well, hold your breath while drinking in a large tall glass of salt water, and all the while you're drinking it, hold your breath. And I said, dude, you fucking idiot, I'm hiccuping violently. I can't hold my fucking breath. All that's going to happen is I'm going to burn my nostrils up with all the salt, you idiot. I'm not going to, you know, he had nothing to help with when I said, what about these antacids? I've got antacids all around me. Some of this Gas X and these Walgreen antacids, and you know, oh no, you don't want to rock the boat. You know, then he's hyper conservative about. I said, there's no right or wrong way to take these things. You buy them off the shelf, and he was like adamant that, oh no, just let it go away. And anyhow, since I had been waiting for him lying down at that point, because I had intended to go to bed before the hiccups, the onset thereof, and I had been lying down in bed talking to him, I noticed while I was lying down supine on my back that while speaking to him that they seemed to be lessening, and I did manage to go to sleep. Now, I pride myself that I can fall asleep in the middle of a revolving door, and so apparently that overtook me, that capacity, and when I woke up, then unfortunately, as soon as I got up, and it wasn't even like I sat up violently, just got up gently, the hiccup started again. And so that's when I took all the antacids, and it stopped. That's what did it for me. So that was so it was exactly what he said not to do. I mean, so this is, you know, another example. We can go to town on, you know, dumping all over the conventional medicine industry with certain things, experiences like this. But
here's one. This guy says he talks about the bitters, but he says, somebody says, I actually learned this when I was a kid from my mom and have used it at the bar ever since we opened. It's weird, but you have to reset your diaphragm muscles by taking in a huge deep breath and swallowing 3 times. If you hiccup or breathe at all before you can swallow the 3rd time, you have to start all over again. It works 50% of the time on the first attempt, but 100% on the second. It works for everyone. I had a customer friend who I taught this to get so excited that he bought a URL on the spot to post on it. So that's, again, breathing a huge deep breath and then swallowing 3 times. And if you doesn't stop after the first one, you do it again. He says that works. Breath, control your breath, control your life is from Qigong. I like this other one very much. This says, he says it only works 50% of the time. He says, when someone at the bar has the hiccups, my best move is to hand them a quarter and tell them to give it back to me the next time they hiccup. No idea why it works, but it's near foolproof. The only problem is I can't do it to myself. That's the idea of just giving somebody something. Now, it doesn't work all the time, but you give somebody, here's a quarter. You're giving somebody give me a quarter. Probably $1 would be better today. Here's $1. Give it back. But you hiccup. If it was $5 or $10, it would probably be even more workable. Because it's just like, wow, you're giving somebody some. What is it? It kind of shocks the system. Just when you give it's always good to give somebody something who's in need. And that's why I like to have fizzy drinks with me, vitamin C stuff. When I'm overseas or on a trip and somebody starts getting ill, you just give it to them, and it makes them feel better. And I'm doing it for selfish reasons. I don't want sick people around me.
Yeah.
But it makes them feel good, and I like to make them feel good. So it's very powerful to just have something like that, to give somebody who's not feeling good. It just cleans up your whole energy field when you do that, and because you want to keep people away you don't want this illness coming into your space. What does he say here? He said something here. Okay. My surefire way is to ask them, do you remember when the last time you had hiccups? He says that one works pretty well. Otherwise, they get the largest glass of seltzer that they are to take tiny sips of every second for a 20-second count. If you give somebody something to do that, okay, here's a glass of seltzer. Take a sip every 20 seconds. Just giving somebody something to do can make them better.
There you are. Yes.
It might work, it might not, but it's like you start, okay, then try this. Go to a girl over there and ask her for a date. That might work too. Shocks the system, takes them out of their whatever they're in.
Yes, the space that they're in. And so the other thing that I was going to ask about, well, we're privileged to have a writer among us, is that so recently what had happened was that it got me thinking, as when I was, of course, in City College of San Francisco, as I've brought up before, and my instructors in criminology were the same men who had taught Magus Anton Szandor LaVey everything he knew about criminology. And they were older, and when they were my instructors, they were in their last years, just preceding retirement. And as a matter of fact, I probably took their last class that they ever taught. And but Anton Szandor LaVey had been one of their first students. I probably took the first courses that they had taught. And and he got educated there at the same school I did. As I brought up before, the interesting thing about this is when I brought up having all of the honors and maintaining an astronomical amount of units, for some reason this was attacked vociferously by Stephen Outram, probably because he's so insecure in the fact that he was never educated. He was, of course, the multimillionaire who had asked me to have sex with him. But, of course, he was an echinoccultist and obviously not to be trusted. And he was offering me money for sex, but feeling that I was desperate. And he had actually been brought onto that proposition by Lorian Ann Fenton, who was trying to pimp myself out. Just so people can see the entire sordid, circumstance behind that. So I said no, and he, has spent the rest of his life dedicated to attacking myself and paying others to do so as well. But concerning criminology, one of our textbooks was Blood Letters and Bad Men. That was the name of a series of books that was that's masterful in their analysis of various crimes. Very important, horrible title, but comes in several volumes, at least 2. And in terms of these criminals cases that they outline, as a genuine criminology textbook, it really exposes the fact that most of these master criminals, or many of them that are portrayed as being caught, are never caught. They brought up the fact in that book, Blood, Letters, and Bad Men, which is completely nonfiction, and it's basically an encyclopedia of criminals. They brought up the fact that Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid never died. They actually survived to live to see a West-grown modern, and also the fact that Tom Dillinger never died. The fact that he escaped, the FBI never caught him, and they shot some other poor bastard who they claimed had different eye color because he was wearing contact lenses and shit, which back in those days was extraordinarily rare and expensive to the point where only multimillionaires could afford them. So when it came to the case of Leopold and Loeb, it was brought to my mind by the fact that Random House basically rejected Norman Mailer. Random House has been publishing a bunch of poets and authors recently, and then it came to Norman Mailer, and they rejected him. So then it got taken up by Skyhorse Publisher, which apparently is this anti-woke publishing house that publishes what woke publishing houses like Random House will not publish. And apparently this is because the controversy with Norman Mailer, there should be many of them, was apparently due to his poetry and his writing about black people in particular, that somehow his praise for black people was that they were living in the eternal present, that they recognized the need for the realm of the senses and were very much in the physical, and that whites could learn from them. And apparently this is controversial because many blacks are insulted by this because they feel that they also have intellect, and that and that he is basically hypersexualizing them, etc., etc. Whatever the case, the odd thing about this was it got me thinking, wasn't he the poet who took in the murderer Leopold when that guy was finally released? And so for those of you who don't know, just in very quick summary, Leopold and Loeb were two extraordinarily wealthy scions of Jewish upper-class family that were a couple of faggots that were in love with each other, and not in any romantic sense, just sheer, talk about eternal present moment, just sheer homosexual lust. And this couple of faggots decided that they would consummate their relationship by killing some young boy in a sex and torture snuff act, which they carried out. And they just did it as a thrill kill and felt that they were so privileged that they would never pay the price. Well, then they were caught and they were brought to trial, but the family was so wealthy, both of the families were so wealthy, they hired the most famous attorney, the Melvin Belli of his time, Clarence Darrow, who was the attorney, I believe, in the Skokes monkey trial. And so Clarence Darrow took on, as the defender of the damned is what he was always known as, he took on the case and basically was able to pose or change the responsibility for the killer onto the ancient German philosophers Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, basically saying these poor Jewish boys were possessed by the evil German philosophers Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, and that Nietzsche and Schopenhauer brought the will to power into their minds, where they believed that power over others was all that mattered. And so he convinced, the jury that these Jewish people were possessed by German philosophers, and therefore that's what Nazified them, and that's why they killed this young man. And this got them off the death sentence, which they were originally slated for, and got them lifetime terms. Something like life plus 99 years, something like that for each of them. Well, Loeb wound up getting murdered in jail because he was this wealthy Jewish kid who found himself in jail and wound up getting murdered. And for Leopold, he survived, and he wound up getting into this long correspondence relationship that was like a bizarre, chaste homosexual relationship with the author of the guy who wrote the Ironsides mysteries. The guy who wrote, that was starring the guy who starred in Godzilla. Who was that American guy who played in the original Japanese Godzilla?
Raymond Burr.
Raymond Burr, who was also gay. And so Raymond Burr played the what was the name of that? Perry or something? It was
Perry Mason.
Perry Mason. So
Perry Mason was the quintessential lawyer show of the early 60s, and everybody would talk about Perry Mason, and the law is very cornily applied. If you watch the old reruns, it's not the way they do cases today.
Right. So with Perry Mason, the author of the entire Perry Mason franchise was Earl Stanley Gardner. So Earl Stanley Gardner developed this long homoerotic correspondence relationship with Leopold in jail, and eventually what happened was Leopold wound up with the constant money being put into the system by his family. He wound up being paroled. And it's kind of like the guy who tried to kill Reagan wound up being paroled. For those of you who don't know, there was a guy who tried to assassinate Reagan, and that was who was that guy again? But they let him go eventually. He's free now.
John Hinckley.
John Hinckley. For those of you who don't know, John Hinckley is free as a bird. So he was in jail for a long time, and then they allowed him home visits in the sense that he could go home. He could go out of jail and go home. And then finally they said, fuck it, just let him go. So John Hinckley is on the loose, which is, nothing to lose sleep over. But at any rate, when it came to Nathan Leopold, they let him go. And the way I remember it in Blood, Letters, and Bad Men, which was kind of like the definitive criminological textbook as far as I was concerned, he wound up moving in with some poet, some very famous poet, maybe even like a Nobel laureate poet, who may have defended him and was kind of, how would I say, instrumental in his ultimate release, probably because the parents paid him. But he said how he has obviously redeemed himself in his correspondence with Gardner, and people could see his development as a character, that he feels remorse and all this shit. And so when they wound up letting him go, he was put into the custody of this poet. He moved in with him. Now, I'm not getting that anywhere on the net when I'm looking this up now, and I was thinking, was it Norman Mailer? Did he move in with Earl Stanley Gardner? Or who was this other poet he moved in with? And the odd thing about Norman Mailer that blew my mind was that when I was checking into this, I found out he had murdered his wife. So here's Norman Mailer, who was fascinated by criminal cases, and he wound up killing his wife, and he got away with it because she was a Latina. And therefore, it was like, I guess people thought it was like putting down a dog or something. But as far as I can see, he never spent a day in jail. And that reminded me of Burroughs, because it was like, wasn't that the Burroughs guy shot his wife, blew her brains out? And
yes.
He never spent a day in jail. And so I'm like, so it's all now kind of converging for me. And I'm just wondering, what's the pattern here that these writers kill their wives and never get any consequences? And they're all apparently gay. And and then they wound up with the, this going down with the Leopold moving in with one of them. And yet when I look it up online, they're saying, he was turned over to the custody of some kind of church, which just didn't make any sense to me. That doesn't resonate. And but no, he wound up first off in some poet's home, and then later wound up maybe somehow, quote unquote, getting married or involved in some church in Puerto Rico. That might have happened later, but there was some transition point. I know that. So I can't seem to find that online. That doesn't seem to be on the internet. But if anybody has any answers, that's appreciated. And if Peter Moon knows anything about any of this, that also would be appreciated. And I'd like to hear what he thinks about, Random House rejecting Norman Mailer, and then this weird ass publishing company named Skyhorse, very similar to skybooks.usa.com in terms of name. And then they wind up saying, well, we're anti-woke and we take it because it's politically incorrect. We do what's politically incorrect. And there you have that. So I don't know if any of that is coherent, but there you go.
Well, before I try and answer that question, I don't know. It's hard to address it. I'll say a couple things. that with regards to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, if people are interested in pursuing that thread of them living after, of course, the movie is just a movie. So if you want to read the most intriguing series of books, Empire of the Wheel, Espionage, the Occult, and Murder. Let's see. In Southern California. Empire of the Occult, Espionage, the Occult, and Murder in Southern California. It's one of the few books I've ever purchased. I purchased it on Kindle. Walter Bosley, Bosley, and Richard Spence. This is a book about murders that took place in San Bernardino. And it ties into loose tie to Aleister Crowley, who I think had gone through that area, but it ties to the E. clampus vitus Sonora connection that I go to investigate when I'm out in California. This guy and it's got a lot of Wilsons in it. He arrived at the whole Wilson synchronicities and E. clampus vitus from a different angle than I did. So that's if you want to learn what Butch Cassidy and Sundance were doing. They were involved with apparently an organization that was behind these flying ships, these mysterious flying ships of Sonora.
Excellent.
It's intriguing. I purchased it on June 6th, 2016. 666 there is when I purchased this. It says on Kindle.
Great.
And I have read the sequels. It's been a long time, but I really appreciated those books as research material. I've never spoken to the author. I know one of his friends who introduced me to the work, offered to introduce me to him, but I had really nowhere to go with it. But in any case, that was one comment. The other comment was, I don't really know the veracity of this, but when I was in Scientology in the Sea Organization, we had two ships in LA Harbor at the time I was there. One was called the Excalibur, which I was stationed on, and right next to it, sometimes docked right up against it, was another ship called the Bolivar, named after Simon Bolivar or Simon Bolivar. And the Bolivar was a subchaser. It moved fast. It was not too comfortable to be on. It bounced around a lot. Both of those ships could bounce around a lot. But the Bolivar was became sort of an albatross, and it was sold. It was sold to a man. I just remembered his name. I can't believe I couldn't remember his name. Sir Richard Grey. Sir Richard Grey bought. I don't know what the hell he wanted to do with it, but he bought it, and he would often, we would look after it for him. He would be around, and he was always around. So he was kind of like an associate in a way. I'd talk to him occasionally. He was, but he was said to be the writer of Perry Mason. Obviously, he's not the same person as Earl Stanley Gardner, because Earl Stanley Gardner died in 1970, and Sir Richard Grey was around us in 1974. But I don't know if this guy had written. I don't know. He had, but that's what they said. He wrote Perry Mason. I don't know if he wrote the TV show. I don't know what the hell.
Must have been. Yeah, he must have wrote the TV show. That would make sense.
But he was Sir Richard Grey. I mean, he was an English knight. Yeah. He was just a regular guy, friendly guy. And that ship turned into a albatross for him too. What the hell is he going to do with a ship? I think somebody came up, wanted to buy it for gun running. Somebody came up, some looking guy, because it would have been good for gun running.
Yeah, yeah.
I think there was some gun running that took place in the early days of the Sea Organization. There we had FBI agents that had infiltrated the Sea Organization. I wasn't around then, but I knew some of the people, or had seen some of the people who were at least accused of it.
But anyway, that was just sort of a comment. But with regards to Norman Mailer being turned down, what's really the question here? I mean, a publisher is going to publish a book because it's going to make money, first and foremost, unless he's being subsidized by George Soros or somebody of that ilk for some political purpose. Some political purpose.
Well, probably there's several factors here. From what I understand, many of these older authors, some of them are still selling, but apparently Norman Mailer doesn't sell like others. In other words, for whatever reason, he's just not as popular. His armies.
He's still alive?
No, he's dead. He's dead. And that's why Random House was publishing a lot of these dead, authors. And then when they came to our poets, more specifically, or authors, poets, authors/poets. And so in the case of Norman Mailer, people think it's a combination that he's not a big seller and that he's controversial because of his stance on black people as basically these physical entities, as opposed to he was appreciating them from that perspective. And some people feel that that's fetishistic or something, and so it might have been that controversy. But what struck me was the first thing I thought was he the guy that Leopold moved in with? And then, so I looked up Norman Mailer, and then I found out, oh yeah, he murdered his wife. And I felt, oh yeah, there's a match made in heaven. Yeah, he and Leopold.
Norman murdered his wife?
Yeah, Norman murdered his wife and with a knife. And so I said, well, there's a match made in heaven. Him and Leopold would have gotten along in every respect. And then, but I don't know which poet this guy moved in with. I mean, I honestly had the impression, if I remember correctly, from the old criminology textbook, that that Leopold had moved in with like a Nobel laureate poet, like a poet who had like won the Nobel Prize, or certainly the poet, somebody of that level of stature came into his defense and spoke on his behalf, saying he had rehabilitated. That was one of the reasons they put him on parole. So
it says here that she almost died.
Almost died. Okay, that's
nearly taking her life. On the night of November 19th, 1960, him and his wife, Adele Morales, hosted a party intended to launch his proposed mayoral campaign in New York City. Mailer had enlisted the well-connected friend journalist George Plimpton to attract figures from the city's power structure. He hoped to unite his party, this elite echelon, with the disenfranchised population he saw as his natural constituency. Having written of the courage of hoodlums in his 1957 essay, The White Negro, into a voting base that would propel him to office. David Rockefeller and Aga Khan declined the invitation. 200 guests included Allen Ginsberg, as well as, quote, several, quote, derelicts, cutthroats, and bohemians, quote, many of them homeless, whom Mailer recruited on the street. It produced an atmosphere characterized by later commentators as, at best, legendarily tetchy, and at worst, the most dangerous evening I've ever spent in my life. Fights broke out throughout the night. By some accounts, Norman Mailer at one point divided guests on opposite sides of the room, according to whether he considered them for or against him. Later, almost incoherent, Mailer left the apartment to seek trouble elsewhere. Morales recalled that he was down in the street punching people. He didn't know what his name was. He was so out of it. When he returned at 4:30 a.m. to find all the guests departed, except the 5 or 6 who remained in the dining room, and Morales getting ready for bed, the altercation broke out. The enraged Mailer burst into the room, and Morales taunted his heterosexual masculinity and made a disparaging reference to his mistress. Mailer rushed at her, stabbing her with rusty 2.5-inch penknife, once in the back and once through her breast, puncturing her cardiac sac and narrowly missing her heart. Mailer addressed the shocked guests standing over Morales' prostrate body. Don't touch her. Let the bitch die. Morales was rushed downstairs to the apartment of novelist Doc Humes and then in a taxi cab to Universal Hospital for surgery. While she remained in critical condition, Morales initially told doctors that she had fallen on some glass. denying any wrongdoing on the part of Mailer, who had come to the hospital later that night to lecture Adele's surgeon on the likely dimensions of her wound. Mailer appeared the next day in a scheduled interview on the Mike Wallace Show, where he spoke of the knife as a symbol of manhood and continued to plug his mayoral bid. 2 days later, in the hospital's intensive care unit, Morales admitted to police that Mailer had stabbed her. He was arrested at the hospital and involuntarily committed for 17 days to Bellevue Hospital for psychiatric evaluation by a judge who pronounced him both homicidal and suicidal. Mailer maintained his sanity, responding, "It is very important to me not to be sent to some mental institution. I'm a sane man. If this happens for the rest of my life, my work will be considered as the work of a man with a disordered mind." Though Morales divorced him in '62, she refused to press charges, citing a desire to protect their children. He was indicted by a grand jury on charges of felony assault, but after pleading guilty to a reduced charge, he received probation and later a suspended sentence. Boy, I didn't know this about him.
Learn something new every day, yes.
What he said on the Dick Cavett show in 1971, he's blasé. I guess Dick Cavett asked him, he says, "Well, we all know that I stabbed my wife many years ago. We all know that." He said that the stabbing was the one act I can look back on and regret for the rest of my life, he said in 2000. It was his first public expression of remorse, almost 38 years later. But where I really caught, well, of course, I've heard of Norman Mailer. I think he wrote an article called Armies of the Night,
yes, about
the protests of, I think that was the Chicago or the Vietnam protests.
Yes.
I think that's what it was. But he was, of course, published nationally. He probably appeared in Playboy. He got a lot of publicity from being published in certain magazines. But where I first encountered him, it's kind of interesting, kind of got a beat on who he was. There were two things. First, he used to have these boxing matches with Ryan O'Neal, like a couple of angry Irishmen. And Ryan O'Neal, who was an Irish drunk, basically, as many Irishmen are, they would fight. They both had this rage. Ryan O'Neal would kick the shit out of him. Jesus. Of course, he was much younger and much more fit. But Norman Mailer had this, he wanted to get in the boxing ring and fight this guy. Why? I mean, they must have had issues. But where I encountered him was in this museum. I think it was a radio and TV museum in Manhattan. Not encountered him personally, but my friend from North Carolina, she wanted to take me to this museum. And we went into this museum, and I'll never forget, this was really weird. It was like one of the first exhibits. There was this TV set. It was like a TV set from the 1960s or early. It was a really, I guess for the 1960s, it would have been a luxurious color TV set. And it's sitting there in like a faux living room. And there's this guy sitting there watching the TV. They have this TV thing going on. And she thought that the guy watching the TV was part of the exhibit. I thought it was really funny. I said, no, he's not part of the exhibit. He's just watching the TV like we are. She thought he was part of the exhibit. But we were watching the TV, and it was Norman Mailer, and he was playing the role. He was doing it was a movie about a director who was interviewing these young women to do these scenes that were sexual. And the director was completely misusing his position as the director to get at these women sexually. But this was what the movie was about. So Norman Mailer was actually being the director. He was doing it all. He was basically being the character, and he was doing exactly what he shouldn't be doing. It was almost like a movie about this director misusing these young girls, but that's exactly what he was doing when he was making the movie. It was just like outrageous. Yeah. His behavior was just like, which I just read to you, was outrageous.
Yes, yes.
She says, okay, we're going to make a movie about a director taking advantage of girls sexually. So, okay, we're going to do the scene now. Now I'm going to take advantage of you sexually because I'm the director. So he starts taking advantage of her sexually. In other words, he just does the overt act as part of the movie. In other words, he's engaging in his indiscretion on camera right in front of everybody, and I'm sitting there, the outrage of it. It was just, this is like pure alcoholic behavior.
Yes.
So I would say that the same thing that plagued William Burroughs was alcoholism. Alcoholism, and alcoholism can enable you to get away with a lot. Why he was excused, why he would be published, God, it's just, there's a whole chain of alcoholism. In other words, it doesn't stop. It goes on. So you might have, if you're alcoholic enough and you go before a judge, the judge might be a co-alcoholic or an alcoholic himself. That's what you're going to attract. So he might give you an alcoholic sentence, which might be good, bad, but most likely weird.
Yeah.
And this is what I would maybe introduce into that the question you're asking. It's all about addiction patterns, and and this is what you're dealing with, and what a crazy bastard he was. And of course, a writer is a writer. A writer may not be sane. He may be sane. He may be lukewarm. He may be neutral. Writers are just people. And when they write, and if they get notoriety, they can be, they can be half-cocked. They can be dangerous. They can be all sorts of things. So, God, what a... and this was a hailed literary name in the 60s. I mean, Norman Mailer. It was hailed just because it was a name. I mean, if you have a name, it's, and he knew George Plimpton.
There you have it. Well, I can definitely say this much. I'm pretty sure it wasn't him who took in Leopold Now, because he's very urban. He lived in the city. He lived in an apartment. Leopold was, I know that wherever he was taken, it was very rural. Originally, it was like, because he was a murderer, he went to live with a poet in a very isolated, almost Thoreau kind of environment, like it was Walden and shit. And so when it came to the other thing that stands out about the publishing house, it was either Random House or Skyhorse Publications. They were supposed to be publishing all these dead controversial author-type poets. One of them is publishing Woody Allen's shit, because, of course, everybody hates Woody Allen because he's a pedophile. And so one of them was publishing his shit. And then so I'd be surprised if it was Random House, because if they're publishing Woody Allen and then not Norman Mailer, I mean, like, why stop there, right? I mean, where do you draw the line? So there we have that. So it's probably Skyhorse that is publishing Woody Allen along with Norman Mailer, while Random House is just trying to stay as vanilla as possible. And there you have that. We all got a bit of a cultural education tonight, and our wonderful people in the chat room, such as Veronica Barrera, shout out to she, buenos noches a todos. And we have James Nagy says, send Douglas Everclear, and CK, love you, honey, 4 red hearts from her. And other than that, Sarah said in the chat room, she said, everyone send Douglas lemons, bitters, and sugar. Gray Fen brought up green coffee, which is interesting. Oh, he's probably talking about The Irishman, because, of course, our man Peter Moon was talking about the, these rageaholic Irishmen who are, oh, God, there goes something for you, Peter. My sponsor, Banastanius, he, of course, as I brought this up in the latest episode, he was, of all things, Jesus, he just had, he has his own, shall we say, he probably doesn't like listening to me because I go in depth into a lot of black rights issues, and that's, of course, an aspect of my base. And he himself, of course, has had, believe me, with the kind of experiences I had growing up in the Tenderloin ghetto, I have no more reason to like black people any more than I have to like white people. You have to just take people as individuals. But in his case, of course, his experience was profoundly negative. He was the father of a developmentally disabled daughter, and he was maintaining her in an apartment. And then what happened was some black sleaze bucket moved in, and of course he was angry about that because the man was living under a roof he was paying for. And then the man impregnated his daughter, and it wound up with the two of them getting in a duel of baseball bats, of all things, like something out of a schlock horror film, just grindhouse movie material there. And they both beat each other half to death, but the younger black guy basically, I guess, I really don't know who won that, but I do know that it got to the point where the police were called, and probably that's what saved them both from killing each other. And but she was so influenced, his daughter, by this individual who had impregnated her, a child which Ben Estenius knew that this guy was not going to support, that he convinced the daughter to press charges against her own father. Now, the more I found out about it, it was at the point perhaps where they had introduced hate crimes, so he was facing federal time. And his daughter never dropped the charges. She was pressing all charges against him, including hate crimes against a black man, to the point where they were going to put him away for life. I don't remember exactly what happened, but that's not what happened. And basically he disowned her and just had to move on, which I thought was the healthiest thing to do. Sometimes you give birth to children or you sire them, and then if you bring them to a certain point in time, there's no much. You don't owe them anything after that, really. And so they parted ways completely. And but obviously he may not like listening to me and what I talk about all the time, but he started listening to Alex Jones, and this was like recently. And so with that kind of baggage he already had, and he was picking up his blind veteran friend all the time. His friend was a veteran. They set him up in veterans housing, but it's not like a community or a veteran center. It's like they built all these stupid houses for these veterans, and they gave them the houses, and then they give them their pension and everything, and then the veterans have no minders and no supervision, and they just drink and drug themselves to death in their houses. And I don't mean this to make them sound sympathetic. As far as I'm concerned, they can all do that to themselves. But then they surrounded the place with a lot of Haitian immigrants that they were putting into this neighborhood, and so they're surrounded by a black ghetto now, and the veterans just stay in their houses all day, because if they go out, they get beaten to death. And so then it winds up with the his blind friend, his veteran friend who's going blind, living in one of these homes, and he picks him up every day to run supplies, and so that the guy can keep him company while he's working and supervising all of the people doing landscaping. And so what happened was, listening to Alex Jones, he got talked into using this veterinary anti-parasitic med for horses to stave off COVID, which both him and his ex-wife ultimately caught. Though from what he told me, both of them went to the hospital and they were cured, which, he said they went to the hospital and they said, oh, we'll pump this into your system. And it was some kind of COVID cure. And then their COVID went away, which blew my mind. So, but at any rate, it certainly wasn't that horse anti-parasitic shit, because that almost triggered a heart attack. Basically, he was driving. He felt he was going to die. And then he stopped into his blind friend's home, and he made it there, as far as there. Then he laid down on the floor, where he said, I guess this is it. And that's when his blind friend said, that's what Frank Sinatra said just before he died. And, then it, anyhow, he wound up getting over that and surviving the poisoning from the anti-parasitic horse fluid that Alex Jones had talked him into taking from listening to that idiot all day. And like he said, he was driven to basically a kind of a heart attack anyway, because Alex Jones was basically driving him to a blind rage. He said everywhere he was driving, all these black people, all these Mexicans, all he could think of was killing everybody. O. Jameson gave us the name of the med, ivermectin. Ivermectin is the veterinary horse shit that these people are pumping themselves full of. So there you have all that. So he survived. It actually, his heart's in great shape. It was the poisoning from the veterinary shit. He thought he was having a heart attack. Probably would have been driven to one if he continued listening to Alex Jones, but he stopped listening to him, and he's feeling infinitely more at peace with the world. And I'm like, well, no fucking shit. Like, why aren't you listening to me? Instead of, but, people listen to me, they probably get just as angry, but in a different way. So I want to thank Peter Moon for putting a thumbs up on the episode that I want to turn everyone towards. After bringing that up with him, we'll get Peter Moon's feedback on what I just said, give him a moment to digest all that. And let me bring everyone's attention to 9 days ago, I had an episode that streamed, and that was the 80th Black Christmas, our Fall of Hong Kong Memorial Day weekend critical omissions. So that was the episode dated, it's the Christmas episode, so it's December 26th, the Christmas weekend episode. So if everybody would go there and put a thumbs up on that like Peter Moon did and upvote, for some reason that's my least popular episode when it's one of my most informative. That one was almost complete monologue, and I went very deep into the connection between the Confederate States of America and the Empire of Japan, and just how all of that, I went very deeply into Japanese history and their present-day situation, along with the parallels between them and the Deep South, which brought up the black issue as well in depth. So interestingly enough, for some reason, most of my episodes are quite popular, and that one is, comparatively less, though it did quite well. And but everyone put an upvote on that when you get a moment's time, and bring that up to par with the rest of them. Listen to that if you haven't at a later time, not right now tonight, of course, because I'll be going deep into January 6th. But aside from that, we turn back to Peter now, and so with everything that happened with Ben Estenius, I don't know if that brings up anything to mind that you feel might be relevant.
It's like, why do people listen to Alex Jones?
Thank you.
It's because they have a void, and he's filling the void
with rage, with rageaholism.
Well, that does not have to be, whether there's rage or not. That's a secondary issue. But he's filling the gap of what's going on. So people want to hear, they want to know what's going on. And when he's what's available, of course, it does a lot of damage to people's psyche, but they think they're filling the gap, and he will talk about things that the regular media won't. Of course, that's the problem. These things are better left alone rather than to be put in his hands.
Thank you.
So he has sought to exploit the conspiracy market. He's he's like a train wreck, and so people, they're vulnerable. It's like, God, if you watch enough TV, you're going to start buying the products you see on TV long enough, or think that they're acceptable if you watch enough of it. This is one of the problems of being exposed. You have to, turn it off. You have to understand it's not good to listen to Alex Jones.
Thank you.
It's not good to listen to a lot of people. It's best if you cannot watch the media. If you don't watch the media at all, you won't even know all this stuff. You don't have to fight the political or COVID issues in your own mind. Some people watch, well, I got to know what's going on. Well,
sometimes it's better not to. I mean, tell them about how you were out in the countryside in Romania and just how jarring it was when you found out Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself, and how you...
Yeah. 3 days after having spent a week at Atlanticon in the camp, and then I'm in Bucharest for a few days, and then I'm off into Transylvania for several days, where I'm in raw nature. It's so natural there that, they're pointing out to me, smell into your armpit. It doesn't smell. You're out there in nature. You're not, it's like you don't even need a bath. Take a shower daily, but you don't really need it because you're in nature. You're not getting dirty. Even when you sweat, your armpit isn't smelling.
In other words, you're not absorbing all of the industrial strength toxins that you do in an urban environment. Go on.
Well, yeah. So it's just like, wow, you're in nature and you're just, I'm at there hanging out with bees, eating real natural honeycomb, being schooled on bees, being, going into the cave. Wow. Talking with people, just being in nature. And, you're really in the head. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. And they get back to Bucharest and in the apartment and looking at the internet, because they didn't really have internet in the camp. Up in Transylvania, didn't need it. So checking on it and see Jeffrey Epstein's dead. I think it's a joke. I think it's I see it on Facebook. Jeffrey Epstein kills himself. I think somebody's just having fun making a post. I said, God, it was so peaceful up there. I said, and I'm not looking at, Bucharest is a big city of 3 million people. I'm saying, God, New York is crazy. I'm going back into Insaneville. This is this crazy ass civilization. And that was in 2019. It's gotten a lot crazier since Jeffrey Epstein left this world. It's gotten a lot more crazy, a lot less predictable. It's nuts. So it's just unfortunate that people listen to what they do. They're going to get destabilized. You can I had this mechanic who doesn't live far from me. He's really good. Takes care of, if you have a problem, he'll take care of it. He won't rip you off. I met him via my ex-wife. She used him. And, I'll occasionally need a tire fixed or something. And I was talking to him, and he had this problem. I forget what the problem was with his ankle. And he was going to a trainer, and the trainer was messing him all up. Physical trainer.
Jesus.
He said, no. I taught him how to roll the ball on his foot. It helped fix his problem. Just like, wow. It's like, this is a physical trainer. He was giving him all sorts of bullshit to do. That wasn't helping him at all. It was hurting him. Wow. It's like where you go and who you talk to can be perilous. I'm saying, you can go to a teacher who's teaching you yoga. They can be teaching you yoga that's not good for you. I'm not casting aspersion on yoga teachers, but it's possible. It can be a martial arts teacher. They can be very abusive without even realizing it. Having people do stupid things that are hurting them. My dear friend Madeline Suoso, who passed away, she was an incredible healer, and I love her forever because of how she healed me. But she had a real gift, but she had studied the martial arts, and God, somebody screwed her back up, but good. And that's how she got into her healing practice, discovered something called regenesis, or she studied regenesis. And she had a real gift, but it was from her back being so screwed up. But by being injured in a martial arts class, it's not necessary to be. I don't remember what happened to her, but yeah, she learned this process. She already had a gift, and that's where her back injury. I guess she learned, and she healed my back. And in about 20 minutes, when it had been excruciatingly painful, and so I decided to love her forever, and that hasn't happened for a while, but she's the only person that passed away that would kind of routinely visit me in my dreams.
Wow,
it was very nice. Just but what do you do with the dead person? You just say hi to him and, maybe I'll see you again sometime.
Yeah.
Not a lot you can do with that, but yeah, always a very healing presence for me. But yeah, so people, what I'm saying is people will misuse their ability. When I was doing a class to become a stockbroker once, the guy doing the class, he says, when you're managing somebody's money, you're like, you can really screw with them. He says, you can really screw with them. It's like you can just destroy their whole lives.
Yes.
This is what he was saying.
Yes.
As a stockbroker.
Yes.
Yeah, and he was right. They told us a story of some stockbroker who was he had a doctor as a client, and I guess he performed so badly that the doctor took him and put him in his trunk and drove off with him. He was so mad at the stockbroker. So you can really screw with somebody's life if you have you're controlling all their money. This happens with business managers all the time. In Hollywood, in the music business, the business manager, or even with athletes, take advantage of the client. Okay, here's $3 million. I'll invest it. Ha 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 ha. O.J. Simpson lost his first $100,000 or $200,000 that way. Some guy came up and got him to sign over his assets. He was going to manage the money for him. He just sold it all, into inappropriate things. And O.J. learned the hard way.
Jesus.
How to manage his money. But this is, so you have to be very discerning in who you're dealing with. And this is what I'm talking about, listening to Alex Jones, who you listen to, where your mind goes, your energy goes.
It's true.
So if you're putting your mind into idiots, if you like to watch Anderson Cooper or Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity or Rachel Maddow or any of these characters because you want to throw darts at them, because you want to fight them, or you want to agree with them, you're doing damage to your psyche, because where your mind goes, your energy goes. They've got you. They've captured you. And this is what you don't want. So let me, before it gets much later,
yes,
get into the heart of what I wanted to comment on what you were saying in your last transmission about the economy of the world.
Yes.
The economy of the world. It's all going to hell, or, to roughly paraphrase you. It's interesting what you were saying in your last transmission about the problems. The first thing I would say is that it was very interesting bringing up Vladimir Putin and, was it Kazakhstan?
Yes.
Is that how you say it? Kazakhstan?
Yes.
It's like the last thing Putin or any world leader wants is a incident with another country, an occupation, a war. This is like having a giant roach out in your front yard. Do you want a giant roach out in your front yard or on your doorstep? What do you want it there for? This is not good for him, because what history has taught us in the last 20 years, if not the last 50 or 100, but particularly in the last 20 years, reinforced, is you can't invade a country with military weapons. You can destroy it, you can mess with it, but it doesn't do anything except screw things up. Screw things up for the people they invade. It screws things up for the people who do the invading. It does not help. It only worsens things. You can't occupy a nation. This something you could do back in the days of Genghis Khan, back in the days of Rome, and even they had a hard time. They had to maintain their empires. It doesn't work anymore. It's not about warfare. It's a temporary, and it's proving less and less capable. You were talking about the power of the government that the U.S. has.
with drones and whatnot. I was hearing somebody, it was a military official or a former one, a general, talking about how ill prepared we are now as a nation. That Trump had the military at a high roar, and he was saying now with the Biden administration giving away all this billions of dollars of equipment, now we got to generate another $20 billion to protect us from that billion that we lost of that equipment and all these things. And then I heard somebody else who was talking today saying, he was a military person, saying that we haven't learned the lessons from Vietnam. He says, we got a lot of false confidence with a marginal victory in the Gulf War. He says that bolstered our confidence, but we're not even really capable to go fighting anywhere. We're really not. We can do skirmishes, we can do this, that, and the other thing, and I don't think any other country has it much better. Douglas has gone into detail about how prohibitive it is for the Chinese to invade Taiwan, which on the very surface it looks like, oh, no problem, it's just a little island. No, I mean, the defenses are such, and the conditions are such that it would be too big of a penalty. Yes. It would also be humiliating for China.
Yes.
So a country which very much is into saving face, even when it disgraces itself, it still thinks it's saving face as long as it's not publicly insulted. But so the countries of the world, and then the way you portrayed the economic, well, the economics of the world are, it's not like there's any one thing. It's not like the US dollar, there's the US dollar and there's everything else. It's complicated. There are so many complex interdependencies. And the most reliable currency in the world is the Swiss franc. The problem with the Swiss franc is nobody uses it.
Yes.
It's a great currency to have. You're gonna keep your asset. But nobody uses the Swiss franc. If you go to Argentina, you can have your dollar and use it. If you go to Ecuador, you can use your dollar and use it. Good luck with the Swiss franc. I mean, I'm sure they could probably change it for you in a bank, but they're probably going to clip you for it. Yes. Whereas a dollar is going to be immediately exchangeable in those countries because they use those dollars in Ecuador and Argentina. I would imagine it's going to be very liquid in a lot of other countries where it's not the primary currency like it is in those two countries. Right. But the dollar is very changeable. It's good to have dollars. It's a, Chinese currency. Oh, good luck. Japanese currency will probably take you somewhere. It might be fairly good, but there's nothing like the US dollar in terms of, and maybe this will change, but how can it change? Because, even the cartels might get pissed off at you if you started screwing with the US dollar.
Right.
Because they use the US dollar.
Yes.
So it's really interesting, because what happens is if you break down all of these financial issues that you were discussing and these economists who are talking and pontificating, it's what the problem with financial angles. It's like stereotyping a people.
Yes.
You stereotype Mexicans all act this way, black people all act this way, white people all act this way. It's not that simple. So if you start stereotyping any sort of financial model, it ends up being contradicted. And I would refer back to John von Neumann, the author of Game Theory, and what John von Neumann said about game theory. And he was referring to gambling and the stock market and even the weather. But he said that the basic theory in any sort of game theory, if you figure out how to win at any game, he says it will not prevent cheaters from cheating. So the basic game theory is you have to account for cheating. So that throws any game theory out. In other words, it's going to work. Like we can say, well, they do this in baseball to death, and what do they call it? Sabermetrics, statistics. Everything is by statistics now. So they'll say, okay, if you do this and do that, you get so many home runs, you're going to win so many games, you're going to win. So they've completely changed and ruined the subtleties of baseball by just going statistics, thinking, oh, the statistics. And to tell you the truth, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all, because there's something about, like, it's almost like a live healer. If the healer is present with intent, he can heal the person. If the intelligent baseball player who knows the subtleties of the game, he knows how to, he can sniff the pitcher and knows how he's going to pitch the ball and bat accordingly. It's like you have to be able to sniff the opponent, especially when you get into important games. So it takes out the human factor. The statistics take it out. Now, John von Neumann is saying this applies to cheating. If you figure out blackjack. Blackjack is a game that they used to do books on because you could do card counting and figure out how to win at blackjack, and you're going to basically win. So they've done what they can to prevent it by putting multiple decks in. Blackjack isn't played quite the same way. So, somebody is always going to cheat. And if the if the roulette wheel, if the roulette wheel goes black 10 times in a row, well, statistically, it's 50-50 that it's going to hit red on the next one. But you can also account for the 10 things and say it's going to hit red because it's hit 10 in a row. It's bound to hit red. So it can be argued that it has a better 50% chance to hit red if it's hit 10 blacks in a row. It depends how you construct your narrative, right, or your dialogue. And in any case, you can fix a roulette wheel. You're already cheating with roulette because you've got two green, you got 0 and 00. So that throws it off. That doesn't make it even. It throws the statistics in the house's favor. But the bottom line is somebody is always going to cheat. So when we get into the realm of the stock market, the economy, and what do we have? We have all of these programs, welfare programs. They're always cheating the hell out of them.
Yes.
It's just fraud, rampant fraud. So we have active fraud going on, which isn't even government fraud or it's government incompetence. Yes. And then you have hackers from other countries that specialize in defrauding the American government. It's a jolly old mess. And so this is a continual preoccupation that we have to understand and accept as a reality. Just this continual cheating that takes place. And, we have cheating in the election. How do you have a fair election? Are they cheating? Well, both sides are, accusing the other of cheating. The Democrats want to have a filibuster canceled so that they can have more people to vote, because they think if they have, and they don't want restrictions on voting. You shouldn't have to identify yourself because then you might be black and they won't let you vote. Just let anybody vote. And the Republicans want to have people registered and identified so that you don't have a bunch of voting, and then you can arguably control the vote and steer people away or deny people voting. These are all these arguments. It's all about cheating, steering the election, and it's all about maintaining power. And it's quite mad, actually, because either side, it's hard to argue that one is better than the other. One might seem better than the other. In the case, the Republicans might seem better because the Democrats are so nuts. But then the Democrats might seem better because the Republicans are so myopic and dangerous. It depends how you look at it. But
it's the world you presented in your last transmission. You know, there was both hope and there was no hope because it is so crazy. And you also said that the art elect, in your opinion, was the only saving grace or saving potential.
Yes.
And I would say, and this is where, let's see, how much time do we have here? I have, this gets into the heart of it because, yeah, I still got some time here. Because, see, if that's true, that the art elect is the only, it's for me, it's self-serving to adopt that viewpoint because I'm working with you and saying, oh, good, we need the art elect. This feeds the Douglas Dietrich Peter Moon partnership. But my viewpoint, and not minimizing what the art elect has to offer at all, or what you have to offer. The more you have to offer and can be offered, the better, as far as I'm concerned. It's like, I feel that life can pass each one of us by, and when we're dead, you know, okay, it's everybody will just up and take notice, you know, for 15 minutes, a half hour, a day, maybe. And then life just goes on. It just goes on without us, because I see this happen in the case of so many people. If one has a particular legacy, yeah, it kicks back up again, but it basically goes on. It keeps running. But in the case of what you have to bring to the world, and what I'm helping you bring to the world with the book, The Roswell Deception, and in fact, I had a very interesting dialogue with Jameson on Facebook. We're writing about this, and he was saying that we'd making a good contribution. We're making a bigger effect than we realize, and perhaps we are. We usually do make a bigger effect than we realize, no matter what we're doing. You know, when you go into the grocery store and shoot a rubber band at the cashier and hit her in the back and she gets irritated, you know, probably a lot more people have noticed than you realized. You thought you got away with something. But this I was thinking, like, well, talking to him about why doesn't Putin, if Putin is a true enemy of the United States, why doesn't he push or people's attention on the Roswell deception? Well, as Jameson points out, it's going to reflect back to more of his own stuff.
Yes.
The same with China. China, you know, why doesn't they push this? Show how inept the United States is. So when you have these countries, and of course Japan itself doesn't really need to, but and I don't think Japan really considers itself an enemy of the United States. No. Adversary at times, yeah, but not. So it's I think they just let the United States run on automatic pilot and adjust it from time to time. But so these real enemies of the United States, even bin Laden or people of his ilk, they're not educated enough in the ways of the United States to understand what goes on in the conspiracy world. They never go down that rabbit hole.
Quite true.
Because they're all what this tells us is that Red China, Russia, and the United States are all part of the same claptrap. Yeah. They really are. They're all interdependent in I suppose, what was that book, None Dare Call a Conspiracy by Gary Allen? Yes. Who basically said that all these guys are on the same side. Now, that's oversimplistic. It's not that simple. But you would find Jewish connections into China and into Russia through communism, through finance, and they would be not very observable. You would also have satanic connections. I'd be very curious if sometime you could go off on the satanic connections into China.
Okay.
Dark connections, yeah, but satanic in the sense that, you know, uh, what did Aquino have in China? They have their own uh, dark element. They don't need American Satanism.
Yes,
Uh,
that's
they
true.
just don't need it. But what are the subtleties of it? What are the alliances of it? We're dealing with a if I reduce it to the archetypal political entity, you've got the archetype of Pluto, which is the underworld, the underbelly of everything, controls other people's money, resources, other people's resources, that which is below the earth. It's just a pool of wealth and a pool of manipulation and control. And this is what we're going through. Pluto in Capricorn is all of this in government, which is rearing its head right now, as it will for the next couple of years. It's right now, so much of it is based upon COVID. I don't know if it will continue to be COVID or it will be something else. It is certainly something that galvanizes people for or against the whole idea, whatever side of the coin. It galvanizes people who are pro-vaccine. Everybody's got to get the vaccine, and it galvanizes an opposition to this credo of one must get. So it's like it's creating conflict, and I don't think there's anything more emblematic of conflict right now than the vaccination and the COVID issue. There could be, and it's really funny because even the pro-vax people are saying, well, it looks like it's going to burn out at the end of this month. This Omicron variant is going to burn out, and it's all going to be better. Yet they're still pushing the vaccinations. If it's all going to burn out, but is it going to burn out? And then a whole bunch of new variants have been discovered in France.
Yes, that's quite right.
But I don't know how dangerous those variants are. I just don't know, because I didn't read the article, because I might not believe the article anyway, or what would be the impact of it? What would be the relevancy? Do you know how dangerous these are allegedly?
No, not at all. But what I can tell you just very quickly is that Macron, the president of France, certainly managed to upset a lot of people because he basically felt that it's time to really mandate the vaccines. That even though France is very heavily vaccinated, there's about 10% of the population that has held out. And so he's pretty much said that it's time to make them pay the price. That
pay the price.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Yeah. In other words, institute vaccine.
I'm of the mindset I've recently thought of getting a bullhorn and going through the park or wherever and start get your vaccinations.
That would be funny.
I'm serious.
That would be funny.
Yeah, like making a joke out of it. Going to the park, and certainly going to attract attention. And all those at the corner of the park, come and get your vaccinations, because what you're doing is or whatever you want to say. Don't get your vaccinations. Beware! Don't get your vaccinations. It's going to kill you.
By the way, you got to be really careful about that. I mean, obviously, people are starting to get banned for life from various social platforms. So.
Well, this is different, because what this does, though, this is the kind of thing that it makes a joke out of it and lightens it up, but people are going to take it seriously. All those in the park who are not vaccinated, go over to the tennis courts, report to the tennis courts. And of course, it's like, and boy, you're going to attract attention, and people aren't going to know who the hell is this? Is a park authority, it's just a joke. And, or worse yet, putting on a medical scrubs or something, and going out with a big hypodermic, like an exaggerated
But
hypodermic.
by the way, you do understand it would be, if somebody tried that, it would be kind of like dressing up in a Bigfoot suit. And what happened to that dude? It's just you're inviting people to shoot you. Oh my God, that would be so dangerous.
What happened with the Bigfoot guy?
Oh, what happened was that there was this, two guys, young, maybe in their 20s, and of course one of them got dressed like Bigfoot and the other had the camera, and so then they thought okay, let's film while he walks across the road and scares drivers half to death. And already this is just stupid in so many ways and so dangerous. But then what happened was the unexpected. He got filmed, and they keep taking it off of YouTube whenever anybody uploads it, of course. But basically he walked out. Now, this isn't even a busy highway. He wouldn't do that. This is like kind of like a fairly countryside road, but trafficked enough where they knew that cars would come by soon. So he walked out into the road, and the first thing that happened was he was hit by a big honking SUV that bounced him off onto another oncoming big honking SUV, and of course he died. And the interesting thing was that neither of these drivers stopped. Neither one of them, they tracked down the drivers later, and if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves me correctly, they were both young girls who were each one of them going in a different direction, was on their cell phone, and neither one of these young ladies had any idea that they had hit anything. So that's what happened to them. They're just driving a big SUV, and together they killed someone. They were never held responsible, I don't believe, because he was basically asking for it. But there we have that. By the way, the Denver shooting suspect, this was 8 days ago, I think. Lyndon McLeod, he apparently was not only glorifying guns, but he was raving. 47 years old. He was fatally shot during the gunfire exchange with an officer after killing 5 people and injuring 3 others. Apparently, he was raving about his fixations on female chastity and lamenting the suppression of male honor violence. So he was complaining about female premarital sex and saying male honor violence was the solution. I mean, this is, of course, why the director of Halloween was a Muslim who was trying to portray the insanity of men who cleave to this philosophy, and that's why he produced Halloween, which is really about a maniacal female, male honor killer who kills his sister because he sees her going into some shack with a boy and assumes they're having sex, and therefore lashes out. So this Denver shooter is kind of the personification of this, and I don't know if our man Salman Sheikh has something to share about this. Were you aware of this aspect of him, the latest mass shooting, or did you know of anything about this? I don't mean did you know this guy personally, you know what I mean? I mean, did you know anything about this aspect of this, and what can you tell us about what your thoughts are on this?
Yes, Brother Douglas. No, I was not aware of this situation in Denver. But see, that's the thing, that the modern Muslims they don't know their own religion. And this is what I've been teaching them myself, that Islam is a divine feminine religion. And the woman has the right to choose her husband, inherit property, do business, and so many rights that the Prophet, peace be upon him, gave to the women. And even his first wife, Khadijah, chose him when he was selected, and she basically supported him in all of the endeavors of life. So women have rights, but it's these people that are mixing their cultural taboos and their tribal mindsets with Islam, saying that is the honor killing and all that stuff. These people are their own worst enemy, and I'm glad this individual got held accountable, because Islamic law permits the woman to choose her mate.
Thank you. But beyond that, what makes this worse is this is actually an American who was simply picking and choosing, or cherry picking, aspects of Islam that he thought would serve white American male incels, involuntary celibates. In other words, it's even worse than, so in other words, it's like this guy is not even dealing with Islam. He's taking the tribalism. He is dispensing with Islam to steal the worst aspects of tribal parochialism.
Right, right. You know, that makes sense because it was about what was it, around 3 months ago or like 4 months ago. I was talking to this white guy who had reverted to Islam, and he was married to an Asian woman, so Asian Muslim woman. He himself had reverted to Islam, and I saw him like spewing all this racist stuff. So, and I'm thinking like, this guy is supposedly Muslim. He has a Asian wife who's Muslim, and he has mixed race children, and yet he was spewing all of this racist stuff. It just didn't make sense to me why people are the way they are sometimes. And I severed any communication with him because I sensed his disgust and his hatred and what he was projecting. Because, you know, most of the people here, they don't have any culture of their own, like you point out. They just cling to other things which satisfy them, but they're all broken, traumatized individuals in this society.
Thank you very much. And Peter, what you had to share tonight was always enlightening. Honestly, we're so honored, of course, to have your presence with us on nights like this, and I'm so glad that we were able to get Salman in on the roundtable, to speak about this as well. And considering everything else we spoke about tonight, I'm sure that you two might have some thoughts on this. But aside from that, I do want people to know that through the arc of narrative tonight, I will be bringing up the aspects of the Colorado fires and an element that people may not be aware of. If not, you very much should be. The fires have been traced to a religious cult, a fundamentalist Christian religious cult that actually my son's husband actually had a brush with. Not that he was considering converting or anything like that, but I'll explain the details behind that. And there's been elements that one of the blood boys in the harem, because all these young men are being sponsored to ultimately, when they leave the harem, as they turn 18, they basically go into school, and their education is paid for. But many of them are starting their internships right while living in their bungalows on the estates. And one of them was investigating the fact that many of the fires that have been burning in California have been throwing up a lot of radiation. In other words, he's investigating the background radiation that these fires can expose. I'll explain that tonight, and this is something that I'll tie in directly to the religious cult and the known as the 12 tribes, and I'll tie it into the Colorado fires. So these are things that I'll cover in context of January 6th and, of course, the potential for civil war. So a lot to cover tonight. And but certainly, while we're blessed with the company of Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon with us, both of you gentlemen, please take the stage and share with us any thoughts before both of you say goodnight to the audience. And take your time about it, honestly. Take us to the top of the hour if you wish.
But before I get back to that,
Yeah.
there's an update here on Antonio Brown, the football player.
Oh.
It's like 4 minutes old or something, or maybe
Wow.
it's a few hours old, but he says he issued a statement basically saying he was pressured to play with a severe ankle injury. They'd given him an injection before the game. They knew he was hurt. And then he went and got an MRI the next morning, and he said broken bone fragments in there, torn ligament and loss of cartilage, and it will require surgery. And it's like, this is a very bad look for the NFL. It's even worse than, I'm saying, he looks like he's crazy. And apparently they were treating him as if he was crazy when he had a genuine injury. And his statement is very, I wouldn't want to be the Tampa Bay Bucks right now if I, based upon his statement, if it's at all accurate, because he went through a lawyer and released this. So apparently they were disregarding his injury. They'd given him an injection earlier in the game, a painkiller, and they know that, and they just didn't respect that he was hurt, and the NFL has had a bad record of doing that. So it makes him sound less crazy. You know, this is
Good for him. I mean, good for him.
Everything that's going on. I say, you know, the pit bull. Now, okay, so he has a case, mental case. He looks like a mental case, but now this makes it look different. It doesn't look like it's like coach looks like he's crazy in his own right. I think he's over the edge myself. The coach. I do. I mean, he the only reason he's winning is because of Tom Brady. He wouldn't do anything without Tom Brady. So that's. But anyway, that's just an aside from the earlier stuff. When it gets back to what I was saying about, you know, all these countries kind of being in the same claptrap, China, Russia, the United States. It's hard to imagine them being on the same side. But it's like, yeah, they don't want to tell the truth about World War II, because telling the truth about World War II is harmful to the United States.
It's harmful to China and Russia as well, so go on.
It's harmful to the illusion of what the United States presents itself as. And what the United States presents itself as is very dangerous. It's because it's a lie. Douglas was pointing out that there are many positives in the United States, and I certainly can vouch for that. I grew up in being born in 1953 and growing up in the wake of World War II. This was one of the most prosperous times in the history of the world.
Yeah.
And it was manifesting probably no place better than Southern California, where I grew up. It was a wonderful time to experience certain things in the communities where prosperity was manifesting. It was not such a good time in the black areas, for sure. It was riots not far away in South Central Los Angeles, which they called Watts. You're not allowed to call it Watts anymore. It was known as Watts, the Watts riots of the 1960s. Right. And just the general economics of the black communities in general were not good. But it was, as you say, it was a time of prosperity for the middle class, and there was prosperity throughout the country. There were problems. Not every place was prosperous, for sure. But generally speaking, it wasn't like the 1930s, when my father, was growing up and still remembered sugar shortages or sugar rationing or whatever, flour rationing, all these rationings. The food was rationed. And so the United States has had a lot of positive things going for it. My wife would tell you how much more positive it is here, how much easier it is to make a living than it is in Romania. And this would apply in other places as well. How much more opportunity there is here. And right now we're in a crisis of opportunity where the younger generation doesn't, will spit in the face of opportunity because they have entitlement. They grow up with entitlement. So working is not something they necessarily feel obligated to do. And this creates a whole generational problem of not enough people who want to work. But I'm getting back to the book that we've done, the Roswell Deception. You have, and more of what Douglas Dietrich has to offer the world. It is a fight. These countries what can they do? They can sit there and saber rattle. And they can only saber rattle to the effect that they want to get something out of it. I don't know what they want. If they want to get negotiation, if they want to intimidate. I don't even know how important the countries are anymore, because so much of what happens gets done in the negotiations or the commerce that takes place with Apple Computer, the subsidiaries that Apple buys from. This includes China. And China would seem to be the most influential government on earth right now, only because they can screw things up or they can help things. And they seem to go in the direction of screwing things up.
Yes. It's
Because
always easier. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they could be in a position to help everybody. So it would seem. But they seem to want, they're just like the Democrats, they want control. They're much more interested in control than they are in helping their own population or helping the other populations. So what is a voice of truth? It's a voice of partial truth, because you can't say the whole truth because it's too much to say. But what is the room for truth, and what good does it do? Well, it does do some good. But I mean, not only do we have the governments not endorsing us, we don't have the heads of corporations particularly enthused about what we've written. Tim Cook from Apple, Jack Dorsey from Twitter. What, are they interested in our book? No. Any particular Elon Musk? No. It's nothing personal, but what good does it do them? They're just pushing computers or pushing tweets.
Their egos. All they're pushing is their egos.
I mean, even beyond their ego, they're pushing their product, whatever it is. It's not necessarily a product of truth. Like the Apple, conceivably, I have not put the book on iTunes because iTunes doesn't sell so well. I just have never gotten around to it. But iTunes can conceivably sell the book. Amazon sells the book. But yeah, so it's like we're dealing with a world that is confused, in disarray. As Jameson says, we're making a bigger impact than we realize. I hope that's the case. But even then, when you think of all the commerce going in, well, here's another one. I would like to make some posts on this. Ancient Aliens has been around for 20 years. That show, the most popular, I think, show in the history of cable television.
Disgusting.
Not necessarily it's long in terms of its length. Now, let's just do an overview. 1950, they start making the sci-fi movies, the B movies. Most of them are B movies, not all of them. The Day the Earth Stood Still was an A movie. But they start making all of this alien movie in the 1950s. There's also the contactee movement, heralded by George Adamski, Edward von Tassel, George Hunt Williamson, perhaps, to a lesser extent. And, you have all this sort of alien feeding the population, alien themes. And then in the early 60s, you have Betty and Barney Hill, and there's always the whispers of Roswell that never really go anywhere. Very obscure mentions. I think Miguel Serrano writes about flying saucers in Argentina or Hitler in Argentina, and very obscure stuff there. But you have the 1970s, when you have Spielberg coming and doing Close Encounters of the Third Kind, which is making aliens look a little good. And what follows on the back of that is Fox News, Rupert Murdoch putting out UFOs are real. This is a documentary sort of type show. UFOs are real. They like aliens like strawberry ice cream. Condor, the aviary, they call them. And then in the back of that, you have the rash of abduction phenomena. Communion with Whitley Strieber. All these people are having abductions. And then you have that follows itself into the 90s, which, the Montauk Project rides along with this in 1992. But then you have in the early 2000s, as cable really becomes alive in a big way, with the .com boom, you have Ancient Aliens, the guy with the weird hair.
Right.
And you have could be aliens. Now, people have been watching Ancient Aliens for 20 years. And what do you have? Do you have any aliens coming for us? You have that guy from the Twilight Zone coming out, the big thing, we are here to serve man, meaning we're going to eat mankind. We're going to, the monsters are due on Maple Street, Rod Serling's short story that was turned into a Twilight Zone episode where the people lose all of their electricity and they go nuts. They go nuts as a result of losing. And there's a couple aliens commenting on how, easy it is to destabilize human beings. 20 years of watching the Ancient Aliens, and what do we have? We don't have any aliens. We don't have any proof. We have a lot of stories, and we have a lot of, ha, 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 you can't find out about Roswell. We're not going to tell you Douglas Dietrich's book. Think about, when you look at this perspective, there's a lot of things coming out now as I'm talking about, the January 6th stuff is not coming out as you would think if you were a media sucker. You've been told it's going to come out this way, and it starts twisting in the wind like a bulldog. All of these issues, the ancient, and so what happens is, how when time goes by, even Stephen Colbert, who's a very democratic, pro-vax type of guy, he said he can't stand doing the show anymore in this little cubbyhole that he's been doing. He can't take it anymore. He meant it. Everybody's getting COVID. They're even the people who were pro-vax and pro-COVID are getting tired of it. So, you might find the Republicans turning the worm and saying, you guys better get your vax. You can't get tired of it, or take advantage and say, look, the Democrats don't want to do this anymore. It's just like things twist and they turn, because none of what they're doing is based upon any great truths. It's based upon ideology. It's not based upon truth. Whatever sides the what do you call them? The pontificators, the pundits. They're everything they take is on ideology, and they'll pick their facts based upon what they want. So this is what we're living in right now, and I think that we're just living in a sea of madness, and the only thing you can do is kind of guide yourself according to your own personal convictions. Maybe we're in for some good times, maybe we're not. It's like the guy says in Jaws, Quince, what his name is?
Oh, Quincy, I believe.
Shark.
Yes.
Sometimes shark go away.
Yes.
Sometime he come back. Sometime he don't. It's like he come back and take another bite out of you. So I wish you good luck and enlightenment with your narrative tonight. January 6th, it's also my 7th anniversary with Paula.
Wow.
And we're looking forward to celebrating it.
Oh, incredible. Congratulations.
7 years. We got married 7 years ago. and we're very happy 7 years later.
Yes.
So this is a very momentous time. So we got married on January 6th. So January 6th is our anniversary, far before it was ever a day of rebellion, insurrection, instability, whatever people.
Well, since that's turned into like the Kennedy assassination or 9/11, the where were you that day moment, what were Paula and you doing? And did you find out about the riots that day, or what was?
Well, I think that the restaurants were kind of closed. I remember going out. I think on Thanksgiving last year, we went and got food from an Indian restaurant. We brought it home. When we went there, we didn't realize we could sit down. They didn't tell us that you could sit down, but we bought it and brought it home. That was Thanksgiving. New Year's Eve, we had some friends over. So it was things were very COVID restricted back then. So I remember watching some of the riot, seeing it, and it seemed like an incomplete job. If you're gonna, they didn't get any result. They got. It's like the Alamo. The Mexicans went into the Alamo and they took it over. This didn't happen. This is what they were doing. It was like if you were watching a show, they didn't do a very good job. Or it's like a football team that gets down into what they call a red zone and doesn't get into the end zone. The rioters didn't complete their action. So from a dramatic standpoint, just from pure drama, it was disappointing because nothing happened. And then you have these idiots, that idiot that was in there on Nancy Pelosi's desk. He was a true idiot. I think he's got severely punished because he was such an idiot. So he writes a note, "We'll be back." She's supposed to be retiring after this next election. It's been announced. Never know how true these things are, but I mean, it was not a biased reporting. She's going to quit, which is a very good time for her to quit, particularly if the Democrats lose the midterms. Mm-hmm. They can't kick her out of her job. Mm-hmm. She's retiring. It's an excellent time for her to retire. She looks very good for her age, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I don't know if she gets blood from the Blood Boys. She's in the neighborhood, so she might. I don't really know. So we have, and as they say, I think the January 6th date is going to, it's just going to be like a roller coaster. It's going to go over here. And there, see what the problem is when you start prosecuting somebody in the press, as they're doing with Trump, it doesn't seem to work. Just as they did Cuomo. Cuomo is off the hook. They declared him. Oh, this is what they said. They said he didn't violate any laws with the nursing home scandal. I would beg to differ. I would go into laws of negligent homicide, but I don't think they're looking at it from that perspective. Negligent manslaughter, negligent homicide. It could be homicide. It could be manslaughter. I think it's homicide. But see, they're not approaching it. It's how you approach the law. So Cuomo seems to have gotten off the hook, which is very good for him. So it's like, he lost his governorship office. This is the interesting thing. It's like things go one way, then they go another way. And right now, Trump is completely, then they're going after him in the press for his conviction, or they're trying to get him to testify in front of a grand jury, which is all designed to screw him. Because there's also criminal, they'll take what he testifies in a grand jury and use it as criminal, which they're not supposed to do. So he's fighting that. So, but I'm saying was when they prosecute Trump in the paper or in the news media, this is not the way you do a case. You do the case. And there's too much trying of people in the media. You have to try them in a court and just let the court proceed. And this is the same thing with the Congress and these committees. They're using the press to pronounce people guilty or imply it. And it's not a good thing because it doesn't work. Because more often than not, somebody was saying, well, we're gonna have Trump in jail. We're gonna arrest him. But he didn't say what they're gonna arrest him for, just that they want to arrest Trump. Just like they talked about arresting Hillary. Nothing gets done. And so what is the point of it? It all becomes rhetoric. God, Hillary, she's probably pretty happy right now because she's out of the fray. She's not in the line of fire.
Well, she's seems to be eager to get back in. I'll tell you that for another run at.
But she's not she's not in the fray right now.
No.
And Bill Clinton might be sweating bullets over the Jeffrey Epstein issue, but
I doubt that. I think that guy feels he's safe, probably.
Well, you don't know. I mean, Prince Andrew is starting to falter.
Well, there we are with that. That's true. Yes. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, because he's got nothing. He's fighting it. He fights it, and he looks so guilty.
Yes.
Fights it. So it's like this. These are examples of this twisting in the wind. It's like, okay, everybody knows he's guilty, but you can't call him guilty. Just like Cuomo was guilty with the sexual harassment and with the nursing home. Everybody knows what he did, but he doesn't get punished. Not yet. It's like, what will he do next? This is just so, they say everything's twisting in the wind. And how do they feel about it? I don't know how they feel about it. I don't know. Trump 1 minute seems like he's a hero for the Republican cause. And then you look in the press and then they're trying to screw him in the courts, So it's like, he must be pretty immune to everything. Must take it all with a grain of salt. They wanted him to get up and do a January 6th speech, but he didn't do it because I think he didn't want to inflame anything.
Yeah.
But what he was gonna bring up was the Democrats withdrawing the police. This is what was being said. In other words, they were taking out the police so that the riot could take place. He was accusing the Democrats, but he wasn't going to say that. This is the rhetoric. I don't really know what the hell happened. I wasn't there.
I'll put it into analysis tonight, and we'll see if I can. Obviously, people understand my position on this, but I'll certainly do my best to provide an analysis. Of course, it will have my own biases.
But the thing is, when these issues get brought up, it's like what it tends to turn the whole Democratic case back in on itself. So in other words, there's certain issues, and whether those are the issues or not, they're being presented in a legal reference. So it's like all of a sudden the case doesn't look like quite it was, just like the Russian case that Adam Schiff brought up. So it's like they tend to, if they got to prosecute, they got to prosecute on truths that can stand up to scrutiny rather than be refuted by the other side. And what all comes out is what does this committee do? Everybody's going to sit around and nod their heads and pound the gavel and say, Trump's a scumbag. It doesn't work that way, or what's the worst they could do to Trump is find him guilty. That's not a prosecutorial. They could recommend him for prosecution. Or the insurrection. What are they doing with this committee anyway?
That'll be one of the questions to pursue. Basically my question would probably wind up just as you say. Once they expose, then what? Right? It's where do you go from there?
They're not prosecutors. They're supposed to be a fact-finding legislative body, and maybe they'll make a law that Trump can never win again, never run again. Outlaw him as a citizen, take away his citizenship.
make a law. But of course, I'm being facetious there.
Yes.
And it's the same crap that Hillary Clinton, it's like, okay, Hillary's bad. She is bad, but it's like they don't prosecute her. The bleach bit and all that. And so it's like, I guess people at a certain echelon of society, even that Scooter Libby guy,
Yes.
he was ultimately not prosecuted.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's like, who has been prosecuted? Roger Stone? He wasn't really a politician. He was like James Comey.
Right.
He was like James Comey, except James Comey didn't get prosecuted because he was part of the government.
Right. Or Michael Cohen, he was also prosecuted, but again, not a part of the
He
government.
was not a politician. He was a scumbag. God, I mean, I wouldn't, and I don't even think he got much punishment, did he?
No, not comparatively. He's still in jail, but he'll be out soon enough. I mean, just he took advantage of his time in jail to write a book. He's got the book out, and got all that published because of the fame of the situation that got published while he was in jail.
You're not supposed to be able to make profit off of your crimes.
Yeah.
That
Well, there you go. I mean, we don't live in we don't live in the world
maybe he's not making profit. Maybe it's all going to the government.
Or
But
maybe
somebody, George Soros, would pay him on the side to write it, though. I'm sure, or somebody like that. But anyway, okay, go into your archive narrative, and I'll say goodnight, and it'll Sunday before we know it.
And we love you dearly. Share our love with Paula, and both of you have a wonderful anniversary.
Yeah, everybody remember to put a thumbs up on Douglas's
Thank you.
Douglas's show tonight, and push the book Roswell Deception.
That's
it's very
right.
important that you do so.
Yes. God bless you.
Okay. Good night.
Really. Yes, and that was skybooks.usa.com. Do purchase The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And we have a nice individual left a cryptic comment about that, conflating it with our Civil War, feeling that the cities were burning for a reason. Now we bring on Solomon Sheikh to say goodnight to everyone as well. God bless him, if he's still with us.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I give my love to you, and I encourage everyone to support Brother Douglas financially, morally. Put a thumbs up on all of his transmissions, and get the Roswell Deception and Demystification of World War II, so you can learn the truth of what your school books will not teach you. And Brother Douglas is always loved. He's protected. And on the day of judgment, all of his enemies will be destroyed, including Sausage Software and all of the homeless mutants and whatever else the enemy sends his way. My love and prayers are always with him. And I encourage everyone that he is our Vulcan interventionist. So please take him seriously and take his information to heart and spread it to everywhere that you can, because this is our collective war. The way that we see humanity in chaos right now, if we don't do anything about it, the world is boiling over in many fronts, whether here in America or my home country. It's just so much going on, and humanity's at a crossroads right now. We have to take things seriously. And Brother Douglas Dietrich is that source of hope that's giving us this education, love, and knowledge. Why you should continue to support him in whichever capacity that you're able to. And just spread his knowledge wherever you can, because it's needed right now very much. So with that, I send my love to Brother Douglas and Brother Jamo and all of Team Dietrich, our brothers and sisters. May Allah continue to bless you all and protect you all. And with that, I go with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you and yours. And for all the Pakistani men, please stop messing with Brother Douglas.
God bless you. We love you dearly. Assalamu alaikum.
Much love and good night.
Yes, that was wonderful. And dear Jameson is with us, and of course, I'll start launching into the arc of narrative. I do want people to understand that the more I find out about the latest mass shooting, the more that I'm just simply disgusted. There are no words for this individual, and it's an individual who is glorifying guns and misogyny. And of course, at the same time, this individual is saying that war is coming. This is an individual who, was his words. And this is the Civil War. This man is a soldier of the radicalized right. And so to describe the radicalized right, we may as well get into it soon. But in the meantime, I want our young man, Jameson Reese, to take over for a few minutes here and just kind of, if you would be so kind, dear sir, catch people up on, you don't need to talk about the mass shooter. I'll go a bit into him. Daniel Arola says that I think incels are the sludge that leaked out as failures in the pickup artist and seducer scene, so they revert to toxic male-fueled sense of logic and violence to compensate. He says what people are tired of is how they're resisting to adapting to change during a pandemic, but they're not going to admit that. Grown adults today reflexively resist change and adaptation. And yes, this has a lot to do with what we're dealing with. I saw a story just the other day that said that a lot of kids these days are not into team sports. And, well, how could they be when they spend so much time at the console, the gaming console? But, oh my God. So, Lyndon McLeod, I found a photograph of this son of a bitch. And, apparently this guy has written books. I mean, oh my God. So this was the guy who was shooting up the tattoo parlors, and you're welcome to talk about him a little bit. Whatever you're going to do, of course, wouldn't be particularly any analysis, but
I really wasn't going to veer there, but
yeah, you don't need to, but if you wish.
It's more, it's one of those things where it's more or less what we can it's more of the cookie cutter same shit. Yeah. It's become such a predictable motif that it barely warrants my observation to do anything.
Yeah. Thank you. He's got a big beard, kind of like those guys in the 12 Tribes cult. They all have long hair and big beards, so this guy looks like he could have been one.
What is with these big bearded people? Are they making up for something else that's not big?
You know what's interesting is that when Robert Heinlein wrote that extraordinarily racist novel called Sixth Column. In World War II, there was an insurgency that everyone was afraid of. The Nazi spies in your nation, by that I mean Britain or America, and they called them a fifth column. So Robert Heinlein wrote a book called Sixth Column, in which the Asians, the Pan-Asians, meaning all Asians combined, conquered the world. And the white men resisted by forming a sixth column. And they do this by establishing a religious cult. And the religious cult was our man Robert Heinlein, and I say that without including him as any kind of spiritual brother at all. I say that sarcastically. Robert Heinlein was basing that off Scientology, that basically you start an insurgency and you get everybody together through a sense of religious identity, and in this case they were using holographic technology to fool the superstitious Pan-Asians that gods walk the earth, but they all cultivated big beards because they were white. And the thought on Robert Heinlein's part was that this would intimidate the Asians because they can't grow big beards, that they would be jealous of the white man's ability to grow large beards. His hirsuteness, his hairiness.
That is hilarious.
Well,
all it does is make them look dirty.
Thank you. Well, to the Asians, it makes them look like apes, right? It's like, their hairiness makes them look like apes. So, I mean, it's like what you said about the Klan, that Yeah.
And it's just quite unfortunate, of course, because the blacks are just going to ape the whites. So you got black and white apes now. It's just like, oh my God, the two races I can't wait to leave this fucking planet. And when I say leave the planet, I don't mean go to Mars. I mean an extinction of the bloodlines. Honestly speaking, and the reason why I am mixed of the two races is to serve as that sort of, I don't know, harbinger.
There we are. Yeah. Well,
I can only pray.
Yeah. So, well, by the way, I'm not necessarily promoting the stance of our man Jameson here, but
you can understand it quite well.
Yeah, I can understand it. Yeah.
You've experienced the worst of both.
Yes.
And honestly, they are, honestly, in my opinion, the two worst ethnos on the planet. But that's only because I'm oversaturated with that being in this hellhole we call America. I'm sure if I was in some other country somewhere else, I would think differently.
I mean, perhaps not. It's
perhaps not. Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to say that the two. The sort of hatred between the two, the sort of black versus white, the fact that they're opposites, it's like they were meant to die together. It's fitting.
It's definitely, as I said, I've got my own reasons to hate Asians in America. There's plenty of Asians in America who are just like,
well, yeah, they're just as bad as the. The thing that makes it worse with them is that they have the intelligence not to ape white people, but they do it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? It's like that guy
Hey, it's our man Daniel.
Hey.
Yes, so glad to have you with us.
Yes.
And
yes, now you can save me from having to, read some articles that are going to be scientifically interesting to me that no one else is going to care about. It's just like
yes.
It would be like it'd be like the equivalent of Michael Aquino trying to rewrite Lord of the Rings. It's like, who gives a shit?
Yes. Oh my God. So, dear Daniel, so what did you feel about, maybe you can give us the name of this individual, Jameson, because I gave you a link to that article. It should be in your message box. Who was that? Was he Scottish or something? What was the name of that guy? He was a mixed martial artist, kind of fighter, mixed fighter. And
oh no, he was from like Sweden, I think.
Sweden? Oh no, he was Belgian. He was Belgian. That's why it was so ironic.
Difference.
And he refused to believe his COVID diagnosis, so he walked out of the hospital and then died. So do you know about this, Daniel?
Yeah, I read about that on the surface, and that doesn't surprise me because there are a lot of knuckleheads in the martial arts scene that are just like that. They're just as stupid.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. And honestly, it's just so aggravating. And he felt he was stronger than the virus. Oh my God. So, by the way, Daniel, so catch us up on what's going on. Tell us how things have been. How was your New Year?
Oh, it's been great. I'm still kind of recovering from it. Not in a bad way, but I'm still overwhelmed by some of these gifts that I got for Christmas. That I'm still busy keep playing with them. Like I have one of these standing punching bags, except instead of being shaped like a bag, it's shaped like it has the head and torso of a human male, and it's rubber, and the base that holds the bag down is a water base, so I don't have to hang it.
Oh,
so
cool.
I could just have it out in the driveway and just beat the hell out of it, as long as I can until I get tired.
All right. Oh my God, that's incredible. I'm really excited for you. And maybe our man Jameson needs something like that to release his aggression on.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I call it the bed. I just lay down and just there we go. That's as much of a release of aggression as I'm going to have for a while, it seems.
Oh, yes. Oh, maybe
Uh,
you can share with us. You said you're convinced you have COVID, but
I don't. Well, I'm not sure what this is because I was walking around outside okay, but then again, they said that the Omicron doesn't target the lungs like the
that's
other.
correct. Yeah.
It seems to go through. It can even go through the gastrointestinal tract. So, yeah, it probably is Necro Omicron. And
Oh
well,
my
what
God.
I will note is that dreams have become more vivid, but that could also be the lack of oxygen going to the brain due to the fact that, breathing is damn near difficult. And which reminds me, like, I guess in another hour or so, I'm going to use this nasal relief spray, which is not going to, well, it'll clear me for like maybe a little bit of time.
And there you have that. I have every confidence you'll overcome this. In terms of our man Daniel, are you exposed enough to be concerned about catching things? I mean, doing supply runs or anything like that. How are you? Are you confident that you're okay out there?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I mean, I avoid crowds as much as possible. I mean, the only time when I'm even near people is when I go to the grocery store or picking up weed, but that's pretty much it. And when I go to the grocery store, it's usually on a slow time of the day, so just to avoid people.
Good man. And I'm glad that you're organizing yourself to do that. That's a smart thing to do. In terms of both of you gentlemen, do me a favor. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then I'll start in and just suck all the oxygen out of the room. But why don't you two gentlemen hold the stage? Obviously, our man Jameson's a bit under the weather, so just let our man Daniel and Jameson will encourage you. You can bring up some things that are going on in the world that you feel deserve attention, okay? I'll be back. Bless
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
So, well, we do have that new strain that's coming out. It's called IHU or something like that. IHU. It's supposed to be coming out of France, and France, of course, is blaming Africa because that's all Europe ever does. They just blame everybody else for their
Well,
fuck ups.
there is some logic to that because, after all, France is in Africa, right? So they're bringing it from there themselves. So, in a sense, they have no one to blame but themselves to bring it in from Africa.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but the thing is, like, they probably brought it to Africa and then brought it back home and said, "Oh, look, because I was in Africa, it's the Africans who did it." Because
There's lots.
that's I don't know. Perhaps it's the cynic in me, but I just come to believe that that's just what white people do.
Yeah. Yes. No. No.
They,
No.
Like,
I
they
get
thought
it.
they thought the same. They thought the same way about Omicron. They found out it was from the Netherlands.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
they traced it genetically, and everyone was blaming South Africa for it.
Holy
So
shit.
yeah, they're able to genetically trace where the mutation, who the mutation occurred in. And what, because when they get the samples, they're able to trace it all the way back to I guess patient zero. The whoever had that mutation.
That's amazing.
So this one is supposed to have like 44 different markers, which is more than Omicron. The thing is, like, Omicron's actually quite smart because it made it so that it didn't only have to live in the lungs now. So the virus is getting smarter, and because it's milder, I guess it can be passed on more
Yeah.
because most people won't know they have it. So if this is any indication, hopefully the Well, honestly, this is good for you folks and not good for me because my plans to depopulate the earth will just become more
No need to worry.
difficult.
Plenty of depopulation is coming regardless. Well, you two sound like you've got it going good. You might want to talk about something else other than the virus just to give yourselves a break. I think kind of like, there's almost like a fatigue about that. I mean, I would put it in a different perspective when I start Arc of Narrative, but that's just me. So, Daniel, is anything going on in the world that you feel should be brought to our attention? And I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, in spite of the pandemic going on, I'm glad that the black market for marijuana is still active. Other than that,
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, marijuana's in most places it's becoming legal. Have they managed to legalize that in Texas yet?
not yet. If it happens, I expect that it's probably going to be a good while. But
Damn.
but I'm sure that by the time it's finally legalized, the stocks are going to rise for that in Texas. It's I can foresee that exploding.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, there's already a lot of people who are trying to start their own. Of course, that comes with its own problems because there are like industry giants who are just trying to buy out people who are trying to start their own marijuana businesses and whatnot.
Oh well, yeah, that's going to be expected to happen. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I've listened to quite a few marijuana farmers that reside throughout the states where they grow them legally. A lot of them are in Michigan too, and in Canada. And I listen to a lot of their general talk, what they have going on, and so far right now, that doesn't really seem to be much of any big worry about as far as the trade is concerned. Now, every now and then, there would be an odd guy that would say, "Oh, that the whole marijuana industry is rigged and is okay against it."
Well, everything, dude, everything's rigged. That's just the way.
Yeah.
That just seems to be the way this beast operates.
Well, I find the word rigged is a trigger word for people that think that they got a shortcut for some quick information that makes them think that they are a bit better than someone.
Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, that's the way of saying, "Oh, yes, I know something you don't." It's
Okay, yeah, and for example, like every time when Trump says the word deep state, I could see how that word can be utilized as a trigger word to control his followers into going into a deep state of trance.
nice because the deep state, in all honesty, doesn't refer to anything.
No, because all it is it's psyop. It's hypnosis.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's the same thing if you say rigged because you're not telling people how it's rigged. You're not telling people. It's just so open ended. It could mean anything, and things like that just slip right past people's awareness.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I mean,
So yeah, I watch out for how they use these keywords. They pop out, and of course I pay attention to the reaction of their followers, and they just go accordingly, just like a Pavlovian experiment. They just salivate when they hear the bell.
That's the irony of all this, because when they had started out with these alternative movements, the entire thing was to not follow, was to sort of think for yourself. And now those same very people are doing the exact thing that they were preaching against, which is just being a
Yes.
bunch of herd followers. So I mean, it's
Yep.
it's hilarious.
Well, the one thing about hate groups is that the more dedicated they are, they become exactly what they what they had pledged to hate and despise.
They take on the image of the very enemy that they sort of project outward.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's also the reflexive game of conservatives for the most part. I mean, just about every accusation they give is a confession, just about.
Yeah, yeah. And so that makes me wonder, when they're always talking about whenever they're talking about stuff like pedophilia or this or that, then we know exactly what they're doing behind closed doors. And whatever they seem to demonize, like, is also what they're doing behind closed doors. They just want to keep everything in the closet with them.
Yeah, I think one legitimate way for them to accuse somebody for rigging something would be to accuse the Democrats for rigging the system because they're smarter than they are.
Oh man, yeah, the Republicans, well, I will say that I certainly hope they don't take the Senate. I think that's supposed to come soon in the middle of the year, right? Is that
it's the
Senate or
midterm.
Congress? Midterms.
I think it's both. Yeah,
It's
it's
both.
both.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever happens, hopefully, hopefully they wind up getting every strain of whatever virus is out there imaginable, and they can do the United States a favor and just die off.
Hmm.
And that said, once that happens, then we could clean out the Democratic Party from all the people who are like hindering it, such as that piece of turd from Virginia. What's his name? Mannequin or something?
Manchin. Yeah,
Yeah,
Manchin. Joe Manchin.
Yeah, the guy who has the guy who has the backhand, who's actually being considered by the Republicans. They actually want him for a position. So who knows?
Something like that. Yeah, that's the go around.
Yeah,
currently.
he's probably still waiting for the highest bidder.
Oh well, he's been whoring for the highest bidder and getting paid by them.
Yeah, that would be the coal industries and the oil industries. I mean,
Yep.
all these guys are, pretty much. I mean, it's looking at it. It's amazing that this country is able to hold up on a daily basis the way it does at all.
There's one really cute thing about Joe Manchin that now this is just speculation. Because he was a football star when he was younger, he was enjoying the attention, all the popularity, and then all this attention that he's been getting in this last year. I think he's playing that game because he likes that kind of attention too, just like he used to get when he was younger. And that he's rich enough, he doesn't give a shit.
That's actually a very good point. He's overcompensating for the loss of youth, trying to reclaim the glory days, so to speak.
Yeah, that's not surprising to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very astute observation. Now this guy, let's see. They say that he opposed energy policies of Obama. So I mean, shit. And he's always worked. He's pretty much always worked with Republicans on issues such as abortion and gun control. So honestly, he was just he's more or less just a Democrat in name, but not in behavior.
Yeah, dino. Yeah, so pretty much. Yeah, actually, hell, even West Virginia, they're pretty much just like him. Most of them are white too.
Yeah, that is not a place I would want to live at all. I mean, I've been to Virginia before. It's just there's nothing out there. It's just miles and miles of green and nothing.
Shit. I don't know. The East Coast is kind of funny like that.
Yeah. I mean, I for one could not be anywhere that wasn't a city. I just couldn't do it. Having to drive everywhere and all that stuff. That stuff sounds like a real hassle.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then again, for some people, you have to really enjoy that job. if they really want to get into that.
What, like living in the city?
Yeah, or driving.
Oh yeah, driving's
Yeah.
yeah, I don't even know how to drive. I I mean, I never learned. Cars are sort of a traumatic thing. I mean, I don't mind riding in one, but I rather walk if I can. I've Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing a car accident when I was a kid, and that sort of like, yeah, it didn't bother me when I was a teenager, but as an adult, it's like, no. And then,
Uh, I can recall something really funny in my childhood when I was a toddler, and and every time I keep thinking about it, I think about how neglectful my parents must have been, because my dad was in the passenger side while my mom was in the driver's side. Dad's trying to teach her how to drive, and I'm a kid. I don't really I wasn't supposed to really know anything, but I was aware of the scene of what's going on. And I felt the car jerking a little bit, the brakes getting slammed on, my dad's voice raised in reaction to maybe a sharp turn. And I'm watching my dad getting, mom scaring the shit out of dad. I'm thinking, damn, this is something I can't wait to tell my brothers when I'm older, which I have been, and they love it.
yeah, it's why did they have you in the car? Oh my God. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
no shit. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, of course, me being a kid, I didn't know what the hell was going on. But now that now that I'm regressing back to that memory, it's like, damn, that is fucked up. My parents are ignorant.
yeah. Oh man, yeah. I mean, yeah, car accidents are no joke, man.
Yep.
I would not want to, I wouldn't want to be in one. I wouldn't even want to see one. I mean, well, actually, I've seen them. They're I mean, I've seen people do horrible things to each other, like people getting limbs blown off. At least videos online, at least, people getting like mutilated by other people getting crushed by things, and people blowing each other off, heads off with guns, or gutting each other with machetes and whatnot. But the worst damage I've ever seen to the human body has to come from car accidents.
Yeah. The one car accident that I was in that resulted in a fatality, in the same automobile that I was in, I was I feel very fortunate and relieved that I was knocked out in Tacoma, because
Yeah.
according to eyewitness account, the scene was pretty gruesome. The guy that was next to me that was driving, he was in totally different condition than as opposed to the way I was. I was still all in one piece, and his every bone in his body shattered. Kind of they kind of, when they pulled him out, it was like they saw it was like a skin suit of a person, and there's broken bones in it.
Oh gosh. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
oh
yeah,
my gosh.
the details that they were describing during court, it's like, God damn, I'm glad I was out.
Yeah, that would have been something traumatizing to see. I mean, that would have been like that would have definitely been PTSD food. I mean, then again, being in a car accident where you even knocked out is PTSD, man. I mean, how have
Yeah.
you adjusted to I mean, do you have problems driving as a result of that, or are you
Uh,
still like able to?
no, no, I am, I actually had been looking out for any potential PTSD reactions, while I'm driving, or if there's any fast automobiles coming the opposite end of the traffic. But I haven't really experienced any flight or flight, sensations. But
Uh,
but other than that, I mean, I've maintained awareness. I mean, I've always measured the potentials and the unlikelihoods that could happen while I'm driving.
Yes, thank
yeah.
you. Thank you. And I'm sorry, were you going to ask him something else, Jameson, along that line?
Oh no. Oh no, no. That he pretty much answered, what I was asking. I just never want to be behind the wheel of a car unless it's population zero, right?
Yeah.
But then I could just like go super slow, like, and no one's going to be behind me because I'm the last guy left.
No, I totally fucking get it. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't drive ever, but if I had to, then that would be this kind of environment that would be preferable. Would be, the Mongolian steppe or something like that. But in terms of, what about this guy in Texas? Do you know anything about this, Daniel? There was some guy whose son grabbed a shotgun and then just went full bore, blasting away inside of a store, and then his dad claimed, "Oh, I didn't know he had a gun," and the kid was like young too, I think underage, so the dad's being held responsible. Do you know anything about this?
I think I heard more than one story like that in recent times here in Texas alone.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of almost common.
Thank you.
And it's always white father and son. And it's usually the dad that ends up getting hurt.
Right.
But
That's
but in this case it's different.
Right. Yeah. No, that definitely was that would be the normal. That would be the norm. This guy looks totally Hispanic.
I'm looking at him right now. I'm looking at the article right now. This guy's name is Acosta.
Yeah, and he looks like he's having the time of his fucking life. I don't get it. It's like truly psychotic or something. The guy looks like he's happy. He's in Prison Orange. Texas dad didn't know son accused in gas station deaths had gun, but it wasn't like a gun you could hide. This isn't like a Glock or something, which is, you can't hide that anywhere.
Shotgun. Yeah. I mean,
a shotgun.
Damn.
Jesus Christ. Now,
no, actually, the shooter fired more than 20 rounds from a 40 caliber pistol. Okay, yeah. Well, if it's a pistol, then you can conceal it.
Okay, so it was a pistol, not a shotgun. All right.
Yeah.
Because the way they made it sound, when I first read it, let me see. It says, the surveillance video shows him, and then Acosta's son. It's like, let me see now. So 20 rounds from a 40 caliber pistol. Okay. I thought it was a shotgun. So, yeah. So he just for no reason, the son just decided he was going to open fire.
I'm not. Listen, having been a teenager myself, there's always a reason.
Right.
There's always a reason. It's not for no reason. He obviously, who knows? He might have known the people he killed. We don't know. It does seem like the police initially took a different 14-year-old boy into custody, but that was the wrong suspect. So this right here is showing the sort of ineptitude of law enforcement in Texas.
Yeah.
Which is no surprise.
Thank you.
I have to say.
Yeah. And
well,
so
then again,
go ahead.
When you guys described that this guy looked like he was having the time of his life, it kind of sounds like this guy was working on getting some clout, online or through the media. Maybe he's trying to be a rapper or something. Might make a song about it.
Okay, yeah, maybe. But
it's just like that piece of shit, Joel Arnold. He was smiling in front of the cameras, for when he was in cuffs.
Yeah,
he did the same shit.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, and so what this young lad killed was all Latin Americans as well. 14-year-old Xavier Gonzalez, 16-year-old Ivan Noyala, 17-year-old Rafael Garcia, and a 15-year-old who was the cook at the store. Yeah, talk about, somebody check into the child labor laws there. That was...
he had to know them. He had to have known them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. This is definitely, it's not something random. It's something where they probably had beef going back for some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it could also be something, I don't know. I'm not going to say it was gang related, but who knows?
Yes.
Does that possibility always exist? At least when, or should I say that possibility is usually something more...
If it's either gang related or just generally drug related.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
because
Traffic related.
Yeah.
when you're dealing with people of, all right, so when dealing with people of color, usually the motivation is going to be somewhere along those lines. It's not going to be some incel shit like, I wrote a decree. Oh, women should respect men, so I wanted to kill as many people as possible to get people. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, there we have that. I love both of you brothers. Thank you both so much. Yeah, this clown, the dad, looks like he's, like father, like son. Honestly, this guy's probably got a rap sheet they haven't even brought up. The dad, I mean, so his 14-year-old son is like, he probably, the police are saying he was the wheelman or the getaway driver, the dad. And so the son, he probably gave the son the gun and, had him do the dirty deed.
Well, it's strange that they're charging him with capital murder rather than an accomplice or something, So who knows? That's quite telling there. Why charge him with capital murder?
What if son's got a juvie record?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be interesting to know. That there's not much detail in this, but I'm sure the story is sordid. And,
because it sounds like this kid might have a record with juvie.
Well, the impressive thing, not in a positive sense, is that he hit most of his marks. I mean, there's kids who fire round after round and don't hit shit. So this kid.
Well, it could have been like up front. He could have been like right on him.
That must have been it.
Because I mean, if you have a pistol or something like that, the most effective way to get somebody is get close rather than
Absolutely.
You're not going to shoot him from a block away with a fucking.
He definitely had to know his target.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's our both of you gentlemen are right, and thank you so much, Daniel, for coming on tonight. We love you dearly. We miss you, and we're always glad to have you with us. Yeah. And do me a favor, both of you gentlemen, say good day to our audiences, and I'll take it from here.
All right. Good night, everybody, and got me some lady waiting in the bed. I'm gonna go give some loving to. Good night, guys.
Delightful. Good man.
Well,
and of course, Jimson, say goodnight, but I do hope you hang around in case you're needed by all means.
I will definitely have to, because if I go to sleep, I probably won't wake up.
Oh, what'd you do? Pump yourself full of cough syrup?
No. It's being unable to breathe. It's about that time for me to hit the spray again. So good night, folks, and maybe next lifetime I'll be able to deal with a lady.
You'll get it this lifetime. Like I said, once you start doing the stage tricks, you'll be amazed. And then eventually you'll be like David Copperfield. You'll be up there on after you've had your career on the stage. You'll be up there on the stand. Love you dearly. And if I need you, I'll cry for help. And we'll go into solicitation now. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can peruse excerpts from Baron Ben Astenius's yet-to-be-finished work by that very title, The Unfinished Man, or you can review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as, in fact, are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest. Throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears, these devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben Astenius privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Now some shout outs to Stephen Myers, my brother from another mother, a Blasian, a black Asian, a Chigro, a Chinese Negro. That would be the term that Ian Fleming used when he portrayed them as the villains on the Caribbean island of Jamaica, where our man, Mr. Stephen Myers, may ultimately source from. I believe that might be the case. He can correct me if I'm wrong. That's how I remember it. And he also resettled into the heart of New York, right in the concrete covered island of Manhattan, which I describe to foreigners as a small island full of hostile warring tribes. And you could see that in the Warriors film, of course. And Stephen Myers didn't have a role in that film, but he should have. And he contributed 60 United States dollars and wrote Happy New Year. So, Happy New Year in return, dear brother. I love you dearly. And Anonymous, no, he's not Anonymous. He's Seth. And Seth is the man. And I actually don't know the gender of Seth, but I will assume is male. And Seth contributed from Canada, $105.41. That was originally an even number in Canadian dollars, but translates into that number in the English. This reminds me of, this has to do with the lack of geography in education these days. And of course, we complain about homeschooling, but of course, public education also leaves a lot to be desired. But one poor American girl, she may have been fairly well off, I don't know, but she was in a bar and found out this guy was Australian. And when I saw their interaction, I just felt so sad because she's talking to this Australian guy and he says, yeah, I'm from Australia. And she said, oh, you speak English so well. Yeah. Well, they speak English in the Commonwealth nations. So, at any rate, when I meant to say is that they translated this from Canadian dollars to United States dollars. And there you have that. So it equaled $105.41, and it is profoundly appreciated. Seth is, of course, the name of the righteous third son of Adam, who went on to Christianize the Chinese prior to Christ being born. Because, of course, the family of Noah was in the line of the divine. And they were able to perceive the future to a grand degree. And in many ways, Noah himself was, in a sense, one of the fathers of the Chinese people. Not their source in terms of genetic lineage, mind you, but in other ways I have not yet discussed. So I may do that, one of these transmissions. Maybe near the next Christmas or Easter would be a good time to talk about these things. Right now, the message that Seth left myself was, take care, Douglas. Hope you are enjoying this New Year's celebrations. I usually wait till the Chinese New Year to celebrate anything anew. Best wishes, he said. God bless him. Love you dearly, Mr. Seth, and or my name Seth, whatever you prefer in terms of gender orientation or identity. Just let me know. And I'm just glad that he allowed me to name him and, love him dearly. Truly a man who has helped me through troubled times. Now, a little check into the live stream before I go all out, balls to the wall, and carry out tonight's arc of narrative. Our man George Knight is in the chat, and he says, "Much love unto you, Douglas. Much love in return, dear brother." He is such a wonderful human being. He has this wonderful young girl, his daughter, who is now, I guess, what you would call a walking infant. Maybe he can clarify that for me. She's like very young, well, maybe about a year old, by now. So I can't believe it's been that long. It feels like just yesterday. So he can let us all know about the situation. But she seems to be doing wonderful. Her parents are doing wonderful. I mean, oh my God, I just feel so blessed that they're in this world. They do humanity a favor by their very existence. So our lady Sarah Thomas was talking about streaming being her favorite. And she says, "We don't have cable, no news here unless I look for it." And syrup any day, she was talking about, yeah. And, Jameson brought up the Robitussin adult cough formula only can also be a good enema, because Greffen was talking about green coffee as an effective enema, very healing. Well, there you go. No comment. And with that, let's do a little renewal. Let's reset this page here and see the numbers that we're maintaining, and see if they're holding up. And since Daniel Arola and our man Jameson Reese were together, numbers are probably holding up pretty well. And whenever I take a break, of course, there's always kind of like a little drop, and then people start coming back when I come back. So our man, Mr. Bizarre HD, who's actually George Knight, says, "She's standing up, Douglas, and thank you. She is 1 year old now. Love her to pieces." Thank you. And well, you should. She deserves it. She deserves all that love. Yes, she's profoundly lucky to have you. And yes, our man, Mr. George Knight, works with 5G in England, and he was, here was some clown in the chat room the other day was saying 5G causes, what was he saying, George Knight? He was saying something like 5G causes COVID or some shit. He was like, 5G causes, and then, George Knight was telling him that the radiation is within all tolerable levels. Just so people understand this, bananas absorb radiation, solar radiation. You would get probably more radiation from eating a banana than you would from 5G, because solar radiation is stored in the vegetables you eat. You get radiation when, you're eating things that grow in the sun, because that's what sunlight is, a form of radiation, solar radiation. You get less from this kind of transmissible wireless, there's fear porn everywhere about these things, and it's all for the things you shouldn't be afraid about, and yet everybody's not afraid of the things you should be afraid about. Let's get into that now with Arc of Narrative. Okay, we were asked about Kazakhstan, and I'll get into that. I'm on the lookout in case George Knight responds about that clown that was in there with the other episode who was talking about the 5G, and who he responded to. And in the meantime, let me try out some of this water. God, I think all the water in my home is just okay. There we are. Bizarre HD, George and I saying, "Exactly, Douglas. I mean, the amount of people need educating." Thank you, sir. I'm trying to see if there's that musty smell in the water. I'm drinking some water that is coming out of my home pipes. This is water that sources from my home pipes, and I don't trust what comes out of my sink, so I got this water out of the bath faucet. And let's see now if this makes me sick. It tastes all right. And it's probably better for me to drink this stuff. These are very convenient bottles I've been saving up for a while, since I was told they are discontinuing the Voss sparkling water. And the sparkling water was something that wasn't good for me. It's not good to have all of that bubbly But I'm not quite sure if this is any better. I let the thing run for a long time just to make sure whatever might be in the faucet, like rust or anything, might run out. And I tell you, it doesn't smell very good, really, but it doesn't seem to taste too bad. The pipes in this house are so old, and certainly Judith Eger was saying I should never drink this kind of water and always get bottled water, but think of the money I'll save. Oh, all right. It seems to be going down well enough, and let's see if that holds me for the rest of the night. I'll take a big swig of this now. I mean, I'll be drinking this throughout the night, but all right, let's get started. Let me check the messages. I do seem to have one coming in, or one. Oh, there we are. The lovely Lisa Taylor responding to my promotional banner for tonight. So I was asked about Kazakhstan. Now, Putin's next door nightmare just came true right under his nose. The unprecedented protests sweeping Russia's neighboring country of Kazakhstan entered their fourth day on Wednesday, today, with violence, a declaration of a nationwide state of emergency, and the resignation of the government. As Kazakhstan's rich elite took off in their private jets, the revolution, sparked in part by hiked-up fuel prices, showed no signs of slowing down. Protesters have set administrative buildings on fire in several big cities across the country, disarmed cops, tore epaulets off of police uniforms, and demanded an end to the 3 decades-long career of Nursultan Nazarbayev, who is the powerful dictator of the country's National Security Council and a longtime Putinista puppet. We've got a nice comment from Anna Donovan. Let me check into that and adore her. So let's take a look. Hopefully she's listening and can hear what I'm saying. She says, awesome. Oh my God. Let me see if I can give her a response before I get back into telling you how Kazakhstan is going into meltdown. Of course, when I try to give ladies like this a response, like a picture of a flower or something like that, the problem is, of course, that my files are loaded with pornography, and I don't want to hit the wrong image and, wind up giving them the picture of something I jack off to or something like that. And, of course, most ladies wouldn't appreciate that. So what I'm going to do here is make certain I get something that is appropriately, shall we say, flowery and not suggestive of anything too lurid. All right, well, this looks acceptable. So there we have that, and let me get that into her. So, that sounded a bit obscene, didn't it? Let me get that into her. A Freudian slip. Okay. All right, before I get myself into any further trouble. Trouble is my middle name, right? In terms of Kazakhstan, meanwhile, Kremlin state TV channels, wary of the fact that the protests are a living nightmare for President, dictator Vladimir Putin, they failed to translate the demonstrators' chants from the Kazakh language into the Ruski. The Kazakh protesters may have been all too direct in their message to Nazarbayev for Russian airwaves, as they demanded he shall get, which means get out, old man. Now, Moscow descends into a panic every time such protests threaten to end old regimes, and has done so ever since Hillary Rodham Clinton called for the United States to figure out effective ways to slow down or prevent Putin's efforts to re-Sovietize former Union of Soviet Socialist Republican territories like Kazakhstan, after Kazakh dictator Kassym-Jomart Tokayev dismissed Nazarbayev from the top position at the National Security Council. Well, today, there was no doubt left that the old regime, including Putin's closest ally in the country, had fallen. Now, Nazarbayev's cult of personality seemed untouchable even last week when he met with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. But social issues, including unemployment, poverty, and an abrupt increase in fuel prices seem to have marked a breaking point for the people of Kazakhstan, who engaged in violent clashes with police across the country this week. By this afternoon, earlier today, Kazakh protesters had taken over the country's major airport in the capital city of Almaty after reports that the internet had been shut down, and a crowd of protesters tried to demolish a massive Nazarbayev monument. Hundreds have been injured and 8 have been killed so far, according to Interfax, where I'm sourcing this from. They moved their capital to Almaty from what was a capital that was more in the central position of their country because they wanted to move their capital as far away from China as possible for fears of a Chinese invasion that would take the capital all too easily. Now, an old-time Kremlinologist named Sergei Markov has explained that in Russia, where police target even one-man protesters, authorities would have definitely subdued the demonstrations with ease. To quote his T, nobody could predict this proletarian riot of young Kazakhs even a few days ago. Kazakhstan was not ready for bloody clashes and aggressive riots, but there is a danger of similar riots in republics with a thick youth population with issues of unemployment like Chechnya and Dagestan. Now, until recently, well, for those of you who are unaware, by the way, of geography, those are both nations in the Tartarian Peninsula, where, of course, everybody gets the idea of Tartarian Empire, and they have no idea what they're fucking talking about. All the Tartarian Empire you find on the internet is architecture porn, okay? That has nothing to do with the real historical Tartarian Empire, which is, of course, based on the Tartars, who were savages that were gratuitous sadists, and you have a dental plaque named after them. By that I mean the plaque that eats away the porcelain off your teeth and burns like hell. That's called Tartar because it's named after the Tartars because they were considered devils from hell. At any rate, until recently, state power in Kazakhstan was divided between Nazarbayev and his hand-picked president, Tokayev. But as of today, a flurry of top officials have been pushed out, including Nazarbayev and his nephew, Samat Abish, the first deputy head of the National Security Committee. Moscow has long viewed Kazakhstan, the largest economy in Central Asia because it's the largest nation in that region, as an important strategic partner. Kazakhstan is a member of the Collective Security Treaty Organization, a military alliance that originated from the Soviet armed forces. Russia's border with Kazakhstan, which is a Muslim nation with a population of over 18 million people, is 4,450 miles long, and neither Russians nor Kazakhs need visas to visit each other's countries. Instability in the region or disloyalty to the Kremlin could be a devastating strategic roadblock to Moscow. Russian neo-nationalists, including the novelist and politician Zakhar Prilepin, have resorted to a familiar strategy of blaming the West for the situation in Kazakhstan. Today, Prilepin said, Foreign agents were well prepared. And the pro-Kremlin expert on Central Asia, Yuri Krupnov, has begged to differ, insisting that while Moscow was too busy dealing with Belarus and Ukraine, it underestimated the significance of Central Asia, an important region for Putin's idea of a USSR revival. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, "This is not a colored revolution. Nazarbayev has shut up all pro-Western opposition long ago, and it is not an Islamic protest either. This is a chaotic uprising of the unhappy young proletarian class who work in bad conditions. This is the last day of the Soviet Union. Today is the day when the USSR has finally died. Nazarbayev and Putin are very much alike. Nazarbayev was a leader with a Soviet mindset. The West and Turkey have a long-time strategy of hobbling the Russian horse by surrounding us with unstable post-Soviet countries. With Ukraine on one side and now Kazakhstan on the other, Tokayev is using these protests to consolidate power so he can run the country at the push of a button. If major energy companies in Russia still belong to somebody like the exiled Russian billionaire Mikhail Khodorkovsky, we would have had the same situation as in Kazakhstan now. It takes just a few dozen gas company workers to break a few fences, take over a few buildings, and the power is gone. Now, I'm not quite sure whether he means power as in sheer physical power, like sourcing from a power station that lights up everything in the infrastructure and makes it work, or whether he's talking about secular power in the sense of administration. But in a sense, they're both the same, right? Now, remember, this guy is pro-Kremlin, and I'm translating what he's saying from the Russian, and that's why I had trouble there with the name for a moment of this exiled billionaire that he's talking about. And by the way, our man Jameson Reese is back, and I welcome him. So when he says this is the last day of the Soviet Union, that he's lamenting, believe it or not. And even though Nazarbayev is now out, and the Kazakh acting government has announced plans to reintroduce some fuel price caps, the unrest is ongoing, and crowds are furious over the brutality exhibited by state police this week. Insisting that Russia-friendly Kazakh authorities were capable of getting the situation under control, the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said today that the main thing was to avoid interference from outside. Well, this just goes to show how bad it is inside. So hopefully that puts that in some perspective for people. All my sources are Russian. And in terms of the riot in the Republic, back here, January 6th is analogous to the first attack on the World Trade Center that failed. The next one will knock down the towers. In prefatory summation, yesterday, former U.S. President Donald Trump canceled the news conference he had scheduled for today, the one-year anniversary of his cultists' deadly attack on our U.S. Capitol. In a statement, Trump said that he would instead discuss many of the same topics he would have addressed at the news conference at a rally in Arizona on January 15th. Thousands of Trump cultists stormed the Capitol on January 6th in 2021, the worst assault on Congress since the War of 1812, which is, of course, part of the greater World War of the Napoleonic conflicts, World War Zero. And America lost that war, and it lost it big. This is why Americans separated from World War Zero, the global conflict, because America was part of the axis of that war. And they and their grand ally, Napoleon Bonaparte, were defeated by the greater British Empire and their allies. So there you have that. And for that reason, we have this kind of falsification of memory, or a perversion thereof, as we do with World War II. In terms of this, let me look something up here. This is, at any rate, when Trump, Peter Moon presented this as Trump was being somewhat manipulated or connived, and then thought better of it. Well, let me just tell you, that's not how I see it. Let's get into it. At any rate, Let's get into it first by telling you what originally happened on January 6th. And in summation, fueled by Trump's false claims that his November 2020 election defeat was the result of fraud, the rioters tried to stop Congress from certifying President Joe Biden's victory. One police officer who responded to the scene died the day after the attack, while 4 others who guarded the Capitol died later by suicide. About 140 police officers were critically injured during that hours-long attack. 4 rioters also died. More than 700 people have been charged with joining in the assault. The violence led to Trump's second impeachment and numerous investigations. One of them in the House of Representatives is seeking to question the influential Fox News television personality Sean Hannity about text messages with Trump, his aides, and his attorneys during that time. So this brings us, of course, directly into a second civil war. 1 year after Trump's violent insurrection, how worried should we be? To no one's surprise, Donald Trump wanted to exploit the anniversary of the insurrection he incited on January 6th to incite more violence. To commemorate the day when he sent a violent mob to the Capitol to intimidate then Vice President Mike Pence into refusing to certify Joe Biden's electoral win, Trump scheduled a press conference at Mar-a-Lago. Remember, he's the one who scheduled this. It wasn't like he was connived into it. The content wasn't hard to predict. Self-pitying claims to be the real winner of the 2020 election, racist insinuations that voters of color had backed Biden are, well, the ones who backed Biden are illegitimate, and inciting more violence by lauding the insurrectionists as martyrs and political prisoners, which was the impression Peter Moon got because he watches Fox News. The whole thing was causing all manner of hand-wringing about media responsibility not to air Trump's violence incitement live versus the responsibility to cover this important news event. Then suddenly, Trump canceled the press conference. He incoherently blamed the total bias and dishonesty of the January 6th unselect committee of Democrats, 2 failed Republicans, and the fake news media for his decision. It didn't take long for the truth to come out. Republican leaders were begging him not to do it. Axios reports that several key allies, including hardline Fox News hostess Laura Ingraham and Senatoress Lindsey Graham, the Republican of South Carolina, made clear they thought it was a bad idea to invite the national media to Mar-a-Lago to mark the deadly riot. By the way, I said Senatoress there because Lindsey Graham's really a bitch as far as I'm concerned. Now, Graham confirmed this reporting to Axios, and his reasoning was quite telling. There could be peril in doing a news conference. Best to focus on election reform instead. Now, electoral reform being one of the many euphemisms Republicans use for rewriting laws to make it easier to steal elections. His argument cuts to the core of the internal struggle over strategy in the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. Institutional Republicans have fully come on board with Trump's plan to steal the 2024 election, but they remain conflicted with Trump over whether or not violence is the best way to make that happen. Trump gets caught up in his violent fantasies, which he correctly believes are shared by the overwhelming majority of his base. Republican leaders, however, feel that stuff backfires. Arguments like the one floated by Graham suggest they think it will be easier to end democracy itself with paperwork rather than guns. They are busy rewriting state electoral laws so they can throw out any results they find displeasing, all while pretending to be a normal political party to the media so that they don't get called out on it. The idea is to gut democracy in such a way so that the majority of Americans don't even know it happened. Violence interferes with that plan. Most people, including journalists, assume guns and bombs are what makes a coup d'etat a coup d'etat. A bloodless coup d'etat is, in fact, quite likely to be covered as not a coup d'etat at all, and therefore more likely to be accepted, however reluctantly, by the public. Today is the one-year anniversary of the Capitol riot that left 5 people dead and dozens of officers critically injured, some on life support to this day. The coverage of this anniversary has largely focused on the threat of future violence. Multiple outlets commissioned polls meant to reassure, or, well, more to measure, Republican propensity for violence, and the results, such as 30% of Republicans hinting that they're open to future violence, have generated plenty of alarming headlines. You have these meaty, long-form stories about our current dilemma, such as a piece that I reviewed titled, "How Does This End?" by Zach Beauchamp of Vox. I will refer to that again during the arc of narrative tonight. And "Trump's Next Coup Has Already Begun" by Barton Gellman of The Atlantic Magazine. They are peppered with alarming quotes from political scientists worried about a bloody civil war. Our Canadian neighbors are even openly worried about the possibility of these United States devolving into violence. The threat of political violence is, makest no mistake, quite real. And yet, to a degree, even I myself remain skeptical that the United States is going to see anything like a full-blown civil war as we used to understand it, where there's mobilization and uniforms. After all, an enormous chunk of Americans has been nurturing fantasies of a civil war for a long time. Mostly they don't act on it, having neither the courage to do so or any sense of what such violence would actually accomplish. And the reality is that most Republicans are simply too fucking old and too goddamn comfortable to imagine throwing it all away for some violent revolution. Even the January 6th insurrectionists only acted because they clearly did not realize that legal consequences would follow. Most of them even left their guns at home, figuring that would be the only thing they'd get in trouble for. Republicans may have most of the guns, but they know full well that their political opponents are on average much younger and far healthier. That puts them at an enormous disadvantage in any physical conflict. More importantly, it's not clear that widespread violence would, well, what it would actually accomplish outside of making Trump gleeful as he sits in the safety of his own home, watching people put their lives on the line for him. On the contrary, it's still the rule of thumb in American politics that those who resort to violence end up losing support. Fox News hyped the hell out of the extremely rare occasions of violence at Black Lives Matter protests precisely because they knew it was the best way to discredit the movement. Polling proves strong majorities of Americans disapprove of the Capitol insurrection. That's why Republican leaders and pundits go out of their way to minimize the violence of that day. And when they can't pull that off, they pretend to oppose it. Republicans know their best way to grab power is to lean into a press that is desperate to normalize them and disassociate themselves from the violence of January 6th. To be clear, just because we're unlikely to see an all-out civil war doesn't mean violence isn't a threat. There are just too many leaders, including Trump himself, who are all too infatuated with doing things like exalting vigilantes, such as Kyle Rittenhouse as heroes. we should be prepared for a constant drumbeat of self-directed terrorism from the right, much of it politically incoherent and useless for advancing Trump's political goals, such as the mass shooting in Denver over the holiday that left 5 people dead. But organized armies of right-wing yahoos will remain more of a fantasy than a reality. They're just too fucking dumb. Instead, the real threat is the one Lindsey Graham is offering, the paperwork coup d'etat. As Beauchamp argues in his own piece, we're likely to see something like what happened when authoritarians took over Hungary. Magyarország in their own language. And noting that high-profile totalitarians like Tucker Carlson see Magyarország, or Hungary, as the ideal model. Tucker Carlson even transmitting from there in several episodes. Beauchamp notes that the change was subtle and slow, a gradual hollowing out of democracy rather than its extirpation. The appeal of the paperwork coup d'etat is that one can end democracy without the mainstream media ever coming out and telling the public that it's happened. Instead, you get stories with quotes from Democrats warning that democracy is ending versus Republicans claiming they're trying to save it. Cowardly reporters will throw up their hands and pretend there's no way to know who is telling the truth, rather than bluntly tell readers that Republicans are simply lying. Even Trump sees this, which is why he reluctantly agreed to call off January 6th as a celebratory event. He loves a violent spectacle, but he loves power even more. So he'll keep hyping the violence for his rallies and allow the Republicans to pretend to journalists that they are not plotting alongside Trump himself to overthrow democracy. In a lot of ways, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent strategy is far more sinister than openly advocating for the violent overthrow of democracy. After all, a bloodless coup d'etat is far more likelier to work. Now, in terms of recalling January 6th itself, it is a national day of infamy, yet but half remembered. Beneath a pale winter light and the glare of television cameras, it seemed hard not to see the January 6th United States Capitol riot for what it was. The violent storming of our Capitol by Trump cultists bent on upending the election of Joe Biden was as clear as day. Democracy under siege, live streamed in real time. Yet a year later, when it comes to where were you moment in U.S. history, there is far from national consensus. A Quinnipiac poll that I'm trying to source, Quinnipiac is the correct pronunciation. It's spelled Quinnipiac, having nothing to do with Q, anon. But the Quinnipiac poll found that 93% of Democrats considered January 6th an attack on our government, but only 29% of Republicans agreed. A poll by the AP, the Associated Press, and the NORC, or NORC Center for Public Affairs Research, found that about 4 in 10 Republicans recall the attack, in which 5 people died as violent, while 9 in 10 Democrats do. Completely different memories. Now, in terms of the NORC, that is an acronym for the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago. one of the largest independent social research organizations in these United States, established in World War II as the National Opinion Research Center. Its corporate headquarters is located in downtown Chicago, with offices in several other locations throughout these United States. Now, in terms of getting my head out of my ass for the night and diving into an analysis of all this for you, such a disparity in memory may be inevitable in our hyperpolarized politics, but it's striking given the stark clarity of January 6th at the time and in its immediate aftermath. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, a Republican from my own Californian state, superstate, rather a state nation, as we were once a republic along the lines of Texas. Bad republic, but a republic nonetheless. We could function as an independent nation, and we are your economic engine. Just remember that. The rest of America, you ain't shit. Believe me, if California were to have a supermassive earthquake that took us into the sea, we're your Atlantis. You would die with us, even if you're still on land. Because we're the ones that make America an empire. Now, the Republican from our Golden State, Kevin McCarthy, House Minority Leader, said then that the president bears responsibility for these attacks. Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican from Kentucky, who was then the Majority Leader, said, "They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed." But since that day, separate versions, one factual, one fanciful, have taken hold. The Capitol riot, the violent culmination of a bid to delegitimize the 2020 election and block its certification, has morphed into a partisan Rashomon, the classic Japanese film about a slaying told from varying and conflicting points of view. Indeed, the act of remembering can be a highly mercurial thing, particularly when deep-seated political views are involved. To quoteist Charles Sykes, the former conservative Wisconsin radio host and founder of the website The Bulwark, we keep using terms like post-factual, but it almost feels like there's this national psychosis or amnesia about what happened a year ago. It's not just that we're two nations. It's as if we live on two completely different reality planets when it comes to the memory of January 6th. Nations remember the way people do, imperfectly. Neuroscientist Lisa Genova, the authoress of a book entitled Remember, which is subtitled The Science of Memory and the Art of Forgetting, describes how even the most searing memories are edited each time they're revisited. An original memory is replaced with a 2.0 version, a 3.0 version, and beyond. To quote as she, outside influences can sneak in every time we revisit and recall a memory for what happened. So for these collective memories, we have a lot of chances to revisit them. Depending on your political point of view, the news channels you watch, what this meant to you, this memory is going to have a different slant based on the story that you tell yourself. And a lot of people have been working hard to chip away at the memory of January 6th. Trump himself has continued to insist that the election, Biden won by a wide margin with scant evidence of any fraud, was the real insurrection. Representative Matt Gaetz, a Republican from Florida, has claimed the rioters were leftist militants masquerading as Trump supporters. Representative Andrew S. Clyde, a Republican from Georgia, has described the siege as like a normal tourist visit. Meanwhile, the Capitol remains completely closed to the public. Where tours once regularly paraded, now only those with an appointment may enter. Fox News host Tucker Carlson has attempted to frame the Capitol attack as a false flag operation orchestrated by the FBI. Carlson created a series on the riot that aired on Fox News' subscription streaming service. To counter such misrepresentations, other documentary projects have tried to capture January 6th in rigorous, methodical detail. Jamie Roberts' HBO documentary, entitled 4 Hours at the Capitol, was motivated in part to firmly establish a visual chronology of that day, with the rampage following Trump's incitement to his followers to fight like hell. Roberts interviewed witnesses and participants. Some of those in the mob praised his film only to later complain after seeing Carlson's series. To quote his T, "I had people who were in the film texting me saying, 'Why the hell didn't you put that in your film? You're liars!' What I was hoping with the project was to put some very hard and fast facts together with people who can tell the story from a witness perspective. But for some people, it's not going to reach them. It's still not going to reach them, and it never will." Instead, many Trump supporters have adopted the former president's denial over the 2020 election. In the last year, Republicans have passed dozens of laws in 19 states to restrict voting. More electoral battles loom in the 2022 midterms and beyond. A full-fledged investigative commission like the one that followed the September 11th attacks might have fostered more national consensus on January 6th. In May, Senate Republicans exploited their filibuster power to block the creation of just such a commission, despite which I am happy to report a House committee is soon to make public some of the findings from its own 6-month investigation. Of the Capitol riot, Alexander Kezar, a professor of history and social policy at Harvard and the author of a work entitled "Why Do We Still Have the Electoral College?" is quoted as saying, "It's obviously dangerous because it becomes precedent. It has become a prism through which events are viewed. The prism for a large segment of Republican adherents is that you cannot trust the outcome of elections. If you can't trust the outcome of elections, that will be true in the future as well. It becomes, as the great historian Bernard Bailyn once said, a grammar of thought." Instead of receding into the past as an anomalous threat to the heart of American democracy, the history of the Capitol riot is yet to be fully written. Some projects are still ongoing. To tell the story of January 6th, the Capitol Historical Society is creating an oral history. Some of the stories, like those of staffers who have since quit government and returned home, are particularly haunting to the Society's presidentress, Jane L. Campbell, who has gone on record to say, "When people say, 'Oh, it's never been this bad,' well, we did have a civil war. That was bad. That was truly bad. But during the Civil War, Lincoln made a decision to finish the dome of the Capitol. We tell that story 100 times over." Meanwhile, we're living in the new dark ages, and it's time to turn on the light. Let's make this latest New Year's Eve through to January 6th of this New Year's Septimania, this New Year's week, an important end date transition time. The answer our great-great-grandnephews will have to memorize for a quiz on Martian Thursday. The question being, what was December 31st, 2021? And the answer would be the end of the American Dark Ages. Isn't that what our nation has been stewing in these past few years? A medieval pottage of religious extremism, anti-science sneering, conspiracy theories, and ill-conceived ragtag spear and pole crusades. Hell, we even have a fucking plague. The most cinematic evidence of these new dark ages was seen across the world a year ago today. In his congressional testimony on the riot, Sergeant Aquilino Gonell, one of the U.S. Capitol police officers who fought in the most emblematic moment of America's new dark ages, the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol, so stated that what we were subjected to that day was like something from a medieval battlefield. We fought hand to hand and inch by inch to prevent an invasion of our capital by a violent mob intent on subverting our democratic process. It was all sticks and spears and hoodlums scaling walls, castle siege style. And among their red MAGA hats and Confederate flags in that mob were Knights Templar and Crusader crosses. In Charlottesville, 3.5 years earlier, torches gave a medieval glow to right-wing marchers in khakis and camo who also carried banners with Norse runes, shields, and those crosses. But historically, Middle Ages racist chic is all wrong. Matt Gabriel, professor of medieval studies at Virginia Tech, attests that white supremacists have appropriated the Middle Ages and the Crusades, and says it's taken a place of justification as a way of showing their particularly vile sentiments have historical justification. They don't. It's not academic, but rather nostalgic. Beyond fragile white men and their appropriation of Camelot and codpieces, medieval remix has been the soundtrack of our times. Remember all those President Donald Trump pardons of his own posse? Roger Stone, Joe Arpaio, Stephen K. Bannon, Elliot Broidy, that smacked of papal indulgences? Or the Republican National Committee guy who called vaccines the mark of the beast and comparable to a false god? Is Anthony S. Fauci the new Copernicus? Republicans refusing to get vaccinated are owning no one but themselves. What used to be the conservative movement in this country now be naught but a death cult. The measure of its power is less in ballots cast than in how many people die needlessly in service of this twisted Weltanschauung worldview. This reality on view over that mid-July weekend in Dallas at the Conservative Political Action Conference, where attendees cheered when Alex Berenson, who has made himself a Fox News folk hero for spreading misinformation about COVID-19 vaccines, crowed about the fact that fewer Americans were getting their shots than public health officials had hoped. On Sunday of that weekend, on the set of CNN's State of the Union, Anthony S. Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, said, "It's horrifying. I mean, they are cheering about someone saying that it's a good thing for people not to try and save their lives. Everybody starts screaming and clapping. I just don't get that. I mean, and I don't think that anybody who is thinking clearly can get that. What is that all about?" I'll tell you, even if the good doctor won't. The cheers are all about owning Fauci himself, President Biden, liberals in general, scientists in particular, mask wearers, fancy pants elites, and everyone else urging people to get vaccinated. The inevitable result will be that we end up mourning people who didn't need to die. And the worst case possibility is that COVID-19 roars back, along with the restrictions and isolations Americans thought we'd left behind. Here's the situation. 42 states had seen an increase in COVID-19 cases over the preceding 2 weeks as the more transmissible Delta variant became as the dominant strain of the virus in this country. Hospitalizations were rising as well. Rochelle Walensky, directoress of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, confirmed that 99.5% of people who died of COVID-19 in preceding months were unvaccinated. There is a more than ample supply of vaccine doses, yet vaccination rates are falling, and just 48% of Americans were fully vaccinated, more than has been achieved by most other countries, but not enough to quash the pandemic once and for all. There should be nothing political about this deadly disease, which has claimed more than 800,000 lives as officially acknowledged in these United States and caused death and disruption around the globe. Yet for demagogues such as Berenson who seek power or profit or both, everything is political. Fox News has openly encouraged skepticism about vaccination, even though the network's owner, Rupert Murdoch, received his first vaccine dose way back in December of 2020. Primetime hosts Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham have been relentless in encouraging viewers to distrust the vaccines, and both had conniption fits about a Biden administration idea to have health workers and volunteers go door to door to encourage people to get vaccinated. Laura Ingraham, said, "This is creepy stuff!" As if we were talking about stormtroopers knocking down doors instead of nurses providing a basic service. Biden is trying to, in her words, force people to take medicine they don't want or need. Oh, that was actually Tucker Carlson what said that, who refuses to disclose whether he has done the sensible thing and been vaccinated himself. Under many circumstances, those who choose to gamble with their lives have the right to do so. But refusing to get vaccinated isn't like skydiving or shooting heroin. It's a threat to the rest of us as well. As should be evident by now, the coronavirus respects neither geographical borders nor political affiliation. If infection rates are rising in red states, they will impact blue states too. More ominously, the greater the number of unvaccinated potential targets for the virus, the more opportunity COVID-19 will have to produce new variant strains. We are fortunate that the Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines are effective against all the variants seen to date, though they may be slightly less effective against the Delta variant than against the others. Fauci, Walensky, and other experts live in fear that a new strain may emerge that evades the vaccines entirely, putting all of us, once again, in jeopardy. In a grotesque display of faux concern, the most powerful Republican in Washington, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, said, "I'm perplexed by the reluctance of some to get vaccinated. Totally perplexed." The hesitancy and the misinformation that drives it has been coming from inside the house, motherfucker. And the house, which you once ran, into the ground and under the dirt. McConnell and other Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent leaders need to forcefully explain to their constituents that by refusing to get vaccinated, they're owning no one but except themselves. Jerome Adams, who served as a Surgeon General during Donald Trump's presidency, rose to his former boss's defense yesterday morning as dated the 21st day in December of yesteryear. That was a Tuesday, I mean to say. And I'm thinking Tuesday is yesterday. Now on Twitter, Adams wrote, in the closing week of Yester Menzies last month, the last week of the last month of last year. Jerome Adams, House Nigger of the Century, said, "Every person who asks me, or anyone else, if Trump should do more to encourage vaccinations, while failing to ask what more Biden could do, is feeding the narrative that Trump is this godlike figure who controls our fortunes and is still more powerful than the current president." The measure of devotion to a belief might be how much a worshipper is willing to sacrifice to it. But offering up one's loved ones, one's livelihood, and even one's own health to a God this stupid is deranged. Pick any other issue as a culture war battleground. The only clash COVID-19 cares about is the one fought between microbes and human cells. The seismic shift in our economic structure, a world of high-technology oligarchs with oceans of Uber serfs driving their gig economy, is feudalism redux, as proven by Joel Kutkin, whose next book is called The New Feudalism, subtitled The Coming Global Return to the Middle Ages. On his own website, Kutkin wrote, "Following a remarkable epoch of greater dispersion of wealth and opportunity, we are inexorably returning towards a more feudal era marked by greater concentration of wealth and property, reduced upward mobility, demographic stagnation, and increased dogmatism. The new class structure resembles that of medieval times. And when we serfs are sick of being chained to our cubicles, we're even sounding like our unwashed, tunic-wearing brethren." Poets described the vocal tidal wave by the common folk as shrieking and shouting monster cries, wild braying and whinnying, oxen bellows, goose honks, wolf howls. Sound familiar? Adden Lears, an assistant English professor at Virginia Commonwealth University, has emphasized that when the Commons had it with yet another round of vile Richard II's taxations and wage cuts in 1381, they protested with their voices, with a massive, unified ocean's roar and thunder. Twitter is arguably an example of the common voice as noise writ large in contemporary culture. The way medieval masses used their noise is echoed with Twitter. In ways that are both positive, it can amplify the perspectives of marginalized voices by bringing them together for social and political action, and dangerous, as we saw with the January 6th insurrection. The Dark Ages were dark because of the lack of information. Democracy dies in darkness, remember? That part's different now. The QAnon conspiracy was especially striking to Jay Rubenstein, a history professor who, at the University of Southern California, specializes in the High Middle Ages, who organized a conference on conspiracy theories at the University of South Carolina, the University of Southern California, the USC, where he himself works. This year, I remember there was something planned for South Carolina, but he did it right here in our own Golden State, where he emphasized in a USC, a University of Southern California publication, that, to quote his team, I read from his pamphlet here. "As I read, I thought, I've heard a lot of these ideas before in the 12th and 13th century playbook. Jewish cabals controlling finances, children being sacrificed, vast conspiratorial movements to control power, with the expectation that a messianic figure will appear to make everything okay. It's straight out of a 14th century playbook. We are now in an age when the folks at Silicon Valley turned on the fire hose spigot of information. There's too much of it, and not enough people are able to tell the good from the bad. He's talking about QAnon. So, it's worse than the Dark Ages. Okay, let's call it the Sewer Ages then. It's an age of shit, because that's what Steve Bannon said. When you can't stun them with science, baffle them with bull. Flood the room with shit. His actual words. Most academics will hate this take that I'm presenting you right now. Plenty scoffed when I asked. Because here's the thing. The Dark Ages weren't all bad and weren't all that dark. They were far more enlightened than we today. Sure, churches were a little ham-handed, but they also helped build universities, the very crucibles where breakthroughs and discoveries were being made before and into the Age of Enlightenment. The aforecited Matt Gabriel and colleague David Perry just wrote a book about this, entitled The Bright Ages, where they discuss the place we've assigned the time we call the Dark Ages, and in some ways, some of our worst thinking now, especially when it comes to the coronavirus and anti-science ideas, is far worse than anything folks did during the Black Plague. To quote as they, the Middle Ages becomes this repository of feelings. It's a place that we like to put the things we don't want to deal with in our modern worlds. Violence, anti-vax, anti-intellectualism. It's not like people were saying back then, let's go lick a rat. But today, that's what they say. In effect. For the Trump cult has become a death cult. Republicans are rewarding people for refusing the vaccine. At some point, you'd think that the morning headlines would become less shocking to a jaded rake like me. Then I looked at the news on the Ides of July and discovered the state of Tennessee had decided to stop recommending vaccinations for its children and had fired its top vaccination official without providing any reason. I'm not quite sure why this was happening, but the thought seemed to be that requiring, or even recommending, that parents have their kids vaccinated goes against freedom, or something. Some such shit. This is the sewage age. We're not just talking about the COVID vaccine here, mind ye. Though the fact that COVID vaccinations are controversial in and of itself boggles the mind. Tennessee was now washing its hands of any vaccine. Measles, whooping cough, polio, you name it. But Tennessee won't. Why this insanity? Because disciples of former President Donald Trump had decided that vaccinations are devious liberal plots. It's worth noting that Trump himself had said nothing of the sort. He would like credit for the COVID vaccine and, to be honest, deserves some credit. It's not true that there would be no vaccine without him, but he was president and did back the development of these life-saving products. But Trumpism was already rapidly moving ahead of the Trump himself. Republicans all over the country were backing laws restricting the right to vote and changing who gets to certify votes that are cast. As Peter Moon keeps emphasizing in his quotation of Joseph Stalin, it's not who votes, but who counts the votes that counts. In Oklahoma, where Trump outpolled Joe Biden by a 2-to-1 margin, some Republican official was calling for a forensic audit of the ballots, apparently because he couldn't believe Joe Biden would win any votes at all. In fact, the 2020 election, which Trump and his acolytes decry as fraudulent, was a very good election for Republicans not named Trump. Just ask Biden, who has to rely on a tie vote in the Senate to get anything done. And that's just now. Wait till 2020. Well, wait till the midterms. We're in 2022. There is a Trump cult. There are millions of people who believe every word he says, even if every fact known to man proves him wrong. But the real danger of cults is that they outrun their founders and begin to glorify death as a culmination. You might remember Jonestown. 20 years agone, I would never have taken this stance about Republicans in the Trump cult. Then Tennessee washed its hands of vaccines. And now 5 Republican-led states, Tennessee, Arkansas, Florida, Iowa, and Kansas, have extended unemployment benefits to anyone who loses their job because they refused a COVID vaccine. In general, workers who quit or are fired for cause are not eligible for unemployment. But these Republican states have carved out exceptions for those who refuse the vaccine. And more Republican states may soon follow. In other words, Republicans are rewarding people for refusing the vaccine. This is insanity. In the midst of an uptick in a deadly pandemic, it is absolutely ludicrous, laughably ridiculous, to give people an incentive to refuse the vaccine. And if you tell me that benefits do not incentivize behavior, allow me to direct your attention to the many Republicans who have spent their careers arguing that unemployment incentivizes laziness. Indeed, it is not only insanity for Republicans to be expanding these benefits, it is hypocritical insanity. After all, not so long ago, Republican states cut unemployment benefits completely because they thought they encouraged people not to find jobs. In June of yesteryear, a Florida government official proclaimed, "Transitioning away from this benefit will help meet the demands of small and large businesses who are ready to hire and expand their workforce." In other words, first they tried to take benefits away to incentivize people going out and finding a job, and now they're offering benefits to people who have chosen to walk away from a job over a life-saving vaccine. And here I thought Republicans were all about letting Americans run their business without government interference. Republicans claim that they want to make the COVID vaccine a matter of choice. Kansas State Legislature President Ty Masterson, for example, tweeted that the pathway out of this pandemic is paved in freedom, which means trusting individual Kansans to make decisions for themselves and their families. But if the pathway to safety is indeed paved in freedom, why stop with COVID vaccines? There are many other government mandates that stand in the way of freedom. Seatbelts, for example. Most states have mandatory seatbelt laws. New Hampshire is the exception. For adults, all states mandate that children must be buckled in. But if you say, as one Washington, D.C. parent did about schools mandating a COVID vaccine, "It should be my husband's and my choice, not theirs," why not make seatbelts subject to parental choice as well? Shouldn't we trust parents to know and do what's best for their children? Each state also requires that children receive various vaccines: polio, chickenpox, measles, mumps, and rubella before entering kindergarten. But Republican logic says that should parents have the right to not immunize their kids? Maybe another polio epidemic results, but that's the price of freedom, it seems. Moreover, as Jameson says, kids could probably make better choices than their parents at this point. Moreover, by Republican anti-logic, if getting a vaccine is a matter of choice, Shouldn't hospitals and health insurance companies have the choice to refuse treatment to people who get sick because they refuse the vaccine? I'm for that. Shouldn't they have the freedom to prioritize breakthrough cases and other non-COVID related illnesses and diseases? Republicans, after all, are supposed to favor holding people accountable for their behavior. Should an increasingly rare ICU, intensive care unit bed, go to someone who acted responsibly? I think it should. Or irresponsibly, like a Republican. In other words, I think Republicans should be denied medical care. I say that in all seriousness, based on their own stance. And Jameson says he agrees. Thank you. These choices are going to be made one way or another. The situation is getting desperate. Recently, 6 Cleveland area hospitals placed a full-page ad in the Plain Dealer begging for help because they are overwhelmed with COVID patients. And the overwhelming majority were unvaccinated Republicans. By federal law, all emergency rooms must treat all patients regardless of their status. Perhaps this mandate, too, should go, and it should be up to the individual doctors or the individual hospital's choice to treat or not treat. There is no doubt that COVID vaccines prevent hospitalization and death, which makes the Republican move to incentivize vaccine refusal especially perverse. The sad fact is that COVID outcomes tracks the political map. Republican states that voted for Donald Trump, like Arkansas, Florida, and Iowa, have far higher COVID death rates than blue states which voted for Biden. Refuse the vaccine, as the Republican legislatures evidently incentivize their constituents to do, and your chances of a very bad ending if you get COVID skyrocket. The pathway out of this pandemic is not paved in freedom at all for these states. It's paved in gravestones, which is the most perverse result of all. In their drive to oppose any and all Democratic policies, Republicans are leading their followers to an early grave. Truly, the Republican Party has turned into a cult of death. What we do have going for us in the postmodern age is perspective. And we have the will to put these years of darkness, division, Viking glam, and ignorance behind and declare a new date. This opening week of this new year, January 1st through the 6th of 2022, the new American Enlightenment. Please, to enlighten you, I'm going to give you some bad education. The ugly history of New Year's is too real for white Republicans. Enslaved black people dreaded New Year's in Civil War era America when they might be separated from loved ones. Just don't tell the people yelling about critical race theory. On this New Year's Day week, it's a good bet that Rhode Island State Representative Patricia Morgan and the one black person she knows will not be sitting down to eat black-eyed peas and collard greens together. It's an even safer bet that she and her fellow Republicans will spend zero mental energy on the history of the new year as a terrifying moment for enslaved people in America. Representative S. Morgan, as you might recall, tweeted a few days ago that she had a black friend. Emphasis on the past tense. She had a black friend, her words, but this unnamed black token had reluctantly become hostile and unpleasant, her words, which the Rhode Island lawmakeress concluded must be because of critical race theory, because she herself hadn't done anything to her except be white. Now, CRT, or critical race theory, according to Representative S. Morgan, is the issue that's really dividing us because of skin color. Her words. This is really quite the take. During an era in which Confederate flag-waving insurrectionists have overtaken the U.S. Capitol building, the FBI identified white terrorists as the greatest threat to national security in American history. Members of Congress openly aligned with self-identified white nationalists and promoted their ideologies. Hate crimes against black folks rose precipitously, and Representative Morgan herself proposed one anti-CRT bill and stonewalled another that would incorporate the teaching of black history in Rhode Island schools. It's tempting to think that the Madam Morgan is just misinformed about CRT, an esoteric legal concept for examining systemic racism that no Rhode Island school is teaching, and that the far right has become obsessed with over the last year. But in a later appearance, Morgan unwittingly admitted that her issue isn't with CRT, but with the idea that history might be taught in a way that fully acknowledges how anti-black racism has defined every aspect of America, taking full stock of the devastation caused by white American supremacy. That would be too much of a bummer, according to Morgan herself, who claims that with CRT, there's no redemption, because it does not focus on the good part of our history. Well, maybe there isn't any good part of this history, bitch. That's really just a way of saying that she opposes a history that isn't filled with supremacist fables and other ahistorical nonsense. Not to mention that she also isn't a fan of white folks, after centuries of omitting black folks from the historical record, having to share the historical spotlight. In an interview, Morgan said as much when, well, to quote as she, in her own words, "I'm genuinely concerned that critical race theory, the centering of the black experience, this making race the center of everything in our society, is really dangerous, and it's chipping away at the things that bind us together as Americans." This is what CRT opponents truly fear, summed up by the Morgan cunt herself. Perhaps because she would prefer that Rhode Island school kids not know that their home state's General Court of Election, meaning Morgan's own legislative predecessors, passed a law in 1652, before there even was a United States, that ended lifelong black enslavement in 2 cities and would pass another law proscribing Native or Red American, as in Indian slavery, in 1676, 100 years before the United States was born, only to completely ignore that legislation in favor of racial capitalism in both cases. Laws curtailing slavery would also be passed in her state in 1774, 1784, and 1787, though those didn't end the barbaric system either. In fact, USA Today has reported that almost half of all of Rhode Island's slave voyages occurred after trading was outlawed. According to Leonardo Marquet, author of his work entitled The United States and the Transatlantic Slave Trade to the Americas, when the American Revolution began, circa 1775, Rhode Island was the largest slave trading colony in British America. Go figure. Newport and then Bristol were major ports in the transatlantic importation of human beings trafficked from Africa to the colonies in the 18th century, and had more enslaved black folks per capita than any New England state of the colonial era. So Madam Morgan's state would finally constitutionally abolish slavery in 1843. While it's now considered a celebratory moment across these United States, the end of the year was filled with trauma and trepidation for black folks living under the yoke of American slavery. Enslavers would settle their accounts as the year came to a close, and that meant those they enslaved might be hired out to other enslavers or sold on the first day of the year. Among enslaved black folks, New Year's Eve was spent worrying that they might be ripped from family and loved ones, auctioned off to the highest bidder to erase an enslaver's debt. And as such, New Year's Day was known as Hiring Day, or, in words that more precisely named the cruelty they experienced, Heartbreak Day. In 1842, 1 year before Rhode Island banned legalized racial bondage, Lewis Clark, who fled enslavement and became an outspoken abolitionist, stated, "Of all the days in the year, the slaves dread New Year's Day the worst of any, for folks comes for their debts then, and if anybody's going to sell a slave, that's the time they do it, and if anybody's going to give away a slave, that's the time they do it, and the slave never knows where he'll be sent to. Oh, New Year's Day, a heartbreaking time in Kentucky." Clark's account is an American truth, as historically relevant as those stories that Morgan and many other Republicans might prefer we continue to center on this and every day. It's a history that Morgan wants to be whitewashed until it fades from collective American memory. But it's critical that these stories, which tell us how we arrived at the present moment and why we can't seem to ever get beyond the residual impact of a past Morgan would like to forget, be told. And told again. There's an old black saying, born of Hiring Day, that states New Year's Day will define your coming year. In 1937, Sister Harrison, a formerly enslaved free person, told an interviewer, "Slaves went to a place on hiring day called the hiring grounds to hire their labors out for the next year. That's where that saying comes from that you do on New Year's Day, you'll be doing for the rest of the year." That likely means that Madame Morgan and other white conservatives who've been exploiting CRT as a boogeyman for the last year will continue to do so straight through 2022. But it's all more white supremacist propaganda. Here's hoping in this new year there will be more pushback against the racist campaign to legally ban the teaching of verifiable history. And that Madame Morgan's absurd efforts to block those truths loses her yet more friends, who were just barely tolerating her anyway. I mean, from Kyle Rittenhouse to Donald Trump, conservatives are obsessed with being the victim. Victimized bully syndrome. The conservative urge to be a victim. And right-wing victimhood, as expressed by Madame Morgan, is spreading so fast, it threatens to outpace the new Omicron. In late November, a new variant of COVID-19 was detected by researchers in Botswana and South Africa. Within days, the Omicron variant had reached my Golden, California, marking the first documented case in these United States. By the end of December, Omicron had not only become the dominant strain in these United States, but it had also rapidly spread to push daily case counts well above the recent Delta surge. One of the greatest risks of Omicron is the high degree of breakthrough infections, where vaccinated individuals still contract the virus, as may have happened with Jameson. While the vaccinated, especially those who are boosted, tend to have much milder symptoms, if any at all, they still have the capacity to spread the virus. In only a few weeks, Omicron has ripped through the country, stressing hospital capacity, canceling flights, disrupting holiday gatherings, and, most importantly, threatening lives. According to Johns Hopkins University data, between December 1st and Christmas, over 39,000 Americans died of this new virus. By all accounts, the principal reason why Omicron is causing such havoc in these United States is our low rate of vaccination. These United States, at slightly over 61% full vaccination, is among the lowest of the developed world. Cuba has over 84% fully vaccinated. Even Brazil, under anti-vaxxer dictator Jair Bolsonaro, has almost 67% fully vaccinated. Bolsonaro, like Trump, has been skeptical of the threats of COVID from the start. Yet he took Trumpian irrationality to a whole new level, claiming a year ago that the Pfizer BioNTech vaccine could turn people into crocodiles or bearded ladies. And even his country is more vaccinated than these United States. While there remains much to be learned about Omicron and its consequences to public health, one thing is clear. The only reason why our nation is at such extreme public health risk is because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency weaponized this pandemic for political gain, convincing their cultists to distrust science and resist any policy, no matter how reasonable, if it came from a Democrat. I've spent time analyzing the head-scratching right-wing ploy of sowing distrust in vaccines within the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent constituency, a move which has literally killed off supporters and, occasionally, Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent leaders and pundits as well. But what I haven't done is recognize that the right-wing response to the pandemic is part of a larger political practice. Victimized bully syndrome. Some of you will be familiar with DARVO. That's all uppercase. It's an acronym, DARVO, an acronym for Deny, Attack, and Reverse Victim and Offender. DARVO describes the behavior of psychological abusers when they are being held accountable for their behavior. Donald Trump and his cultists clearly exhibit DARVO psychosis. Rather than accept blame for anything they do, they turn around and accuse those blaming them of creating the problem. VBS, victimized bully syndrome, as I'm describing it so that you understand it, however, is slightly different from DARVO. With DARVO, the abusive behavior comes first, and DARVO only emerges if the attacker is asked to take responsibility. But with VBS, the cries of being victims come first and are used to rationalize the underlying bullying behaviors. The bully under VBS is always already acting in self-defense. You are justifying your aggression as defensive, as if it were a preemptive strike, like the Japanese conducted at Pearl Harbor. A justified surgical strike based on strategic logic that has no parallel to what victimized American bullies do. Take this example. In a recent interview with Fox News, Dr. Mehmet Oz, a white trash piece of shit candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania, suggested that Americans had been victimized by President Biden's one-size-fits-all COVID-19 rules that limit our freedom, his words. According to Doc Oz, U.S. citizens want government to get out of their way to stop scaring them into submission. If we set aside the sheer stupidity of a medical doctor suggesting that we need as many different approaches as possible, his words, to this pandemic. The critical takeaway is Doc Oz's claim that Biden's policy is designed to victimize the public by scaring them, taking away their freedoms, and destroying thereby their dignity. According to this anti-logic, refusing to wear a mask, get vaccinated, or support public health policy is a valid defense, rather than bullying behavior that puts everyone else in peril. And lest there be any doubt, the right isn't refusing to be vaccinated they aren't just refusing to be vaccinated and to follow public health guidelines in the face of the pandemic. They have chosen to respond with aggressive bullying, engaging in violent confrontations over masking policies, attacking teachers, threatening school board members' very lives, violently trolling scientists with death threats who speak to the media about COVID, and more. In fact, the violent far right has exploded in these United States with a virulence that rivals COVID-19 itself. Similar to the sore winner syndrome we saw emerge in the wake of former President Trump's election, VBS, or violent bully syndrome, posits that those on the right are all the time being victimized by their government, and that it makes perfect sense to respond aggressively with extreme violence, intent to kill. It is this same psychotically murderous anti-logic that was the backdrop to the January 6th, 2021 attack on our U.S. Capitol, and we can see the same anti-logic in play in right-wing responses to the House investigation into that attack. Trump spokesperson Taylor Budowich claimed, "Democracy is under attack. However, not by the people who illegally entered the Capitol on January 6th, 2021, but instead by a committee whose members walk freely in its halls every day." That's right. According to Budowich, the real threat to our democracy are those legally elected officials investigating what happened on January 6th, not the actual insurgents who attacked our Capitol with intent to overthrow our government. Those people were, according to this twisted anti-logic, simply victims of electoral fraud. And Jameson Reese says, that's the chicken call. It may well be. It gets worse. The victim card was at the heart of the Kyle Rittenhouse case as well. Rittenhouse claimed himself that he shot 3 men, 2 fatally, with an AR-15 style semi-automatic rifle in self-defense. In his testimony, Rittenhouse stated the only reason he even went to Kenosha, Wisconsin on the night of the shootings was to provide first aid to people in need. Rittenhouse, then, was no average vigilante. Instead, he was an already victimized one, preparing to claim self-defense if he attacked anyone. In a post-verdict statement issued by the real victims' parents, they nail the dangers of Rittenhouse's VBS, his victimized bully syndrome. And the verdict, according to them, sends the unacceptable message that armed civilians can show up in any town, incite violence, and then use the danger they themselves have provoked to justify shooting people in the street. VBS, then, isn't only being used by the radicalized right, which is all the right at this point in history, to foster a public health catastrophe. It is literally being used to justify armed murder and armed insurrection. As long as we allow the radicalized right to continue to describe themselves as victims who have been harmed, injured, threatened, and therefore need to act aggressively in self-defense, the closer we get to civil war. In fact, a recent Public Religion Research Institute poll proved that 30% of Republicans believe that true American patriots must resort to violence in order to save our country. Nearly 40% still believe the election was stolen. So long as the victimized bully syndrome pandemic is transmitted across the right-wing community, it will continue to surpass any threats to our nation from any new variants to the COVID-19 pandemic. Until we address the real threats to our nation, we not only won't stop COVID-19, we will allow the true risks to our health and the health of our democracy to continue to spread. That's why Republicans must die. That's why we must kill Republicans in order for ourselves to survive. This is why the Denver shooting spree sycophant Lyndon McLeod glorified guns and misogyny. His own battle cry, war is coming. It's already here. The man in Monday's shooting spree in Denver, Colorado, opened our work week after a supermassive firestorm had already emblazoned itself across that state. He decided to follow in its wake like famine after flood, killing 5 people, leaving behind a Twitter feed boasting about his gun abuse and promoting misogyny, as well as lamenting the suppression of male honor violence. Authorities identified Lyndon James McLeod, dead at 47 years of age, as the mass shooter who opened fire at several locations in Denver and nearby Lakewood on Monday afternoon. McLeod was killed in a police-involved shooting in Lakewood. Now, speaking to reporters, the Denver chief of police, Paul Pazin, said McLeod had been on the radar of law enforcement. He was referencing two previous investigations, one in 2020 and the other in early 2021, that unfortunately did not result in state or criminal charges, simply because the police were too fucking lazy to follow up. McLeod's own Twitter account, which has been inactive since June of yesteryear and was since taken down, provided a disturbing insight all its own into the shooting suspect's extremist ideologies, from a glorification of honor violence to his fixation on female chastity. In 2018, during a debate with another user, McLeod tweeted, "Yes, I'm a jerk. I have high testosterone and low patience. I've been in more street fights." He spelled that S-T-triple-E-T. "I've been in more street fights than you have teeth. I've been arrested on felony weapons charges. I've had 3 women in bed at once. I'm an aggro-as-fuck dude." These 3 women, McLeod claimed in a separate tweet, were teenage girls. God. Actually, there's more to this. Yeah. Jameson Reese says the girls he was with were probably dogs. Yeah. And so he says not human. Not like they was ugly, but not human. Yeah, I get it. This was from October 16th, 2018. I'm looking up this tweet now. And at McClay_Roman, he signs off as sanction the book. And he says, "Yes, I'm a jerk. I have high testosterone and low patience. I've been in more steep fights than you have teeth. I've been arrested on felony weapons charges. I've had 3 women in bed at once. I'm aggro as fuck, dude. And I have an MAO-A gene. And 4% Neanderthal DNA too. See?" And he provides a link to his genes. Jesus Christ. In another post, McLeod called CNN host Don Lemon racist but correct on the same week as Lemon's statement that white men are the biggest terror threat in this country following a 2018 shooting in Kentucky. And he wrote, McLeod did, "Agro white males are violent and will be more violent if they are made irrelevant by a country that hates them." I'm shouting the capitalized words. "Their limbic system is in revolt against the modern world. War is coming." There we are. And, there's more to this tweet. It's, again, signed off as Sanction the Book. It was the @ McClay with 2 C's, _Roman. This was from November 1st of 2018. I'm calling this up on screen. @Don Lemon is racist but correct. Agro white males are violent and will be more violent as they are made irrelevant by a country that hates them. Their limbic system is in revolt against the modern world. War is coming! And the birds fine in song and feather took no warning. That's a quote from Charles Dickens. I'm surprised he was that literate. McLeod also complained of a modern/liberal suppression of male honor violence, which according to him refers to men having the freedom to inflict physical assault as retaliation for perceived disrespect. Now, one such tweet bore the hashtag Make America Retributive Again. And what he said was, "You can't treat the most aggressive men of your society like shit and expect to survive." So here we are, signed off as Sanction the Book, @McClay _Roman. This is, again, November 1st. It was on the same day he said this in 2018. "Yes, @N Taleb, I've read. My only half-original thought was this modern liberal suppression of male honor violence, hashtag, or rather, in parentheses, the @ Sapinker, having the effect of destabilizing the state itself. Large numbers of innately aggro men fuming but with no release, and then blowing up catastrophically." So his whole theme is pain demands a response. This was a catchphrase that I've now found McLean keeps using again and again. Pain demands a response from his own book trilogy Sanction. This is a trio of novels he wrote called Sanction. That's why he keeps signing off as Sanction the Book, which he wrote under the pen name of Roman McClay, which is why he keeps putting that name in parentheses. The books are still up for purchase on Amazon, and believe it or not, they've garnered mostly positive feedback. According to reviews, both positive and negative, that I'm looking at on Amazon, the first book's contents include unapologetic violence, misogyny, and racism. Now, one reviewer wrote, "This book is packed full of rants on diversity, woman, and globalization. There are fantasies of killing people involved in the Black Lives Matter movement and bizarre threats to Ben Shapiro, Sam Harris, and others." Now, one of these positive reviewers who said the book features racial slurs abound. Oh, that just gives any white man joy, where they can read the word nigger or gook or spick over and over again. He writes, "Taboo topics like incest, murder, racial inferiority, and genocide are written in an almost casual tone. It puts language to what most people secretly think and then suppress in the deepest recesses of their hearts." So in other words, this guy's writing incest fantasies. Whoa, what a surprise! Oh my God! Why does this confirm so much? Why does this make so much sense? It's true to pattern. Yes, Jameson says, no wonder things are fucked. Because these white folk keep fucking inside their own families like they're cats or something. According to another review, McLeod gave his real name to the book's murderous protagonist. In other words, he made himself a character. So, this review says, I'm reading from the Amazon reviews now, the plot, as revealed gradually through a non-chronological narrative, is about an intelligent and sensitive man named Lyndon McLeod, fed up with the pettiness and slights and double crosses of the people around him. Lyndon commits 46 murders. In 2019, McLeod tweeted, "Nobody is scared of anyone anymore. The state," and he put that as one word, the state is one word, "has stopped 99% of alphas from engaging in retributive violence. They/we are too scared to lose all we have." So he's admitting that white men have a lot to lose. Then he says, "That's," all uppercase, "that's why betas and females are scamming/disrespecting incessantly. Until real alphas risk jail, nothing will change. #sanction." McLeod also obsessively debated other users about a perceived requirement for women to remain chaste before marriage, painting women's sexual freedom as the downfall of society. A quote he promoted several times from the book entitled Why Honor Matters, which was authored by Tamler Sommers, states, "Many honor cultures impose strict codes of chastity and fidelity for their female members. Violating the code can lead to shame, ostracizing, physical punishment, and ultimately murder." What he professed, this McLeod guy, well, he professed to not being religious, and yet he once wrote, "I love religion. All religions place a massive sanction on female premarital sex. Religion demands," his uppercase lettering there, "virginity in woman." And McLeod additionally left a paper trail of his pro-gun stance. And in response to a Twitter user's post about mass shootings, the Denver mass shooter once claimed, "People with guns often save lives by brandishing weapons to deter criminal violence. I have personally done this with my sidearm. My guns stop violence." Oh, God. In a tweet name-dropping his M4 assault rifle and 30-round magazines, McLeod complained that then presidential candidate Andrew Yang, a Chinese American, was, in his words, alienating 30 million gun owners to virtual signal to the idiotic left when rifles kill less than 150 people a year. Let me see if I can read that. As Jameson says, this guy writes like he's inbred, which he is, and is proud of. He was apparently a product of a brother and sister. Anyhow, he says alienating 30 million, he's talking about Andrew Yang, was alienating 30 million gun owners to virtue signal to the idiotic left when rifles kill less than 150 people a year. I mean, this guy's crazy. Gun violence is essentially an auto-genocide. In other words, a genocide of the self, our own country killing itself en masse. And yet, he tweeted in response to another user, "Gun owners ain't normal, and the most hardcore 1% will go to war over this when the sheriff comes to enforce it. Imagine the death toll. And for what? To save 150 people a year?" This his words. In late 2018, McLeod tweeted about previously being found not guilty on felony weapons charges, claiming he obeyed use of force laws to a T. His words. He also mentioned his legal troubles in a separate tweet, complaining about illegals dealing heroin, purportedly evading prosecution in Denver. What he said was, "I had a $75,000 bond for a weapons charge. I didn't even shoot those cholo motherfuckers." It's a pity they didn't shoot you, white trash piece of shit. Then, of course, came his killing spree. According to Denver and Lakewood authorities, Denver police first received a 911 call at around 5:25 p.m. on Monday, reporting a shooting that occurred at a business on First Avenue and Broadway. The officers arrived on scene to find 3 victims. 2 adult women, of course, found dead inside the establishment, and a wounded adult male who fled and was found in area. The man apparently is still being treated at a hospital because he's on life support. He's in critical condition, but he's expected to survive. Just so you know, critical means that it's not good, yet he's expected to survive. So I don't know what they mean by that. Guess it's not good because he's on life support. Maybe he'll survive, but be forever on a lung machine or something, in which case he may as well kill himself. The Denver Post reported the victims were Alicia Cardenas, a Latinx, aged 44 years of age, and Elisa Gun Maldonado. And obviously another Latina, Maldonado's husband, Jimmy Maldonado, was the man who was injured in the shooting, who's on life support. The suspect, well, the mass murderer, he then broke into a residence in the 200 block of West 6th Avenue, pursued the occupants and fired gunshots, but no injuries were reported. Imagine this lunatic breaking into your home in a home invasion, armed to the teeth like that. Terrifying. Police later received a report of a shooting at a residence in the 1200 block of William Street, where a man was found shot and killed inside. Following an exchange of gunfire that resulted in a police car being disabled because he had a big fucking full auto, the suspect fled to Lakewood. At 5:58 p.m., Lakewood police received a report of shots fired inside the Lucky 13 tattoo parlor, where Danny Schofield, 38 years of age, was found dead at the scene. Another shootout ensued between police and the mass murderer after his van was found near a Wells Fargo bank in the Belmar shopping district. I guess he had to use the ATM. The shooter managed to escape and reached the Hyatt House in Belmar, where he briefly spoke to the 28-year-old front desk worker named Sarah Steck before shooting her dead. The mass murderer then encountered a lone police officer while continuing his mass murderous spree on foot. The officer ordered him to drop his weapon, but the mass murderer approached her and opened fire, striking her once. So the police officeress, the female police officer, was shot, and yet she was able, as a law enforcement agent, to still carry out her duties and shoot him back, thereby killing the mass murderer. Police believe the mass shooter was targeting people who were known to him, except in poor Sarah Steck's case, where the issue apparently was with the hotel. So I'll shoot this poor girl to take it out on the facility. Matt Clark, the commander of the Denver Police Major Crimes Division, told reporters that based on what we know, it does appear that the offender was targeting specific people. In this case, the victims were known to the offender. Now, according to the Denver Post, McLeod previously owned a business named Flat Black Inc. Corporation in the area of the second shooting. The business, which McLeod put down as his book's publisher, was listed as delinquent circa 2017. Now, this is war. He said so himself. We are at war now. This is what we're at war against. And they're all like this. Some aside myself know the United States is headed toward civil war. History suggests something else as well. A year has passed since Trump cultists launched a physical assault on our Capitol as Congress was formally counting the Electoral College ballots. A congressional select committee is investigating that violence and its sources, despite non-cooperation from former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and other key figures. Our nation continues to learn more disturbing information about how that attack was coordinated. Beyond the riot, January 6th was a dangerously close call. Trump's plot nearly succeeded. And what if the January 6th insurrection had succeeded in illegally installing Donald Trump? What if Donald Trump were illegally installed for a second term? Election stealer would then have moved quickly to consolidate power with all Republican help. This is why they all must die. Now, a fourth one nit, but 14 nights, 12 weeks after the January 6th insurrection, Donald Trump walked out of the White House and Joe Biden became the 46th president of these United States. Trump had attempted to abuse the full power of the presidency and his position as the leader of the Republican insurgency to stay in power, but he failed. Democracy succeeded. Joe Biden became president on schedule and without incident at noon, high noon on January 20th of 2021. But this was a very close call. Attempts by Trump and his followers to overturn the results of the 2020 election, multidimensional efforts, of which the assault on the Capitol building was but only one element, all came as together dangerously close to succeeding. Consider, for example, Donald Trump's demand that Vice President Mike Pence act to nullify Biden's victory on January 6th. Trump wanted Pence to abuse his power as the presiding officer during the joint session of Congress that day to toss out Biden's electoral votes in states Trump had contested. On its face, the idea of giving one person the power to overturn the votes of millions of Americans was absurd. And outside of a few fringe attorneys advising Donald Trump, constitutional scholars concur that Pence had no authority to do what Trump was demanding. But what if Pence had followed Trump's order? What would have happened if he had brought the gavel down during the joint session on January 6th and thrown out Biden's electoral votes in the states Trump had contested? What if he had declared Donald Trump the winner of those states? While it may be clear that Pence did not have the authority to unilaterally reject electoral votes, it is unclear who would have had the authority to overrule him. Some have suggested the matter would simply have had to be resolved by the Supreme Court, but it is unclear the justices would even have agreed to decide such a case because the Constitution arguably leaves it up to Congress to decide its own rules for counting contested electoral votes. The Supreme Court would have ultimately taken up the issue, but with no explicit constitutional authority to do so, it's not certain the justices would have agreed to resolve the dispute. And even if the Supreme Court had decided to intervene, there would have been chaos and uncertainty as the process played out. J. Michael Luttig, a former federal appellate judge popular among conservatives, had advised Pence he would be violating the Constitution if he followed Trump's order, and Luttig told ABC News that if Pence had attempted to do it, he would have, to quote his Luttig, Luttig, at length and verbatim. I will quote his T. He says that if Pence had attempted to do such, follow Trump's orders, it would have plunged the country into a constitutional crisis of the highest order. It would have presented America, and the three branches of our government in particular, with what each branch would have viewed as seemingly irresolvable constitutional issues. Had the Supreme Court refused to decide these issues, the country and our democracy would have spiraled into a chaos from which neither would have soon recovered, literally jeopardizing our national security. The legitimacy of our democracy would have been forever drawn into doubt, and its luster could never have been restored. There would have been utter chaos in America until our country and its institutions of government could sort it all out. This constitutional crisis was avoided because Pence defied Donald Trump's order. Pence was not alone. The peaceful transition of power ultimately happened in large part because Pence and others refused to take part in Donald Trump's effort to seize the power to choose the President of the United States from the American voters. Many of those who defied Trump were Republicans and had been loyal Trump cultists themselves. It's not hard to imagine scenarios where some of them would have gone along with Trump's demands, with catastrophic consequence. Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, was a Republican who endorsed Trump and had voted for him. Trump demanded he find enough votes to overturn the results in his own state. He threatened Raffensperger, but the man refused. What if Raffensperger hadn't? There was no guarantee Raffensperger would do the right thing. Trump demanded Republican leaders of the state legislatures in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Michigan overturn the elections in their states by sending to Washington Trump electoral votes instead of electoral votes for Biden, who actually won their states. They didn't do that. But what if they had tried? Trump lost his Secretary of Homeland Security. He told his Secretary of Homeland Security he wanted him to seize voting machines in states he lost. A demand made first by Trump and later through his young enforcer, Johnny McEntee, director of the Presidential Personnel Office. Chad Wolf, the acting secretary, had no authority to do that, and he refused. But what if he had tried? Judges, some of them conservative Republicans Trump himself had nominated, rejected multiple lawsuits aimed at overturning our elections. What if they had gone along with Trump's power grab and ruled in his favor, as Trump clearly hoped they would? Trump bluntly demanded that the Supreme Court, with a clear conservative majority thanks to the 3 justices he himself had nominated to pack that court, intervene and save his presidency. In the end, they unanimously rejected his final appeal. But what if the conservative majority in the Supreme Court acted the way Trump expected them to act? What if Bill Barr had followed the president's orders and mobilized the considerable resources of the Department of Justice to overturn our election? Little Billy Barr had seemed willing to stand by the president, but in the end, he incurred Trump's wrath by not only failing to do what Trump demanded, but by publicly declaring there was no evidence of any widespread voter fraud. But what if little Billy Barr had not stood up to Donald Trump? Barr's successor, Jeffrey Rosen, held the line too. And when Trump tried to fire Rosen, nearly a dozen senior Justice Department officials threatened to resign. What if instead of threatening to resign in protest, they had agreed to go along with Trump's plans to abuse the Justice Department to overturn our election? None of these people had the authority to do what Trump demanded, but there is no guarantee the orderly transfer of power on January 20th would have happened if they had tried to do what he demanded. It may also be said of these people that they saved our democracy by refusing to break the law. Some of them paid a steep price for doing the right thing. Brad Raffensperger, for example, became a target of endless death threats that continued months after the election and that were focused not just on himself, but also every single member of his family. Indeed, his entire family was threatened to be wiped out at once by these domestic terrorists, Trump cultists, Republicans. People who all believed Trump's lies about the election somehow got Raffensperger's wife's phone number and bombarded her with threatening and pornographic messages. Gorno, or gore porn. Pregnant woman being disemboweled. Often real footages. taken from third world national snuff films. The pressure was intense, but Raffensperger stayed focused and did what the law required him to do. To quote us Raffensperger himself, he said, "Sometimes a person has to stand up and be counted. I'll stand up and be counted because I stood on the truth." The system held. Democracy prevailed. But there were many steps along the way where we were perilously close to a complete and total breakdown, a true constitutional crisis. Ultimately, Donald Trump left office peacefully and without incident on January 20th, primarily because he had failed, and failed spectacularly in each and every attempt he had made to prevent Joe Biden from becoming president. But as we approach, are now in the first anniversary of the January 6th insurrection on the United States Capitol, many questions remain. Among these, one of the most important is still, what if? What if the coup d'etat attempt had succeeded? What if the electoral results had been overturned? What if Donald Trump were illegally installed for a second term as president of these United States? It could have happened several different ways. Capitol Police Officer Eugene Goodman might have been out sick last January 6th and not in place to divert the mob away from fleeing and hiding members of Congress. The Trump cultic horde could have found their way to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Vice President Mike Pence, or other members of Congress and killed or injured them. Had they done so, it might have resulted in postponing the certification of the election, and in the ensuing time, despite whatever national outrage was triggered, the former president and his cultists might have engineered politically motivated challenges in key states, throwing the election's results into open question. Do you doubt that? Then your memory has faded much in the past year. Because a coup d'etat attempt occurred, 5 people died, and more than 140 police officers were critically injured. For the first time in American history, we did not have a peaceful transfer of power, and the backlash with the leadership and rank and file of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency was shockingly minimal. A stunning blow to democracy. Just hours after the attack, 147 Republican members of Congress voted to object to the electoral results, although there was zero evidence of wrongful outcomes in electoral counts. Even with massive evidence of Trump's central role in promoting this uprising, only 10 House Republicans voted to impeach him. Just 7 voted to convict him in the Senate. What is more, within weeks of this assault, the leadership and rank and file of the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency fell into line around the continued promotion of the big lie and the continued defense of Donald Trump as their party's standard bearer. A recent poll from the University of Massachusetts Amherst reveals that 71% of Republicans do not believe Joe Biden was rightfully elected our president. Only 6% of Republicans admitted Biden was definitely the winner. About 80% of Republicans called the January 6th attack a protest. Another poll from the Washington Post University of Maryland proved 34% of Americans believe violent action against our government is justified. This combination of gullibility or willingness to deny demonstrable facts to advance a political goal proves that another what-if scenario also came precariously close to succeeding. This is the plot we are learning was being pursued by Trump cultists to get the certification stalled by peaceful means while state challenges could be pursued, and with the help of Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent legislators, governors, and judges. 1. In a new memoir, Trump White House advisor Peter Navarro calls the effort a perfect plan and has stated, "We had over 100 congressmen committed to it." He called the plan the Green Bay Sweep. We do know that the effort came very close to success. Exemplar gratiae. One key element was for Vice President Pence to refuse to certify the electoral results, sending them back to the states. Pence personally struggled with this issue, wanted to find a way to make it work before being dissuaded by former Vice President Dan Quayle. What if Pence had ignored that clean-cut kid's advice? The eternally clean-cut kid, even though Dan Quayle is quite the adult by now, or even the elder. But what if that wise man's advice had been dispensed? Had the electoral results been flipped, it would have been a stunning blow to democracy in these United States. But it is not hard to imagine that within weeks after stealing the election, Trump would have moved quickly to consolidate all power and protect himself from all challenges. How do we know? He had senior officials in the Justice Department like Jeffrey Clark working with him to flip this election, according to the New York Times, the Gray Lady herself. And Jeffrey Clark is said to have even schemed to remove an acting attorney general not deemed loyal enough to Donald Trump. This is what brings us to what we face today. There is plenty of evidence, overwhelming in fact, to prove that Donald Trump, a man who has openly joked about being president for life and envying the power of dictators, would have shredded the Constitution and likely have had the support of all the Republican Party as he did so. Scary as the answers to those what-if questions are, perhaps even scarier is that today, despite Biden having won the election with more votes than any presidential candidate in American history, despite Trump having lost more than 60 court challenges to the election, despite failed recount efforts, despite public knowledge of unfounded and likely illegal attempts to pressure state officials to change their vote counts, despite the coup d'etat attempt and becoming the only American president ever impeached twice, the attempt to undermine democracy is continuing unabated. Electoral laws are being changed that will make it harder for tens of millions of Americans, often minority voters and others who tend to vote Democratic, to vote at all. States are shifting decision-making power in contested elections to partisan officials. And while President Biden has said that he was willing to support filibuster reform to ensure voting rights are protected, a crucial move given the threat, it is far from a sure thing that will ever happen. What is more, a recent poll proves that Trump versus Biden rematch in 2024 would be a dead heat at the least. The attempted coup d'etat is not over. The threat to democracy not only remains, it has also proved to be shockingly resilient. It advocates violent overthrow while promoting quiet takeover. Its advocates are shameless as they are resourceful. And this all means that the most instructive aspect of what-if questions might be that they remind us of what could lie ahead for us all if we are not more vigilant, and if we do not fight, as so many of our ancestors have done to preserve and enhance democracy in America. The risk of a coup d'etat in the next American election is greater now than it ever was under Trump. Republicans are already busy undermining the next election. But giving up on democracy is not an option. Only free and fair elections in which the loser abides by the results stand between each of us and life at the mercy of a despotic regime. One we had no voice in choosing, and one that can freely violate all our rights. So everything is at stake in the peaceful transfer of power from a government that has lost its people's confidence to its victorious successor. It was that peaceful transfer that Trump and his minions sought to obstruct and almost succeeded in overthrowing when Joe Biden was elected president. A year has passed since Donald Trump's abortive coup d'etat and his supporters' violent storming of the United States Capitol on the 6th day in January of 2021 in a nearly successful bid to prevent Congress from certifying Trump's decisive loss of the election to Joseph Biden. Watching the images that day of the seat of American democracy overtaken and defiled, it was impossible not to viscerally feel the grave danger that confronted our republic. In the tumultuous years since, the immediacy of that sensation has waned, and the magnitude of the stakes has receded from memory. In the rubble of the insurrection, the sheer shock of the moment jarred loose hints of a long-lost bipartisanship and the national unity, and rekindled an appreciation of why a successful coup d'etat would have meant the end of all we care about. The House of Representatives expeditiously moved to impeach Donald Trump for his role in fomenting the attack, and 57 senators, including 7 Republicans, voted to convict him on the 13th day in February after a masterful presentation led by the Representative Jamie Raskin, a Democrat of Maryland. After Trump had become the first American president to be impeached twice, the Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, delivered a blistering rebuke of Donald Trump from the Senate floor, justifying his and many other Republicans' votes to acquit only on the thin reed that by the time of his Senate trial, Trump was no longer president. Alas, the moment was short-lived. With Trump himself out of office and in exile at Mar-a-Lago, public attention quickly faded. Republicans abandoned their increasingly half-hearted search for accountability, and the leaders of their party began planning their next bite at the poisoned apple of power, an apple they told themselves had been stolen from them despite all evidence to the contrary. Rewriting history and turning reality on its head, Republicans in Congress and their allies in right-wing media began absurdly to describe the deadly insurrection as a mostly peaceful protest, described rioters who brutally beat Capitol Police as political prisoners, and suggested that any violence was attributable to some unidentified group of left-wing Antifa. To be sure, we have seen the rise of a veritable cottage industry of commentary warning sharply that America remains subject to what some have called a slow-motion insurrection, or that Trump's next coup d'etat has already begun. Yet the vast majority of Americans have turned their attention back to other concerns. From new and more infectious variants of the COVID-19 virus to burgeoning inflation and increasingly palpable signs of global burning to the myriad of other problems that bedevil our nation and the world. But for those of us who have continued to investigate the sources and facets of the assault on constitutional democracy, a sobering realization has become inescapable. Our country and the legal and political institutions that prevent it from descending into despotism are in even greater peril today than they were at the time of last November's election. That assault began in the run-up to the 2020 election when Donald Trump and his cultic followers spread the corrosive view that American elections had become inherently or intrinsically untrustworthy as demographic changes broadened the eligible electorate, and thus that any outcome other than victory for Trump would necessarily be the result of fraud and must therefore be summarily and reflexively rejected by all means necessary. With each passing day, more details about the means Trump's team devised to undo the results of the November 2020 election have cascaded into public view. Even though Republicans in Congress have made concerted efforts to obstruct the work of the special House committee created to uncover the sources of the abortive coup d'etat and the ensuing insurrection, said committee was charged to propose legislation to reduce the danger of a repeat performance. But because curing a disease requires diagnosing its cause, Republicans have seized on the committee's search for causes to claim that its purposes were solely vindictive and not legislative. In the course of designing possible remedies, said committee has uncovered evidence of a conspiracy, broader, more far-reaching, and better organized than was initially known. That conspiracy featured deceptive PowerPoint presentations and duplicitous talking points designed to propagate the big lie that Democrats had indeed stolen this election and to lay out a blueprint for stopping the steal. Understanding that blueprint requires appreciating the Byzantine constitutional structure dating to our foundation. A structure in which the presidency is awarded not to the winner of the national popular vote, but to the candidate receiving the most electoral votes. Those votes are allocated among the states according to a formula slanted toward less densely populated states. States that have tended over time to favor the Republican candidate, with each state's legislature determining the method for deciding how its electoral votes will be awarded. As Representative Raskin, a leading member of the Special House Committee, described it to the press, the basic plan for Trump to seize power despite his loss of both the popular vote on the 3rd of November and the electoral vote on the 14th of December had been to pressure various officials to find enough non-existent votes to flip the results of several key states in which the election's outcome had been the closest. Failing that, the plan was to pressure Vice President Michael Pence, presiding over the January 6th joint session of Congress required under the Constitution to count the certified electoral votes, to reject and return the slates of electoral votes certified by Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, depriving both candidates of the requisite majority of the electoral votes cast. At that point, the choice of president would fall immediately to the U.S. House of Representatives, with each state's delegation casting a single vote in the resulting contingent election. That, in turn, would have made Trump the president-elect despite having lost the election, because more state delegations in the House were in Republican hands at that point than in the hands of the Democrats. Part of the plot, as we are now learning, featured Trump's invocation of the Insurrection Act to declare something akin to martial law, to put down the chaos and bedlam he and his inner circle would by then have unleashed upon the Capitol. All the time blaming the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, for not keeping order. A form of sinister gaslighting the Republicans have deployed ever since the 6th of January. Talk of that military option. led the CIA director to predict that we are on the way to a right-wing coup d'etat. But most terrifyingly, we have learned over the past year that the Republican Party plans to do it again. Some retired generals are warning that, without decisive action to hold all the wrongdoers to account, we will witness a march to another coup d'etat attempt, and one most likely to succeed if Donald Trump or another demagogue runs and loses. Trump's Republican Party has all but erased or openly embraced the violence of January 6th. And the party faithful have already set out to abuse state-level elections and legislative processes to better set the table to steal the 2024 election, should that be necessary to their return to power. And why wouldn't they? Those involved in the last attempt have, at least as of today, faced few, if any, social, political, or legal penalties. Only the foot soldiers, those who physically invaded the Capitol, have faced criminal punishment, and even they have been charged with no offense more serious than corruptly obstructing an official proceeding. As I have argued elsewhere, or elsewhen, it would seem more fitting to charge the OBS Studio has disconnected, and since successfully reconnected, I need feedback as to whether I can be heard. Jameson Reese says, we are back. Thank you, sir. Deeply appreciate it. I'm going to conduct a check here into our screen time. Let's take a look at what we've got going. Good. Holding strong. And I would like feedback from people in the chat room as to whether or not the quality of audio is holding. And I appreciate everyone responding in Messenger on Facebook as well, or entering comments on Facebook posts, as people often do. Thank you, Jameson Reese. I didn't even know you were back. Did you ever? Oh, he did say he was back. There we are. Most of the time I notice when he enters that I didn't even get a notification ring, or I failed to notice it. And so glad he's back. And with that, let me check some of our incoming messages. Gotten a vote on the promotional banner. With that, of course, I return to the task at hand. As I have argued elsewhere, it would seem more fitting to charge those who organized, funded, and otherwise led the nearly successful overthrow of our government with insurrection or sedition. Indeed, in the topsy-turvy world of Trump cultic anti-logic, the political base of the Republican Party now appears by a large majority to truly believe that the real coup d'etat and insurrection took place not on the 6th of January in 2021, but on the 3rd of November and the 14th of December in 2020, when Joe Biden and the Democrats supporting him were guilty of a big steal of our national election. Students of how democracies fail and tyrannical regimes arise from the dust they leave behind uniformly teach that such groundless myths of wrongful defeat at the hands of, well, either of enemies within or of enemies without are invariably part of the demagogue's narrative and of its hold on popular consciousness. The specter of another coup d'etat attempt in 2024 through 2025 may, at first blush, seem counterintuitive. After all, whether Donald Trump or another aspiring despot runs next time as the Republican cult's nominee, that candidate will have no access to the powers of the presidency when the national election occurs. But the corrupt actions that threaten soon to bring our constitutional republic to an ignoble end, sadly do not require either an exercise of presidential power or the abdication of presidential duty. They require only that the cult of Trump repopulate with party hacks the bureaucracy of honest vote counters and nonpartisan election personnel at the state and local levels, and that Trump-backed lawmakers elected to state legislatures rig the voting rules to dilute the influence of all who might oppose a Republican victory. Because these steps are well underway, we face a challenge more daunting than we did even when the powers of the presidency were in Trump's own hands. Nor can we count on the congressional voting integrity measures brilliantly designed with the help of Adam Schiff and Jamie Raskin, the Democratic representatives who led Trump's 2 Senate impeachment trials, to save us from what the growing number of Republican state legislatures seem only too eager to do. For one thing, even before the 2022 midterm elections, Democrats control too few seats in the Senate to overcome the antiquated filibuster rules that make enactment of such voting rights measures with fewer than 60 votes an impossibility. For another, the U.S. Supreme Court, as packed by means of dubious legitimacy by Donald Trump himself during his presidency, is poised to hold unconstitutional virtually any meaningful voting protection or electoral reform Congress might enact, even if that 60-vote obstacle could be carved away in a limited class of cases. Even if something should derail another Trump run at the presidency, the means for another coup d'etat exists, and the temptation to seize power, this time cementing it permanently, will surely tantalize a political party that has demonstrated itself openly hostile to the very premises of democracy. Of particular concern to students of totalitarianism, a governing form that almost always comes wrapped in violence, was the violence woven through the rise of Trumpism to the siege of the Capitol, which was, of course, brutally violent. Participants came armed with body armor, firearms, knives, bear mace, tasers, and everything in between. They brought a gallows and chanted that they were going to hang the sitting vice president. They brutally beat unto death in cases Capitol and D.C. District of Columbia police officers. Nor was the violence limited to that day. Leading up to the 2020 election, Trump supporters had run a Biden campaign bus off the road in Texas, plotted to abduct the Democratic governoress in Michigan and gang rape her to death on camera, and stirred up brutal attacks across our country. In the period after that election, they physically surrounded and intimidated senators on an airplane and in an airport, calling them traitors and promising consequences for their perceived defection from Donald Trump. They showed up at state capitals armed to the teeth and threatening retribution if state legislators did not allocate their electoral votes to Trump, or at least pursue fraudulent audits of the electoral results. Far from being condemned, in the intervening year, that sort of violence has been increasingly glorified by the mainstream conservative movement. In recent weeks, a congressman posted a photoshopped video of himself murdering a Democratic colleague. A Fox News host discussed to a crowd of radicalized anti-vaxxers how they might most appropriately assassinate our nation's chief epidemiologist with a kill shot in an ambush. Large crowds venerated a juvenile vigilante who shot 3 people on an American street. The base is being primed for ever more violence in the run-up and aftermath of the next election. And the Trump-packed Supreme Court is poised to do its part by gutting what is left of America's laws against carrying guns anywhere and everywhere, including maybe in courthouses, polling places, and the like. It be no accident that the January 6th Hotel Command Center of the group led by Steve Bannon and Roger Stone was christened the War Room. So what is to be done? We must fight back. And here's how. We must resist state-level attempts to make voting more difficult. Instead, we must make vote counting easier and utilize all legal means at our disposal to challenge publicly and in state and federal courts legislative district maps designed to dilute minority voters' influence or to amplify the power of incumbency, as well as laws empowering state office holders to designate presidential electors at odds with their state's popular electoral results. We must use boycotts and grassroots political organizing to oppose the replacement of honest with corrupt politicians, electoral officials, and the enactment of anti-democratic state laws. We must encourage the January 6th committee to complete its work thoroughly but quickly, including holding public hearings that spotlight the damning details of the plot that nearly succeeded and making criminal referrals to the Department of Justice of all such public officials, from members of Congress to the former president himself, suspected of such federal crimes as obstructing an official proceeding, aiding and abetting an insurrection, or conspiring to commit sedition. We must fight back against suggestions that the Justice Department's criminal investigations of the highest-ranking public officials should await any such criminal referrals from the committee. We must redouble our determination to hold criminally accountable and potentially disqualify from ever again holding public office in these United States everyone involved in the obscene trashing of constitutional democracy. We must publicly repudiate whatever misguided notions have led the Biden administration's Attorney General Merrick Garland to exercise extraordinary restraint in the pursuit of such full accountability, effectively placing the highest office holders above the law. Above all, we must not let the difficulty of the task ahead turn realism into resignation and sap the energy we will need to bring to this mission. As the distinguished Yale historianess Joanne Freeman recently wrote, accountability, the belief that political power holders are responsible for their actions and that blatant violations will be addressed, is the lifeblood of democracy. Without it, there can be no trust in government, and without trust, democratic governments have little power. And when democracy loses its grip as a guiding ideal, despotism fills the void and liberty is lost. This is a battle we must not, cannot, will not lose. Trump himself has still refused to accept his 2020 defeat, recently characterizing the election itself as the real insurrection, and is fighting to keep secret the records and documents connected to the events. How dangerous is this moment for American democracy? Some analysts, like Barbara Walter, believe that U.S. democracy is in decline and that we are perilously close to civil war. Others have expressed concern about the normalization of violent discourse and how prominent figures on the right so celebrated. While political violence expert Thomas Zitzoff characterizes warnings of impending civil war or secession as both wrong and dangerous, political scientists largely agree that U.S. partisanship has become deeply toxic. A group of leading scholars of democracy have warned that American elections and American democracy face immediately existential threats that Congress must act now to forestall. Many experts and political observers agree that the systematic partisan attack on voting and voting rights by the rabid Taliban wing of the Red Republican Trump cult is unprecedented in all American history. So let's define what we're talking about when we talk about civil war. That there has been a broad discussion in recent days of the prospect of civil war in the United States is, by itself, quite telling. What drives public conversations is often nebulous, but here, the proximate cause is obvious. 1 year ago, today, a violent mob surged into our Capitol in an effort to block the election of Joseph Biden. So we've seen a multi-pronged discussion about the willingness of Americans to engage in acts of political violence and how far that willingness might yet extend. For Vox, Zach Beauchamp spoke with a number of historians and political scientists about the possible trajectories on which our country might be headed. Titled, "How Does This End?" His essay summarizes the predictions of those with whom he spoke. To quote from his work, "Hotly contested elections whose legitimacy is doubted by the losing side, massive street demonstrations, a paralyzed Congress, and even lethal violence among partisans." A poll conducted by the Washington Post and the University of Maryland tested a related question. Would Americans actually engage in violence against the government? A third of respondents said that they would, including 4 in 10 Republicans and independents. That led to understandable hand-wringing about the country's political future, including from the Post opinion columnist Paul Waldman. But there were also notes of caution. Political scientist Josh Kurtzer found one component of Beauchamp's essay puzzling. On Twitter, he wrote, "I know a lot of Civil War scholars, and very few of them think the United States is on the precipice of a civil war. That's because they're stuck in the past, motherfucker." Meanwhile, journalist Josh Barrow thought Waldman's essay was frustrating. Describing one facet of said essay, he wrote, "There's this whole segment that wants to talk more about authoritarianism. To what end? Who are you convincing of what?" Again, that we're having this conversation is significant. To employ a loaded analogy, it strikes me as being akin to essays and ruminations in February of 2020, now the year before yesteryear, that evaluated how the country might respond to a broad pandemic and the extent to which we were prepared to address it. This is loaded because it implies that, as with the pandemic, the subject of discussion inexorably followed. But it is also a flawed analogy. The current discussion is like wondering what a pandemic could look like after the pandemic was already underway. Yestermenses. Last month, closing last year, American University Associate Professor Thomas Zitzoff on this subject, whose focus is political violence and political psychology, publicly objected to a different Post column, elevating the concerns expressed by Barbara F. Walter. Now, Walter is a professores at the University of California at San Diego, who wrote a soon-to-be-published book titled How Civil Wars Start. She was also one of the featured experts in Beauchamp's essay. Zitzoff's objections were varied. One was an objection in which he explained that elevating concerns about civil war could be self-fulfilling. He used the example of two feuding neighbors who observe each other buying weapons and ammunition. The instinct would be to be similarly prepared, raising the risk of confrontation. Another objection Zitsov offered was that surveys suggesting broad support for violence were often vastly overstating the effect, as demonstrated in part by the rarity of such events, comparably speaking, particularly compared with the 1960s and 1970s, in which he pointed out we had a period when political violence was far, far more common. One of his arguments mirrored that objection Josh Kurtzer had to Beauchamp's essay. Civil war means something specific that, while measured differently at different times, implies an extreme manifestation of political violence that, he concluded, was unlikely. Beauchamp himself later noted that his piece didn't treat civil war as the natural endpoint. In fact, Barbara Walters' use of the term is described as applying broadly. But as a professional historian myself, I can attest that scholarly definitions of civil war often include benchmarks such as total battle deaths and extended durations of conflict. In an essay for the Monkey Cage blog, the Rockefeller College professor Julie Novkov pointed out that Americans tend to be blinkered by our own history, herself having written that the U.S. Civil War, the only one the country has endured, of course she's ignoring or ignorant of the labor wars, which was a second civil war, which almost no American knows about, but I've written columns on. To continue, bore familiar hallmarks: extreme partisan division, geographic sectionalism, and the existence of radically incompatible visions for the role of state and federal government, particularly regarding slavery. A constitutional crisis, however, need not involve a shooting war. Now, this is an essential point, one raised by Zitsov and in Beauchamp's article, and by people such as Dartmouth political science professor Brendan Nyhan. Now, on Twitter, Nyhan compared the use of civil war in this context to broad descriptors of threats to democracy, as in Waldman's essay. There are many waypoints on the path to a years-long interstate shooting war or to a shredding of the Constitution in favor of an authoritarian figurehead, and by positioning the extreme as the only possibility, we can, and do, lose sight of those erosions. And so Walter told Beauchamp, the next war is going to be more decentralized, fought by small groups and individuals using terrorism and guerrilla warfare to destabilize the country. We are closer to that type of civil war than most people realize. Now, Beauchamp may have been better served had he put civil war in quotes in that sentence I'm reading to you. What's remarkable, at any rate, here, is how much easier it is to visualize that sort of violence than to imagine the Confederated States of MAGA assembling troops near Tallahassee. While much of the rhetoric focused on the Second Amendment involves patriots keeping firearms to ward off an overbearing state, it's useful to remember that even in the Civil War, the fighting was done on behalf of state entities. Even at the First Battle of Bull Run, the troops were organized into brigades. This was not a take up arms and head to Lexington Green situation. Instead, Zitsov pointed to that violence half a hundred years agone, bombings by the Weather Underground, for example, and to the takeover of the state capitol building by right-wing actors in Lansing, Michigan, soon after the pandemic emerged in the spring of 2020. These were spaces that didn't warrant the descriptor of civil war, but were real threats in which small groups of self-armed individuals engaged in political violence. Decentralized, to Walter's point, and already present, if not to scale. One danger lies in responses to this threat that mirrors Barrow's. Most Americans are more worried about gas prices and being able to stop worrying about the coronavirus than they are about a collapse in democracy or the prospect of Governoress Kathy Hochul's 9th New York Regiment getting bogged down at the Battle of Wheeling. It has been written that the obsession with this discussion is out of touch. It is true that Americans are more concerned about day-to-day economics than which definition of civil war might best describe our short-term future. But there are at least 3 reasons that this discussion is demanded. The first is that there is always space for consideration of political issues that are distinct from immediate concerns of electoral politics. That there are so many people well-versed in the subject believing it to be worth discussion, even if that's only to dismiss it, suggests that we carve out some time to do so. The second reason is that elected officials are actively promoting these ideas. Before she was banned from Twitter permanently, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republicanist from Georgia, touted an idea she called national divorce, in which some states somehow seceded from these United States to form separate entities. This is a more apt phrase than you might think, presuming an amicability that would almost certainly collapse into something far worse. In other words, it's functionally indistinguishable from what happened in 1861, something Marjorie Taylor Greene's own colleagues were quick to point out. It's the third reason, however, that's the most potent. The evidence that expanded political violence is already here. We've had repeated warnings from federal law enforcement officials about violence from domestic extremists, something that President Biden has made a focus since his inauguration. We saw 1 year ago this week hundreds of people engage in violence targeting law enforcement with the desired aim of upending democracy itself. On the 6th of January, yesteryear, many Americans were more immediately concerned about gas prices and the coronavirus than about the Electoral College vote, but that obviously didn't make the day's violence insignificant. Preventing anything similar isn't insignificant either. I don't know how to balance this need with Zitsov's warning about how paying acute attention to the danger might make the danger more likely. I don't know what the specific policy proposal is here that might lessen the threat, beyond recognizing that some acts of violence are qualitatively different and aimed at a specific political end. But I do know that a good way to answer those questions is to discuss them and to recognize when the virus is already within our borders. And as a military scholar who studies political institutions in historical context, I myself am convinced that civil war is on the horizon. But I do take seriously the problematic nature of Trump's cultists' dominance in the Republican Party. Exempli gratiae. In 2018, I cautioned that dedicated Trump cultists might not accept the end of his presidency. But rather than civil war being the present situation as we experience it in the immediate moment, I contend that the most pertinent historical analogy at present lies in what happened in these United States after Appomattox. So, is it civil war or post-Reconstruction? The U.S. Civil War, which, as I've said, according to this one young historianus, is claimed to be the only one this country has officially endured, meaning most Americans are blatantly ignorant of the union wars on behalf of labor, had, as I said, hallmarks that distinguished it. A constitutional crisis, however, need not involve a shooting war. You don't need extreme partisan division, but by God, we've got that to point of polarization. You don't need geographical sectionalism, but by God, we got that. And the existence of radically incompatible visions for the role of state and federal government, particularly regarding slavery. They're trying to legislate the memory thereof out of existence by exterminating, or rather eradicating, critical race theory, which is a legal fiction along the lines of Gulf War syndrome. Something created to unify a set of what the Republicans consider symptoms to be attacked or ameliorated or alleviated. A constitutional crisis, however, that doesn't need any bullets to fly. As Gary Jeffrey Jacobson and Yaniv Rojne argue in their 2020 book, Comparing Constitutional Revolutions, major transformations may take place without broad democratic engagement. They also note that constitutional change in response to popular mobilization may not take a revolutionary form. Such a transformation took place in late 19th century America, and one possible path forward today is for this to happen again. As I have noted in preceding episodes, after the American Civil War's end, these United States attempted to reconstitute itself around a new vision of national citizenship and equality. This attempt failed, as political scientist Pamela Brandwein has proven. National institutions, then in the hands of the Republican Party, initially tried to hold states accountable for enforcing rights. That did not continue. The Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice Melville Fuller, retrenched federal authority. Rather than pursue a long civil war, the National Republican Party capitulated, deferring American transformation for generations. The retreat of national institutions left the playing field open for a pitched battle on the state level. In the Solid South, Democrats relentlessly and systematically attacked voting and voting rights to secure their hold on state governments. With the Supreme Court's complete repudiation of the project of Reconstruction in Plessy versus Ferguson, circa 1896, Southern states reconstituted themselves round the ideal of white supremacy, as John Knox advocated in his opening remarks at the 1901 Alabama Constitutional Convention. By then, no significant national will remain to challenge these anti-democratic and racist developments. As for the analogy, thereby, the Republican Party's Trump cultic core is not just dedicated to Donald Trump and to their identities as Trump cultists. They are dedicated to continued participation in politics, using loosely democratic mechanisms in state and local elections, as well as more visible and prominent venues to promote a fundamentally anti-democratic agenda. Given this, the Republican Party faces some hard choices. Trump and his cultists have been securing and expanding their power, threatening anyone who openly opposes them with ouster or primary challenges. Prominent party leaders offer little support to the few who try to push back. These leaders probably recognize that fighting what looks like an increasingly necessary internal war may lead to short-term party losses and defections, as some Trump cultists attempt to start alternative political organizations or leave politics entirely, depriving the party of their motivated participation. Democrats face a predicament as well. Certainly, there is political hay to be made by attacking the worst elements of the Republican Party and presenting their anti-democratic and violent rhetoric as representing the party itself. More difficult and costly responses would include searching for and partnering with elements within the Republican Party. Such elements, while disagreeing with Democrats on many major policy issues, would recognize that democracy needs two robust, reality-based political parties. These factions could find common ground over such principles as voting is a fundamental right, public health emergencies should not be politicized, and American democracy must be protected and sustained. Few Republicans currently in Congress, however, have evidenced any willingness to collaborate in these terms. Without work within each party and sustained engagement across party lines, polarization will inevitably make it difficult, nay, impossible, to collaborate nationally to resist anti-democratic elements. The compromise that ended Reconstruction may begin to look like a plausible way out, leaving states to develop and implement policies based on the worldviews of those who control their dominant parties, with all that could mean for those living therein. The groundwork is present in the form of newly revitalized federalism and a Supreme Court that seems willing to grant states latitude, at least in some policy spheres. But even this might be an optimistic vision, given probable Republican dominance in Congress, gained from more than 30 Republican-controlled states' changes to districting and election laws that could tilt results against majority rule. Because January 6th was just the start of radicalizing Trump's Republican Party cult. Even if Trump didn't order the coup d'etat attempt, his supporters knew they were doing what he wanted. Executions, assassinations, ignoring the coronavirus. Why do Trump's final days in office resemble a montage from the Godfather movies? From Terre Haute to Tehran, to your grandma. Trump cultism is revealed as a death cult in the end. For a man who too often talked and occasionally governed more like a mob boss than like the 45th president of a democratic republic, it was sadly fitting that the final days of Donald Trump's White House were playing out like a closing montage from one of the Godfather film franchise movies. Cue the operatic aria, or maybe the piano riff from Layla, as the camera pans over the bloody pavement in a faraway village in Iran and the windshield of a sedan riddled with bullet holes as top nuclear scientists were brutally whacked just days after a not-so-secret sit-down between the crime bosses of Saudi Arabia and Israel with Trump's traveling consigliere. The brutal killing of Mohsen Fakhrizadeh is arguably the most cinematic moment in our Trump cultic death montage, but it's not the most lethal. At a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, Attorney General William Barr's Justice Department was racing to commit state-sanctioned murder against 5 more inmates before Trump left office. The first time since 1889 that a lame duck presidency had carried out any executions at all. Those actions came at the end of a year in which death had covered these United States like a shroud as a result of our utter failure to contain the coronavirus. In El Paso, Texas, one of the worst epicenters of COVID-19, officials then brought in 10 refrigerated morgue trucks to deal with an overload of deaths. A scene that a skillful director like a Coppola or a Scorsese would surely have edited with interspersed cuts of an uncaring president lining up putts on a golf course. In the end, and 'twas the end, no matter what a deranged team of White House attorneys was still babbling about on Newsmax or Facebook or wherever, Trump cultism and America's hopefully brief experience with nihil nationalism had been exposed as a death cult. Among all the terminally bizarre closing plot twists was an 11th hour push by Donald Trump and Little Billy Barr's Justice Department to allow executions by poison gas, firing squads, or even the electric chair, if that's what was needed to clear any obstacles to the contemporary mode of lethal injection. An executive order which probably would have been rejected in most Hollywood writers' rooms for looking too much like 20th century totalitarianism. Why was this happening? Why then? Why now? Why is a former president who practically had to be dragged into starting a transition to the clear electoral winner Joe Biden's presidency, and who seems to be spending most of his waking hours playing golf or tweeting bitterly about the unfairness of it all, so determined to mark his lame duck days with a rising body count, as if he were in a race with death itself to outpace the plague? No one would acknowledge this grim reality publicly, but the trois most likely explanations be equally troubling. First, remember during the Trump impeachment hearings, 15 years ago, right? When Kiev diplomat David Holmes testified that then Ambassador Gordon Sondland explained to him that the president only cared about big stuff, stuff that would help him get reelected. Apparently in Trump world, realpolitik is bigger stuff than the sanctity of human life. Kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse, who values property above the life of anyone, black or white. Consider, in this context, the mounting American death toll from the coronavirus. We're already certainly on pace to top 800,000 by the much anticipated end of 2021. It increasingly seemed that Donald Trump had a political strategy as the third wave of COVID-19 began to swamp America in the fall, which was push any unpopular public safety response, shutdowns, restrictions on crowds, including our beloved sporting events, mask mandates, etc., onto key swing state Democratic governors like Pennsylvania's Tom Wolf. That cold calculation, which ironically didn't save the widely despised Donald Trump, but stirred up enough rage to help Republicans down ballot, wasn't a public health strategy, which would have involved Trump negotiating economic aid from Congress to make new lockdowns more survivable. If it meant thousands of excess deaths, including your grandma perhaps, well, don't sweat the politically small stuff. It's hard to think of anything more cruel and cynical, other than perhaps the Trump administration policy in Iran, which seemed to be driven by a lethal desire to trigger a wider war in the Middle East, a doubling down for our outgoing president's death cult. Indeed, 2020 had been bracketed by unwise, dangerously escalating and amoral assassinations in Iran. The killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani was done by a Trump-ordered American missile strike. The Thanksgiving murder of the scientist Fakhrizadeh was only a mild mystery. Israel's fingerprints all over it, and clearly delighted Trump himself to point of orgasm, as if he were watching snuff gore. We know he got off on it because he tweeted approvingly about the planned hit. In between his electoral fraud lies, it stretches the imagination that the assassination wasn't discussed during the contemporary unannounced confab between Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, aka MBS, alias Mr. Bonesaw, and for those of you who don't know, Bonesaw refers to the fact that one of the men, the journalists who exposed Mohammed bin Salman, or MBS, was killed in a wretchedly inhumane and inhuman torture session in Turkey, where bone saws were used to saw his limbs off while he was conscious and alive. And Secretary of State Mike Pompeo was there between the kike and the rab, little Bibi, and Mr. Bonesaw. I'll never understand why Trump and his criminal accomplices think that the best way to keep Iran from getting nuclear weapons is to rip up the deal that prevented Iran from getting nuclear weapons, and then to poke murderous sticks in the eyes of the regime in Tehran. But whacking an Iranian scientist fits with the broader Trump transition strategy, which was to make life as difficult for President-elect Biden at that time, who promised during the campaign to restore the peace deal negotiated by his then-boss Barack Obama in 2015. Had these 11th-hour machinations brought Iran to a state of near war, or heaven forbid, actual war with Israel and the United States, it would have surely complicated Biden's peace agenda, to say the least. If the political gamesmanship led to fighting and death, the former president who golfed while your uncle was on a ventilator didn't really care. Do you? The same cruel dynamic is in play with Trump's embrace of the death penalty, with the federal government then on track to kill more of its prisoners in that last year of his presidency, 13, including the 5 who had been scheduled before January 20th, than in the entire 100 years before it. Those executions created the same contrast between the self-described law and order man in Trump and Biden, who, despite supporting the federal death penalty in the infamous 1994 crime bill, now backs ending the barbaric practice, as do a growing number of voters. Which brings us to the second factor, which is that in Trump's brand of American authoritarian rage, as the writer Adam Server so brilliantly put it, the cruelty itself is the actual point. Behind everything, from the brutal separations of toddlers from their mothers at the southern border to tossing paper towels at Puerto Rico's suffering victims of Hurricane Maria, Server saw the Trump cultists whose community is built by rejoicing in the anguish of those they see as unlike them, who have found in their shared cruelty an answer to the loneliness and atomization of modern life. What better way to channel the locker up rage toward political elites, journalists, and scientists than to kill some people found guilty of actual crimes on your way out the back door at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Thus, no one within Trump's inner circle seemed to care that it looked bad that the folks who weren't bothered by tiki torch Nazis in Charlottesville were now giving themselves legal authority to run actual gas chambers, even if it was unlikely they'd ever use this or Soviet-style firing squads. Their grisly executions were simply a form of lack of virtue signaling to the angry base. It's the attitude that sprouts in crude yard signs that read, "Fuck your feelings," or in 5-4 Supreme Court rulings where a vague religious freedom trumps the communal idea of keeping loved ones alive in a pandemic. The SCOTUS, a lot like scrotum, but an acronym, all in the uppercase, SCOTUS, Supreme Court of these United States, ruling to overturn public health restrictions on religious services in New York State during the closing months of 2020, which happened only with the vote of supposed pro-life Justice Amy Coney Barrett, the jurist that Trump and his accomplices rammed onto the high court at the same time he was scheduling a full dance card of executions, was but a reminder that Americans will be dealing with the hangover of cruelty as the point politics long after the transient occupant retreated to Mar-a-Lago. But our lost court's sharp right turn also inspired an epic smackdown from none other than Pope Francis, supposedly the spiritual leader to 4 of the 5 justices behind last year's super spreader ruling, who penned a New York Times op-ed, an opinion editorial, to remind America what moral leadership actually looks like. Extolling the seemingly forgotten virtue of a public good, Pope Francis wrote, "It is all too easy for some to take an idea, in this case, for example, personal freedom, and turn it into an ideology, creating a prism through which they judge everything. Easy. Easy to be hard, one might even say. Political movements born of rage-filled rhetoric almost always end in needless death. And America has proved no exception. One can only hope, and in the spirit of Pope Francis, pray that the hideous death cult that seems to be peaking, seemed to be peaking in the last 2 months of Trump's failed presidency, will someday be remembered as a low point, the last throes of a collective mad rage that paved the way for a new national sense of empathy, a matter of life and death. Because Donald Trump's January 2021 coup d'etat attempt failed to overturn the election, But Trump himself has succeeded in transforming the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency into an ever more radicalized cult that rewards extremism and punishes or even banishes those members who fail to support ever more audacious attacks on democracy and our nation's electoral processes. The Republican Party is now institutionally oriented to work towards the anti-democratic aims of its charismatic dictator, Donald John Trump. As the one-year anniversary of the Capitol insurrection falls upon us today, we are only beginning to gain a picture of the full scope of what can now be fairly described as a coup d'etat scheme intended to void the outcome of a presidential election. The scheme was encouraged, if not planned, by the White House, with Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, serving as field general for the push and encouraging the pursuit of various extreme proposals and bizarre conspiracy theories from a range of co-conspirators, including members of Congress as well as state legislators and contract neo-totalitarians such as Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, and John Eastman. It is essential that Congress's January 6th committee, as well as the Justice Department and other law enforcement agencies, continue to seek out every relevant item of evidence regarding this effort to take down our nation's democracy and identify the role of each of the schemers. The evidence may well establish that individuals, potentially including Trump himself, are guilty of federal crimes arising from the junta scheme, such as obstruction of the congressional electoral vote counting proceedings. Yet, regardless of what additional facts the congressional and law enforcement investigations establish, we already know that Trump has succeeded in a broader goal of transforming the Republican insurgency into a vehicle for ever more radical and extreme attacks on the democratic foundations of our nation. His success is reflected in the fact that Trump no longer needs to tell followers inside and outside of government to play their parts in undermining democracy. They now take the initiative to anticipate Trump's desire for extreme actions and act upon them. You can't stop authoritarianism unless you understand it. Conservatism and fascism are not the same thing. The Republican evolution, or de-evolution into an authoritarian cult, is the most important development of the current political era. The conservative movement has a long tradition of anti-democratic thought, which Donald Trump catalyzed and which has accelerated since he departed office into his movement's defining ethos. Hardly a day goes by without some horrifying new expression of the radicalized right's contempt for democracy. Here is Republican Senator Rand Paul defining a stolen election as targeting and convincing potential voters to complete ballots in a legally valid way. Here is conservative talk show host Jesse Kelly warning, "When I take power, communists," that's Kelly's term for liberals, "will not be allowed to hold jobs. Their children won't be allowed in schools." Here's an essay in a conservative journal urging the radicalized right to openly celebrate January 6th as our storming of the Bastille. One side is prepared to do everything necessary to secure their political power, so the other side must be prepared to resist every step of the way with equal determination. Ideas like these are now representative of the Republican Party. And what they represent is a fringe that is creeping closer and closer to totalitarian control over the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency and meeting less and less resistance. It is vital to understand the interplay between authoritarian anti-logic and standard issue conservative politics. My own long-standing contention is that the twain overlap heavily. That is, rather than having descended suddenly in the form of Donald Trump's hostile takeover of the Red Side Party, right-wing authoritarianism grew out of the conservative movement organically. Trump articulated deep-seated fears that the conservative agenda could never prevail under liberal democratic conditions because the radicalized right would be outnumbered either economically, the takers would confiscate the wealth of the makers, or demographically. These coloreds breed like flies and will outbreed us. Conservatives turn to authoritarianism. For the same reason, communists turn to revolution. They don't believe, in either case, they can ever accomplish their policy goals democratically because they know they have nothing to offer anybody. So to diffuse or defuse, diffuse would mean to spread or disseminate, to defuse, as you would a bomb, the culture wars, we should start by decluttering our language of meaningless words and phrases. As I said, words are magical. They cast spells. That's why it's called spelling. And why grimoires, or spellbooks, are simply the archao-English word for grammars. The historian Samuel Huntington's famous or infamous thesis that the post-Cold War world would be defined by a clash of civilizations turned out to be quite wrong. What we have instead is a clash of cultures within civilizations, which ultimately makes civilization itself impossible, or at least dysfunctional. From COVID-19 to geopolitics, every issue is now subject to a culture war. The veil of decency has been ripped away. Though debates about cultural values are ubiquitous, everyone assumes that his or her own local or national clash is somehow unique, as if Britain and France's post-imperial hangovers defy comparison or are all that different from America's own imperial debacle. Are American debates about the legacy of slavery and racial oppression really idiosyncratic? Is the struggle to overcome or to reassert national identity really an essentially European phenomenon? In fact, the terms that define these debates are rapidly losing any meaning. In 1907, the American philosopher William James provoked widespread outrage when he suggested that the validity of an idea can be assessed by, to quote his T, the concrete difference its being true makes in anyone's actual life, referring provocatively to truth's cash value in experiential terms. He argued that ideas have no innate quality in and of themselves. Rather, they must prove their worth, demonstrate it by being broadly accepted through a general circulation in a marketplace. Now, writing, as he was just after the destructive financial crash of 1907, the philosopher John Grier Hibben excoriated William James's pragmatic argument, warning that its acceptance would certainly precipitate a panic in the world of our thinking as surely as would a similar demand in the world of finance, where items on the market had to prove their worth. This is where panic becometh normal. This century-old argument is just as current today, now that a sense of panic has become the norm. The financial crisis of 2007 through 2008 was followed by the rise of populism, and then by the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic. Each development has deepened a broader crisis of language and meaning. If financial panics destroy value, then crises of language destroy values, or rather, values in the cultural sense. Family values, and the like. When people use terms whose meaning they don't understand, they literally don't know what they're fucking talking about. And this practice has become all too common. Many of the words that we use today are the products of previous upheavals. Capitalism and socialism were adopted in the early 19th century to come to terms with the Industrial Revolution. Globalism, geopolitics, and multilateralism gained traction in the early 20th century to account for imperial great power politics and World War I. Like viruses, these terms have all mutated since their inception. Exempla Greciae. Capitalism and socialism originally described continually evolving ways of understanding how the world was or should be organized. But now they have just become scare words. One side in the culture war is determined by whether one is more scared of socialism or capitalism, or iterations, such as hypercapitalism or woke capitalism. Capitalism was recognized very early on as a phenomenon that crossed borders, becoming a global reality. Socialism, too, was international, but its realization depended on the character of the state system, which in turn embodied a belief that the nation-state was a normal, and some would argue inevitable, political structure. Thus, national politics and the international phenomenon of capitalism and socialism, phenomena in the plural, lived in constant tension with each the other. Because everything is a commodity. Capitalism began as the description of a system that not only facilitated exchange, but commodified more domains of life, thereby breaking down traditional norms and institutions. As more types of things came to be exchanged, capitalism as an idea became increasingly diffuse. Here we can use that term DIFFUSE as a disseminated, spread, permeating every aspect of individual behavior. Eventually, market principles were applied to dating, spousal choices, sports management, cultural production, and so on. Everything looked as if it had a financial equivalent. Adding to its contemporary meaninglessness, capitalism is full of paradoxes. The system relies on decentralized decision-making, but as capital becomes more concentrated, decisions increasingly emanate from just a few central nodes. That opens the way to planning, with Facebook and Google taking the place of old socialist state authorities in shaping our behavior and economic actions. Neither arrangement is really controlled by individual choices or by representative institutions. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the terms of every political debate were set by 4 binary choices: globalization versus the nation state, capitalism versus socialism, technocracy versus populism, and multilateralism versus geopolitics. These debates are now outdated. In each case, there is a glaring need for different options. Adding the post prefix helps somewhat. Post-globalization is more apt than deglobalization, and post-capitalism may be a good way of framing the solution to overly concentrated capital. Post-socialism may offer a way around the limits of the nation-state itself, which were inherent in traditional socialism. Post-populist could empower the people without relying on the destructive and surreal notion of the real people, as if some people are unreal. In each case, a post-society requires a new set of terms. Today's uncertainties about meaning have become an obstacle to productive debate, not to mention basic logic. We need an intellectual decluttering. The minimalist lifestyle guru, Marie Kondo, recommends discarding anything that no longer sparks joy. Her approach has prompted families to sift through and cast away the detritus left by previous generations. That is not a bad idea for improving our intellectual public hygiene. In place of an attic cleanup would be a debate to identify defunct concepts. The objective would be to make room for new ideas, a reality makeover, as it were. Culture wars feed on old, empty nostrums. To stop the useless fighting, we need to discard anything that does not spark creativity. Now, that's kind of a warm-up to my articulating the nuances of persuasion via historical analogy and this obsession with the Communist Chinese Cultural Revolution, which I myself used in the episode before last, the transmission of last Sunday. Today on Wednesday? Yeah, last Wednesday. The transmission of last Wednesday. That would be, by the way, if I look that up, dated that would have to be the mid-55th Kwanzaa episode from EVEDAY-INTO-NATIONAL. That was Wednesday, as dated December 29th, when I had survived an attack by no less than 8 men. Now, anyone would be celebrating that. I can't believe I didn't take the day off. Jameson Reese is back. Thank the gods of our ancestors. Good man. And with that, let me get the Skype screen up and give him a thumbs up, acknowledging his return. Minimize that screen. and return to the Cultural Revolution, which you want to hear me explain that in depth, you turn towards that Kwanzaa episode. And that's when I managed to speak about the Cultural Revolution throughout the night. And sometimes I've got to congratulate myself. You'll recognize the image, well, my photograph, that's embedded in live stream when you see myself on the motorcycle with the same dog I'm taking for a walk, in the photograph of myself embedded in tonight's live stream. So, coming back to the task at hand. In line with the liberal discourse, as the insurrection and storming of Capitol Hill incited the former President Trump on January 6th, was depicted as the American version of Mao Zedong's Bombard the Headquarters, the memory of the Cultural Revolution back in Red China's 1960s to 1970s, was invoked for comparison. The analogy seems so vivid and solid that nearly every political actor in the Capitol riot event could find its equivalent in the decade-long calamity in Mao's Red China. Donald Trump was compared to the communist Chinese dictator, Chairman Mao Zedong. Fervent pro-Trump rioters, insurrectionists, to the fanatical Maoist Red Guards, and Mike Pence to the purged Vice Chairman Liu Xiaoqi. However, soon, okay, says reconnection successful. Fuck, maybe this is what those guys are doing across the street, finding some way to knock me offline. But this seems like it's online broadcasting software. Jameson Reese says, we are still live. Thank you, young man. Deeply appreciate it. And I certainly hope that everyone else can still hear us. I want some feedback in the chat room, feedback on the promotional banners. Leave messages on Facebook. Tell me if you can hear me. Let me know how we're sounding, quality of sound. And in the moment, I'll refresh myself. This is horrible. This water is really horrible. The plumbing, the pipes in our building, it's just, this is why I have to buy water. So sad. I was hoping this could save me money and, effort and carrying heavy bottles of water, but this stuff looks like, it tastes like shit. This is moldering rust. All right, Jonathan Lopez says, all good on my end with a thumbs up. God bless you, sir. And Jameson Reese says, damn, they must still have lead pipes in your place. And John Stuka III says, your 5-5 sound fine. God bless you, sir. God bless both you gentlemen and Jameson Reese as well. So, my thanks be unto all. Returning to what I was saying, during this last summer, not long ago, well, summer before last by now, the civil unrest in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder in police brutality was called America's own cultural revolution, this time in conservative and alt-right rhetoric. Amid the protests, controversial statues, memorials, and monuments related to racial oppression were vandalized, toppled, even removed by protesters, while controversial names of some public places were changed or planned to be changed under public pressure, which was similar to communist China's destruction of the four olds: the old customs, old culture, old habits, and old ideas from mainland China's pre-communist past. In the eyes of conservative pundits and right-wing intellectuals, that parallel held true. It is worth noting that despite divides and differences between liberals and conservatives, they at least agree on one thing. The Communist Chinese Cultural Revolution is despicable and reprehensible as opposed to acceptable and laudable. For this, it becomes a rhetorical tool for liberals and conservatives to launch political attack against each other, just as they both call each other Nazis and fascists, that they're both representing fascism or Nazism, which as a Nazi myself I can tell you is asinine in either case and doesn't apply to either party. Now, given that there are sufficient debates and discussions on whether it's accurate to compare Capitol storming or civil unrest of Black Lives Matter to the Cultural Revolution, my own articulation tonight doesn't intend to explore the suitability of this historical analogy, but rather attempt to explore why the memory of the Cultural Revolution in pre-reform China found its way into the discourse of current American politics, and how historical analogy is employed for persuasion purposes in both cases. I'm educating you in critical thinking, in other words. Historical analogy is usually presented in reductionist and decontextualized manner, by which a complicated and multifaceted historical event is reduced to some individual episodes or elements and without consideration of historical context, so that it is claimed that such episodes represent the comprehensive picture of the historical event. The decade-long Cultural Revolution is far more complicated than the mere episodes of "Bombard the Headquarters" or "Destruction of the Four Olds." But intellectuals and pundits in both liberal and conservative camps selected such individual episodes in the traumatic political upheaval from mainland China in the decade in which I was born, the 1960s, comparing them to social realities in America that they seem to reflect, but retrieving them from historical context as they intentionally or unintentionally overlooked the broader background of the Cultural Revolution and ignored its other episodes. Whereas liberals were keen to focus on the catastrophic outcome of insurrection incited by a dangerous, even demented totalitarian leadership against their very political institutions by invoking "bombard the headquarters" in Capitol riot, conservatives were seeing the sporadic riots, denial of history, as far as they were concerned in terms of destruction of cultural mementos such as statues, and apparent intolerance of different opinions amid the Black Lives Matter movement as an American version of the destruction of the Four Olds. Of course, to quote us Mark Twain, those who employ historical analogies may argue that history doesn't repeat itself, but it so very often rhymes. Unfortunately, the argument doesn't help deny the weakness of analogical reasoning. Due to its reductionist quality and decontextualized approach, historical analogy tends to provide shortcut to circumvent serious debate, if not shutting it down completely, and ergo, thereby jumping to the hasty definition and conclusion that serves as a flawed basis for decision-making. As is argued by the most evil man in history, or one of the most evil, Henry Kissinger, "History teaches by analogy, shedding light on the likely consequences of comparable situations." Historical analogy has been usually employed as basis for foreign policy. In time of unprecedented crises, policymakers are usually looking into history to seek lessons or experiences from the past that may provide guidance for them to make an appropriate response. Abundant precedents are in this regard. Exempligratiate. The 9/11 attack in 2001 was analogized to the Pearl Harbor attack in 1941, as both events shared the same character of attack on American soil by hostile forces. Based on such similarity, the Bush administration was able to justify its response to the terrorist attack by referring to the response to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Likewise, Red China is compared to the former Soviet Union, as both regimes share the characteristic of socialism, and the ruling parties share characteristics of communism. So the ongoing Sino-American rivalry has been characterized as a new Cold War, which is used to rationalize the Trump misadministration's containment policy, now taken up by Joe Biden. These precedents follow a formula presented as follows. As current event A is similar to historical event B in sharing characteristic X, and historical event B also has characteristic Y, therefore we can infer that current event A would also have characteristic Y. However, the comparison of the Capitol riot and Black Lives Matter movement to Red China's Cultural Revolution shows a distinct pattern. In these cases, analogical reasoning is not applied in international politics, but in domestic policies. It is not drawn by policymakers, but by intellectuals and pundits. And most importantly, it does not serve as basis for policy option, but for persuasion purpose. In short, the aforearticulated formula is further developed in this pattern. We not only infer, but also persuade the public to believe that current event A shares characteristic Y with historical event B. Intellectuals and media pundits, regardless of liberal or conservative, opportunistically leverage analogical reasoning of history to persuade the audience and mobilize political support in partisan rivalry. Now, it's undisputed, or rather inarguable, that the Cultural Revolution was violent, chaotic, and calamitous. First, equating Black Lives Matter movement with the Cultural Revolution, the right-wing pundits create the impression that the protests for racial justice have been violent and are spinning out of control into chaos and calamity, and thus attempting to brand protesters as radical leftists and persuade the public thereby to support Donald Trump's law and order political strategy. Second, comparing the protests to the Cultural Revolution that happened in a socialist regime several decades agone shed some ideological light on political opposition, as it may be implied that the protesters are advocating a socialist agenda, which indeed they are. Third, as Democrats were committed to fighting for racial justice and embracing the agenda of the Black Lives Matter movement, coupled with the policy agenda of the progressive wing in the Democratic Party, it was not surprising that the former President Donald John Trump simply labeled all Democrats as socialists when campaigning against his Democratic opponent, Joseph R. Biden, for the presidency. Fourth, or quadrarily, as the Cultural Revolution happened in socialist China, drawing such comparison may render the misperception that the Black Lives Matter protesters learned the tactic from socialist China, which helps to further convince the public that communist China has exported the chaotic and anarchic Cultural Revolution to America. Ultimately, a chain of equation is established. The Democrats are equated with Black Lives Matter protesters, radical leftists, and socialists, and put alongside with revolution exporting socialist Red China on the mainland. This comparison was not drawn by conservative intellectuals and pundits instead of by policymakers, but was utilized by policymakers to rally support for the conservative cause against liberal opponents in an election year. Throughout the campaign, from the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement, the right-wing rhetoric linking racial justice movement with political upheaval in Red China's 1960s and 1970s intertwined with Trump's rhetoric towards his Democratic opponent on the campaign trail. Despite that, the parallel seemed to implicitly link ongoing domestic anarchism with Red China's socialist regime in pre-reform era. The Trump administration's focus was not on foreign policy, but on domestic politics. He announced the establishment of a 1776 commission to push for patriotic education, as it was in the belief of the policymakers that America's younger generation was fed lies about our country's racist history. Obviously, the comparison linking racial injustice activism with communist China's Cultural Revolution helped the Trump administration to stoke fear among electorates for the erosion of American society by socialist ideology, so as to improve the legitimacy of its own domestic policy and enhance Trump's electability in the fierce presidential election. In the liberal rhetoric of Cultural Revolution analogy, former President Donald John Trump was compared to Red China's Mao Zedong by myself in his sharing of the same totalitarian pathology profile. It is, these men have essentially the same personality type. Such comparison between Trump and Mao Zedong and discussion on Trump's authoritarian propensity are not new in liberal discourse. It even predates the Trump presidency. Although some defenders of Donald John Trump may dismiss such comparison, arguing that the former president was already under harsh scrutiny to the extent that it is unimaginable and ergo incomparable in totalitarian or authoritarian regimes, it is the Capitol insurrection on January 6th that revived this comparison and pushed it to the climax in the final days of the Trump presidency. Like right-wing rhetoric, the liberal version of Cultural Revolution parallel, or parallelism, also resorted to persuasion through fear strategy. It compared dictatorship-minded Donald Trump to totalitarian Mao, warning of dangers and threats posed by Trump to the very democratic institutions. By arousing public fear for the coming of authoritarianism to America, said analogy was intended to rally bipartisan support for removing Trump from office or launching another impeachment trial in order to purge him permanently from politics. As is shown in the use or exploitation of cultural revolution parallels in American liberal and conservative discourses. Analogical reasoning of history is, well, it's not only employed in international politics as in existing social engineering literature, but also in domestic political dynamics. Besides, it does not only serve as basis for decision-making, but also for persuasion purposes, where it is generally mixed with ideology to function as ideologically informed rationales, to convince the audience that the political action is appropriate. In foreign policy, it is warned against the perils of mixing ideology and analogy, as it may blur the cognitive distinction between what political scientist Yun Fung Kong calls specific and concrete metaphors and abstract and generic worldviews driven by ideology. So understand that this master, Yun Fung Kong of Sino-Viet, or Chinese and Vietnamese communist ideological warfare, emphasized that metaphors are specific and concrete, whereas worldviews that are ideological in nature are abstract and generic. When you blur the cognitive distinction between the twain and bleed them together, your actions become, well, your decisions are ideologically driven at that point. You're operating on, well, on a paradigmatic platform that may not necessarily be logical. Such bewitchment of analogy, those would be the words of author Schlesinger. Bewitchment of analogy, based on ideological position and free from objectivity, does not help policymakers to appropriately evaluate and properly respond to the crisis situation at hand necessarily. Perhaps not to any situation. However, this might not be a concern in dealing with domestic partisan politics, because the ideologically driven historical analogy is not expected to help shape any policy choice in the first. By selectively searching for shared characteristics from historical episodes, it simply serves the persuasion purpose, convincing the public and mobilizing their support for a favored course of action. That would be what your average academic or academician would conclude. Yet, the historianist Zheng Cheng is a Chinese-born British writer, now living in London, best known for her family autobiography titled Wild Swans, selling over 10 million copies worldwide, but banned in the People's Republic of China. The communists on the mainland burn her books. She exposes a completely unknown Mao Zedong. He was not driven by idealism or even ideology. His intimate and intricate relationship with Joseph Stalin went back to the 1920s, ultimately bringing him into power. He welcomed Japanese occupation of much of China, and he schemed, poisoned, and blackmailed to get his way. Now, after Mao Zedong conquered mainland China, or China on the mainland in 1949. His secret objective was to dominate the world. In chasing this dream, he caused the deaths of 40 million people in the greatest famine in human history. In all, well over 100 million Chinese perished under Mao Zedong's rule in peacetime. Now, Le Grand Madame Zheng Cheng famously described the Communist Chinese Empire's operating principle as working towards the chairman. Party members anticipated the steps its leader wanted, particularly attacks on political opponents and reactionaries like capitalist roaders, and frequently took them without being asked. Took the steps they felt Mao would want without him needing to express such desire. That's working towards the chairman, anticipating his objectives and acting on them in the hopes he will reward you. This is the logic behind Mad Max 3, was it? Fury Road, in which Immortan Joe says, "Anticipate my needs. Do what will please me. Bring me back my treasures, and ye shall be as Chrome. We shall storm the gates of heaven." Over time, it became clear that those who pursued the most radical and often violent steps to serve the Chinese Communist Party, as the cultists of Chrome would serve Immortan Joe, would be met with approbation, while those who hesitated would be met with disfavor, or worse, as Immortan Joe said when he said of the young man he had given his gun to, but who fell off of the oil tanker, "Mediocre!" While Donald John Trump is, of course, no Mao in terms of personal competence, he and his acolytes have deployed a similar reward and punishment dynamic to relentlessly maneuver the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency towards a dynamic of ever greater extremism, in which adherence to legal and moral norms is viewed as intolerable weakness. During 2016, Donald John Trump's most devoted acolyte, his namesake son, responded to news that the Russian government was illicitly aiding his own father's presidential campaign by exclaiming, "I love it!" in an email and arranging a meeting in the hope of getting dirt on Hillary Rodham Clinton from motherless Russia. In early 2021, after Trump lost our election, Meadows likewise responded to fellow extremists' plans to undermine our electoral vote count by replacing duly designated electors with Trump shills by likewise declaring, "I love it!" We do not know if Trump expressly blessed either scheme beforehand, but it be clear that both Don Jr. and Meadows understood that they would risk Trump's ire if they failed to pursue the most extreme attacks on American laws and wage war against law itself and all democratic norms available in Trump's name. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgents' dynamic of rewarding extremism and penalizing restraint has only strengthened since Trump lost the election. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy disavowed his initial support for an investigation of January 6th and ultimately supported the sanctioning of Elizabeth Cheney for participating in the congressional inquiry into the coup d'etat attempt. Liz Cheney and fellow January 6th committee member Adam Kinzinger are now facing a call for their expulsion from the Russell collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Caucus, from prominent party activists and institutions that are all now singularly dependent on Donald Trump, such as Matt Schlapp and the Club for Growth, as virtually all of their House colleagues cower in silence. Meanwhile, McCarthy, recognizing that his hope to be elected Speaker depends on maintaining the support of Trump's most radical allies, gives free license to members like Paul Gosar, who recently disclosed evidence establishing he was an active participant in the coup d'etat attempt and who recently joked about murdering a House colleague, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. At the state level, the impetus within the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency to work towards Trump, the way the Chi-Coms worked toward Mao, is likewise even more powerful than it was during the weeks following the election. Trump's now infamous call to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, demanding that he find additional votes for Trump, failed to induce Raffensperger to corrupt our election, and Trump's rejection of the electoral results likely contributed to the runoff losses of both Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent incumbent senators, costing Republicans control of the Senate itself. Yet still, during the succeeding months, Trump's relentless attacks on Raffensperger and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp induced other Republicans to join in attacking those two for not undoing the outcome of the 2020 election, and to induce opponents who share Trump's extremist agenda to plan primary challenges against them, making radicalism the norm in the Red Side Party, which truly imports its operational tactics, if not its ideology, from communist China. The story is the same in many other states, including Wisconsin, where a Russell collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent legislative leader had responded to Trump's loss there by attacking the state's bipartisan electoral commission, including a commissioner he himself appointed, while some Wisconsin Republican leaders, including Senator Ron Johnson, were calling for what amounted to a Russell collaborationist, Red Republican insurgent takeover of the administration of elections in state. In Arizona, an audit that confirmed Trump's loss had nonetheless served as a rallying cry for efforts to undermine voting rights in that state and all others. Across our country, people who claim the 2020 election was stolen by Joe Biden are running to take control of the local electoral machinery to ensure that the next election can be stolen by Donald Trump. While they rarely direct these actions, Donald John Trump and his acolytes have praised these extremists, while often threatening retaliation against party members who question such a radical approach. A case in point is Michigan, where Donnie Trump supporters demanded an Arizona-style audit of the election, despite the fact that a Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent-sponsored probe found no evidence of electoral fraud. A group of Trump cultists, some of them members of the state legislature, commenced thereupon a campaign to intimidate state party leaders to support this audit, as a sign of support for Donald John Trump himself, declaring that their effort be but the first step in a revolution against the electoral system itself. That's why my application of the parallel from the Cultural Revolution be apropos. This brings us back to January 6th. Trump's address to a crowd of supporters that day came after a presidential term in which he openly praised neo-Nazi rioters, encouraged gun-wielding protesters to go into state capitals to liberate them from COVID restrictions, and welded a Bible in front of a church after a crowd of protesters had been cleared for him by a violent police and National Guard attack. It followed weeks during which Trump himself had waged a relentless campaign to delegitimize the results of our election, commencing even before it was held, and exploiting every legal and political lever that he could get himself, every legal and political lever that he could pull to get himself if not reelected, reinstalled against the will of the American people. The former president claims that he didn't tell the crowd that gathered for his speech on January 6th to attack our Capitol, but virtually all of the people who did believed they were acting in his interests, and had every reason to believe that their attack would meet with his approbation. Indeed, evidence that has come to light during recent months has only added further support for their belief. Trump has confirmed that he was wholly unconcerned with Pence's safety during that insurrection, and failed even to call him as the siege proceeded. We are also now learning that Trump ignored entreaties from legislators inside the Capitol itself, and even from Donald Jr. and Sean Hannity, to call off his supporters' siege, as only he could have done. It is also becoming increasingly clear that, as the siege proceeded, Trump's acolytes, including Rudy Giuliani, and, as reported by the Daily Beast, probably Peter Navarro, may well have been employing the disruption in the proceedings as the opportunity to attempt to encourage more legislators to vote against certification, or to at least to delay it until they could engineer the naming of replacement electors. Their Operation Green Bay Sweep. We now know that in the weeks before January 6th, a group of legislators had been working hand in glove with Meadows and other Trump allies to implement the coup d'etat scheme. Most Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency members of Congress had not joined the scheme, but the insurrection contributed to making more of them more pliant Trump allies, or rather, pliant Trump puppets. Freshman Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent Representative Peter Major, pronounced Mayor more correctly, the J as a Y, has recounted that in the immediate wake of the insurrection, a number of his colleagues who had planned to vote in favor of certifying Joe Biden's election reversed course, some out of fear for their own lives. Since that time, most Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent politicians have routinely endorsed, or at least chosen not to oppose, the extreme attacks on democracy and the electoral system that have become core tenets of the Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgency. As I have previously discussed, appeals to an extremist base are now such a central element of the party's political strategy that Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent leaders fear losing support if they don't support conspiracism and anti-democracy. As a matter of course, exempli gratiae, during a recent Minnesota Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent senatorial debate, all 5 of the candidates resisted acknowledging that Joe Biden had won the 2020 election. Even Trump himself has found that his power as a leader of an extremist movement depends on his own reliably continuous appeals to extremism. This was starkly evident amid the last weeks in the closing month of yesteryear, when Trump himself faced criticism from some of his most fervent believers for acknowledging that the COVID vaccine saves lives and admitting that he received a booster dose. His literally infected, fevered followers evidenced the grim reality of a partisan pandemic. About 2/3 of the deaths caused by COVID-19 in these United States have occurred since the year before yesteryear's presidential election. More than 4 in 10 have occurred since Joe Biden was inaugurated president. This isn't how many people think of the pandemic. That it emerged during Donald Trump's presidency and wound down significantly over the first few months of Biden's can contribute to a sense that most of the worst effects occurred previously. But due to a combination of the daily death toll peaking in early January and the surge in cases due to the Delta variant this last summer, the most negative effects of the coronavirus have been felt during both administrations. What this does not mean, however, is that those effects have been untouched by politics. I've spraketh before about how the most recent waves of deaths has overlapped with low vaccination rates, which itself overlaps with politics. Counties in which Trump's margin was larger than Biden's have seen disproportionately more unvaccinated residents. That's the Delta surge. Disproportionately in counties that were more supportive of Trump last year. But that doesn't tell us everything we might want to know about the effects of partisanship on the pandemic. We can view the effects of partisanship in another way, by grouping county-level data into roughly equal-sized groups in terms of population. We see that the counties that were most supportive of Trump have also recorded the most deaths since the election. This is useful because it allows us to evaluate a macabre question that has inevitably accompanied analysis of the effects of partisanship on vaccinations and mask wearing and distancing measures. Is it possible that there might be a political effect from Republicans being, by all evidence, more affected by COVID-19 deaths? Among those raising the point was a columnist for Breitbart, who speculated that Joe Biden was perhaps intentionally trying to see Republicans die of the virus by advocating for effective vaccines, himself believing that such advocacy would spur a negative reaction. A baffling argument, but a creative one. It's admittedly grim to think on the effects of the virus in this way, if not callous. It is also a consideration that is circumstantially inescapable when seeing how this country's stark partisan divide is appearing in the pandemic numbers. You see, it's not just that Fox News wants the virus to defeat Joe Biden. They really are turning viewers into a death cult. To reemphasize, even Donald Trump himself cannot save vaccine denialist Republicans. Fox News has proactivated the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency into a mass sacrificial death cult. Tucker Carlson really wants his audience to die. The notorious Fox News host and primary mainstreamer of white nationalist views was at it again on a Monday night in March of yesteryear, presenting the coronavirus vaccine as some kind of evil conspiracy and discouraging his audience from ever getting it. With his usual feigned expression of skepticism, Carlson asked, "How effective is this coronavirus vaccine? How necessary is it to take the vaccine?" He went on to defend the honor of anti-vaxxers and lambast social media sites for kicking off people who spread misinformation, claiming, quite falsely, "There are things we don't know about the effects of this vaccine, and all vaccines, by the way." This is typical Tucker Carlson rhetoric. He doesn't exactly come right out and tell people that vaccines are a nefarious plot. He simply claims he's asking questions, allowing the audience to believe they are practicing critical thinking, when what they're doing is quite the opposite, or just the opposite, rejecting evidence in favor of outrageous conspiracy theories. Unfortunately, Carlson's strategy is working. When Republican pollster Frank Luntz, who has been critical of anti-vaccination rhetoric and researching strategies to convince Republican voters to get the vaccine, held an online focus group with vaccine denialist, Russo collaborationist, Red Republican insurgents, voters for the grand old party, he found that they had all convinced themselves that they were simply engaging in healthy skepticism. One focus group member told Luntz, "We want to be educated, not indoctrinated." This is, of course, the opposite of true. They are rejecting education in favor of Tucker Carlson styled indoctrination, as evidenced by their unwillingness to even read a mainstream news article or the CDC website for the answer to whether or not the vaccine is effective, which it is. The good news, as Luntz found, is that exposing them to even a small amount of helpful information helped these folks grow more comfortable with vaccination. The bad news is that all of them live in a mass media bubble, unwilling to listen to anyone outside of the right-wing media circus. Unfortunately, the cacophony of anti-vaccination lies, which are always presented as skepticism of elites, is only growing louder. Steve Bannon insisted on his podcast that the vaccines are not technically vaccines, but instead experimental gene therapies. This is a lie. The vaccines work like all vaccines, by training your body to be immune to the coronavirus. Laura Ingraham accused President Joseph Biden of peddling vaccine propaganda, which again flatters anti-vaxxers as if they were critical thinkers, instead of stupid people who shut themselves off from and refuse to engage in any evidence. Right-wing Facebook pages are a major vector of anti-vaccination propaganda. All of it promoted by the Jewish Holocaust denier, Mark Zuckerberg. What's weird about this Zuckfucked situation, as many people have pointed out, is that Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, etc., are actively conspiring to get their own audiences killed. There is a law against conspiracy to murder. There needs to be law against conspiracy to mass murder. In fact, it's on the books. The laws concerning the internationally recognized crime of genocide. Carlson and Ingraham of Fox News are genocidals. Nearly 2% of people who test positive for COVID-19 will die of it. For Fox News viewers who tend to lean older, the risk of death is much higher. Nearly half of male Russell collaborationist red Republican insurgent voters say they will never get the vaccine. And it's a certainty that many of them will die because of it. It's usually not considered particularly smart business practice to get your own customers killed, but that's exactly what Tuck Carlson and his fellow travelers are doing. As I myself noted in past transmissions, there be one obvious reason Fox News is willing to actively kill their own audience: to tank Biden's presidency. So much of Biden's success will depend on getting this pandemic under control. By convincing their own viewers to be disease vectors who keep transmission, hospitalization, and death rates all high, Fox News can help keep the pandemic going forever. It also helps if, by keeping the U.S. from ever reaching herd immunity, Fox News can keep our country from ever reopening. Which is why it's unwise to wait for conservatives to get vaccinated before lifting restrictions. We may as well open all up right now. Bust wide open and stay open for business. But it's not just about tanking Biden. One dead Fox News viewer at a time. There's also something deeper and more sinister going on with the anti-vaccination propaganda being pushed by Tuck Carlson and the right-wing punditry in general. It really is about turning their audiences into something closer to a cult, even by all evidence a death cult. One of the most important tools that cult leaders abuse is to control their followers, to convince them to separate themselves as much as possible from the mainstream. The important thing is to alienate the cultists from any hope of ever resocializing into the world. Their world thereby becomes the cult alone. And how should I describe this? Cultists are followers, are encouraged to see mainstream society as evil and to distinguish themselves as much as possible in their political views and personal practices. Adopting a different diet or rejecting Western medicine is all too often an integral ingredient, parcel cult indoctrination. This is what the right-wing media is doing with vaccines, but on a larger scale. By encouraging their viewers to see even something as mundane and necessary as a vaccine as liberal and therefore contaminated, Carlson and his cronies can help accelerate the process of forever alienating their viewers from anything resembling mainstream society. Viewers are then encouraged, as cult followers, to only trust information coming from Fox News and to reject everything else as part of the liberal conspiracy. Paranoia, which is already rampant on the right, becomes the main tool in cultivating this cultic following. The worst part about it is that Tuck Carlson is doing this while pretending to promote critical thinking. His infatuation with the idea of cults isn't exactly subtle. He frequently does segments apologizing for or covering up for QAnon, even going so far as to encourage viewers to get involved. He's clearly inspired by and learning from QAnon's recruitment strategies, which involve instructing people to do their research and tricking them into believing that they're engaging in critical thinking when they are actually getting indoctrinated into a cult. This is why the Biden administration is wise not to waste energy trying to get Donald Trump to do more to promote the vaccination. Not only is it useless to try to convince a sociopathic narcissist to do something to help others, but it would probably backfire anyway. As Luntz's research proves, vaccine denialist Republicans would automatically, reflexively just assume Trump is being manipulated by the deep state and reject all his advice anyway, especially if Fox News encouraged this view. That's the beauty of mistaking paranoia for critical thinking. Even the most beloved figureheads on the right can be easily reimagined as mere parrots for the all-powerful liberal elite. Not all is hopeless, however. Luntz's focus group was open to information they believed was apolitical, suggesting that one road to getting more conservatives to vaccinate is to drain the political salience from the issue. that will be hard to do with Fox News politicizing it every minute of every hour of every day and reinforcing such every night, of course, but still, the Biden administration can do their part. One strategy will likely have to be lifting coronavirus restrictions completely, not when we reach herd immunity, but once there's more vaccines than there be demand. While that does carry some risks for disease spread in and of itself, it will also help depoliticize the act of getting vaccinated by ending the association of the vaccine with Joe Biden's call for everyone to do their part, which only causes rebellion among Republican voters. Unfortunately, the vaccine paranoia is just a part of what is ultimately a larger and more intractable problem, which is that a well-funded right-wing propaganda apparatus with Fox News at its center is increasingly relying on tactics that are indecipherable from cult indoctrination to alienate their audiences from the rest of society and increase their psychological hold over them forever. This pandemic of paranoia and cultic behavior simply cannot be cured with a shot. Any shot. In short, extremism is Trump's calling card and the force that fuels his movement. Accordingly, whether or not Don Trump ordered the insurrection, he clearly chose to allow it to continue by his silence, likely because Don Trump believed the attack on our Capitol served his own ends. And during the months that have followed, Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent activists, encouraged by Don the Trump man, have normalized the goals and even the tactics of the insurrectionists, who are now frequently described by Trump cultic Republicans as harmless tourists or even patriots. The party is working towards Trump, as the communists did towards Mao. The fact that Trump and his supporters want us to tolerate preventable deaths from COVID reveals their true nature. Trump's presidency in exile is a cult of death. When former President Donald Trump was challenged by Axios national political correspondent Jonathan Swan to respond to the fact that 1,000 Americans are dying every day due to COVID-19, the president responded as though the grim tally was perfectly acceptable, saying, "They are dying, that's true, and it is what it is," while observers were aghast at the callousness of his statement. It should not have surprised us. Trump had warned that the death toll would be high, and he had asked us years agone by now to get used to the idea. In late March of 2020, the White House Coronavirus Task Force had projected that 240,000 Americans would die from the virus. Rather than unveil an aggressive plan to tackle the spread and prevent the projected mortality figures, which have since been dwarfed by 8 times the number of deaths, the president had said I want every American to be prepared for the hard days that lie ahead. And you anti-vaxxers bitch because a few people die of allergic reactions to vaccines. You want to go natural, like some idiot who refuses to wear antiperspirant or deodorant. And now you stink of death. Far worse than the number that would have died due to some allergic reaction to vaccines had we mandated them for everyone. The New York Times saw Trump's warning as a contradiction to Trump's stance in February and early March of the year before yesteryear by now, when he had said that we have it totally under control and it's going to be just fine. The Gray Lady paper herself seemed to heave a sigh of relief that a few weeks later the president appeared to understand the severity of the potentially grave threat to our country. But the report's authors failed to grasp that Trump is willing to accept anything, including mass deaths, or even megadeath, in service of his political career. In fact, mass death appears to be part of Trump's re-election strategy, as per a July 30th Vanity Fair report on his misadministration's strategy to contain the pandemic. The investigative piece explained that Trump's advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, was part of a group of White House staffers that corresponded frequently to discuss the rapidly spreading virus. According to a public health expert who was described as being in frequent contact with the White House's official coronavirus task force, one of the members of Jared Kushner's team had concluded that because the virus had hit blue states hardest, a national plan was unnecessary and would not make sense politically. You see, Democrats live in cities where we're all congested together, so we were the first to super spread, get hit hard, and the Republicans thought we would all die off. Now, the unnamed expert told Vanity Fair the political folks believed that because it was going to be relegated to Democratic states, that they could blame those governors, and that would be an effective political strategy. If it is true that Jared Kushner embraced the idea of COVID-19 deaths as part of a political strategy for Trump's re-election, there can be no clearer evidence that the Trump presidency fits the definition of a death cult. But Trump's team is also deeply inept, and its macabre tactics have, by all evidence, completely backfired. If Kushner expected a highly contagious virus to follow his political rules and relegate itself to Democratic-run blue states, he was proven very wrong very quickly, with Republican-run states like Florida, Texas, Alabama, Georgia, and Arizona being among the hardest hit by now. For years, the Republican Party has cast itself as a self-righteous force for morality, embraced the pro-life movement, and claimed to align with Christian values. But just as Donnie John Trump, arguably the most criminal of all American presidents, has adopted a mantle of law and order with no hint of irony, The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency as a whole has also proved time and again that its embrace of morality and law is a purely political tool. And now, as our nation grapples with mass deaths from a disease that a Republican president spectacularly and willfully failed to contain, conservative politicians appear willing to simply accept it. Their silence is deafening compared to the angry denunciations so many Republican lawmakers hurled at Black President Barack Obama over his response to the Ebola epidemic in Africa, a crisis that resulted in a nationwide total, this side of the Atlantic, of 11 infections and 2 deaths. Ultimately, it may be Trump's own base that suffers as it internalizes our former president's mixed and confused messaging on ignoring social distancing guidelines, eschewing protective masks, swallowing hydroxychloroquine, preventatively, and even accepting the inevitability of their own deaths. Because it is what it is, according to Johnny John Trump. Even after more than 800,000 Americans have died from the virus, a majority of Republicans trust Trump's coronavirus comments until he validates vaccination. Former U.S. President Donald John Trump has angered his cultists for praising COVID-19 vaccines. Trump's vaccine heresy proves populism has separated from its heroes. It is a creed, not just a personality cult. To judge by the anger at the former President Trump's message on vaccines, which simply isn't as powerful as the message of Trumpism itself. Before the revolution devours its own, it gives them a chance. Over the last weekend of last year, an understanding Candace Owens said, "People oftentimes forget, how old Trump is." That right-wing broadcaster bitch had just listened to the former U.S. president bang the drum for vaccination against COVID-19 over the quack alternatives. As mitigation for this heresy, she has asked dismayed Republicans to consider his generation's ignorance of alternative media and independent research. A bunch of keyboard faggots basically cruising the internet think they're researchers. No, I was a researcher, a Department of Defense librarian. You're just a bunch of faggots cruising for right-wing propaganda when you're not checking off to gay pedo porn. And as mitigation for this heresy, the aforecited Candace Owens has asked dismayed Republicans to reconsider Trump's generation's ignorance of alternative media and their independent research. And of the Apprentice megastar himself, Candace Owens said, they came from a time before TV. Ooh. Like he's Fred Flintstone and shit. Trump has elicited boos and jeers at his own rallies for praising vaccines. The even farther right pundit Alex Jones wonders aloud if it is ignorance or evil that lured Trump off the righteous path. None of this adds up to a Robespierre-grade fall from the mob's affections. The Republican presidential nomination in 2024 is still Trump's to squander. But events elsewhere in the Democratic world suggest that something's going on. For much of the past decade, Marine Le Pen has tried to paint a veneer of respectability on the French far right. Her party changed its name, softened its line on capital punishment, and made a kind of peace with the European Union. For this rapprochement with power, as her father calls it, she has to endure more than the sting of his parental displeasure. She also has to watch a meaningful number of her voters turn to the much less hedged nativism of Eric Zemmour, runner-up in 2 presidential elections in this young century. Polls suggest the French far right might be too split to make the final round next year. At least this is a schism within the opposition. In Great Britain, the purity tests take place within a governing party. Having attained the premiership as a Brexit hardliner, Boris Johnson now has the conservative right doubting his doctrinal commitment. Whither the tax cuts and bonfire of labor laws? And what's all this about an EU border in the Irish Sea? The Brexit secretary, David Frost, quit on him earlier this month? Or was it last? He is unlikely to be the last to find half or even 9/10 of a loaf unsatisfying. Right or left, the eternal condition of the ideologue is disappointment. It's just too hard to satiate. It would be rash to rule out coincidence here. These are 3 very different polities, but in all of them, France of the Fifth Republic, the Greater British Empire, and America, a leader pandered to the angriest class of voter, enjoyed huge success, then found that tribe ever harder to satiate. In 2 of the cases, the fracture between leader and led is not even taking place in government, the usual venue for enforced compromises with reality. Imagine Trump's plight right now if it were his White House having to disseminate the vaccine. Imagine Marine Le Pen having to make President Emmanuel Macron's real-world decisions about fuel taxes. There is something here to encourage political moderates in 2022, and something to disturb them. The first is plain enough. Populism is Paris. By all means, confront, rebut, and out-campaign it. Take it all very seriously. But don't imagine a monolith where there is only inchoate negative energy. Don't underestimate the capacity of the other side to fall apart under its own steam. Trump once said that he could gun down civilians on the street without losing his core voters. And it is still true that no crime has turned them against him. But that doesn't mean that no ideological infraction can. Because populism has hardened. The friendly fire against Trump reveals his vulnerability. The trouble is that it also shows how much populism has hardened. If we have learned anything in 2021, it is that this is now much more than a personality cult. It has become a creed with philosophical and nigh theological red lines, even if it took a once-in-a-century pandemic to etch them. The townsfolk won't follow the Pied Piper just anywhere. This wasn't so obvious a few years ago. Trump failed to build a wall against Mexico, to no great heartbreak on his own side. On such high stakes foreign policy questions as North Korea, he alternated between nuclear threats and unconditional abasement to a dictator half his age. Again, his cultists went along with him. He even cut taxes and regulations for corporate America, having run as an everyman. A British Labour politician, exasperated with textbook ideologues, wants to find socialism as whatever a Labour government does. For much of his presidency, it seemed that American populism was whatever Trump did. As recently as this year, it was forgivable to ask if the movement could ever exist without him. It is now clear that it can exist in active defiance of him. It has substance and momentum that is independent of any leadership. As true as this is in the United Kingdom and the Fifth French Republic too, it is in these United States where the situation is diciest. Inquiries into the Capitol siege of last January reveal that various Republicans, including blood relatives, urged Donald Trump to cool his people down that day. How touching to believe that he had their ear. When Trump loyalist and former presidential candidate Herman Cain died of COVID-19, testing positive 11 days after attending Trump's Tulsa, Oklahoma rally without a mask, on his death did not change minds. The 74-year-old was on a ventilator during his last days. But conservatives are vehemently opposed to politicizing Cain's death. Right-wing commentator and talk show host Ben Shapiro slammed those who made a connection between Cain's refusal to take the virus seriously and his own infection and death. Shapiro said, "The kind of dunking on people after they die of COVID is pretty gross." Certainly, Cain did not deserve to be vilified for his own sad fate, but his death offers a cautionary tale about the dangers of the Trump death cult, a point Ben Shapiro, of course, has ever refused to acknowledge. We should hardly be surprised at this acceptance of death as inevitable. For years, conservatives have responded to gun violence with angry renunciations of any links to firearms proliferation or lax gun control laws, offering instead their thoughts and prayers. The one exception where Republicans express outrage is over the death of fetal cells inside women's bodies, indicating that the fight is less about murder, as the anti-abortionists like to call it, than it is about controlling women's bodies. By and large, our nation's right-wing factions have for years wanted us to accept mass deaths and preventable mortality as a price for our freedom. They expect the same during a pandemic. But we do not have to all be members of their death cult. According to a new study, states where people live the longest also have the strictest environmental laws, the strongest gun control, and the strongest protections for minorities. These are also states that are always run by Democrats, or at least tend to be, in most elections. My own Golden California, for example, which has among the most stringent protections for minorities and the environment, also has one of the highest average life expectancy rates in these United States. Suck that, red fucks. COVID-19 infections and deaths are hardly inevitable, and Americans are starting to see it. A Texas woman named Stacy Nagy penned an obituary for her late husband, David Nagy, that has garnered widespread attention. She wrote in her local paper that family members believe David's death was needless. They blame his death and the deaths of all the other innocent people on Donald Trump, Governor Greg Abbott, and all the politicians who did not take this pandemic seriously and were more concerned with their popularity and votes than lives. The Grand Madam Nagy also blamed the many ignorant, self-centered, and selfish people who refused to follow the advice of the medical professionals, believing their right not to wear a mask was more important than killing innocent people. Perhaps the only way out of Trump's death cult is to speak out as Nagy has done. The Washington Post, which interviewed Le Grand Madame Nagy, explained, feeling helpless, Stacy approached her husband's obituary as a chance to speak out about how she felt her country had failed her family. While Trump's most loyal cultists might choose death in his service, the rest of us need not be bound by their blind, cultish, and suicidal ideology. The nexus between the Republican Party and religion grows at a moment in time when fewer Americans can be found in the pews, and religious nuns, as in they fill in none on the form when asked what their religion is, occupy a growing space in public debate and the Democratic Party. Frequency of worship is as valid a predictor of how white Americans will vote as any other. It is no longer a simple matter of denominational affiliation. In a sense, America is enveloped in a cold-blooded and rage-filled 16th century-styled religious war. You see, what happened in Colorado was something much scarier than a wildfire. The Colorado fires engulfed entire neighborhoods. Colorado saw the return of the urban firestorm, and authorities suspect cult land as the source of the Great Colorado Blaze. Colorado fire investigators are focusing on a Christian fundamentalist sect called 12 Tribes. To iterate, on Thursday afternoon, Yester Septimania, last week, in the span of but a few hours, just a day before the new year, 100-plus mile-per-hour winds carried the most destructive fire in Colorado history through the suburban sprawl of Greater Denver, destroying much of the towns of Louisville and Superior and forcing tens of thousands to flee, including many who'd entered shopping malls from sunny skies just a few minutes before. As many as 1,000 homes were destroyed. 2 people currently remain missing. On Friday into last weekend, Colorado Governor Jared Polis said that if the death count stays at 0, it would be a New Year's miracle. Well, 2 people are missing and presumed dead in the fire that started on the 30th day in December of 2021 and burned between Colorado State Highway 93 and Marshall Road near Boulder, sending 35,000 people from their homes. And by all evidence, it started on land owned by a fanatical religious cult. Authorities have honed in on the source of the devastating wildfires that have wreaked havoc across Colorado over the last week, transitioning us from Yesteranis into 2022. The Marshall Fire, now the most destructive in that state's history, started in a burning shed on land owned by the fundamentalist religious sect known as the 12 Tribes. People had reported seeing a shed on fire on the 12 Tribes' land Thursday of Yester Septimania, right before the fire spread through the drought-primed brush and neighborhoods in Boulder County. The focus moved to the area after an observer driving by noticed a shed fire on land owned by the sect on the morning before the wildfire started. The observer shot a video of the blaze, which was posted to Twitter by the user Anyan Sapkota on Thursday. It had already been viewed over 117,000 times by the dawning of New Year's Eve day. At a press conference held on Sunday of New Year's Day weekend, Boulder County Sheriff Joe Pallier said that law enforcement officials had served a search warrant at a specific property, but declined to elaborate other than to specify that he was referring to the 12 Tribes' land and an adjacent property. According to the Denver Post, authorities now believe that the Marshall Fire started somewhere in the vicinity of that shed. Investigators have ruled out downed electrical wires as the cause of that fire. Heavy snowfall that now covers much of the burned area has hindered the investigation. Police have not ruled out that arson sparked that deadly blaze, but they did carry out a search warrant tied to the 12 Tribe land. It is unclear whether the burning shed was thought to be where the fire began, as some witnesses have reported, or was consumed by fire as the blaze ripped through the tribal land. At a Monday press conference opening this work week, Boulder Sheriff Pallier urged people not to jump to conclusions, saying the investigation into the fire's origins could take weeks or months, while addressing images on social media of the burning shed and revealing that Colorado officials initially thought last weekend's fast-moving Marshall Fire, which destroyed more than 1,000 homes in the Denver suburbs of Louisville and Superior, was sparked by downed power lines. After ruling that out, investigators have narrowed down the fire's origin to land owned by the Christian fundamentalist sect 12 Tribes, and are now focusing on a property owned by that sect, but he cautioned that investigators are going to be careful before making any conclusions, so telling reporters that, to quote his T, the fire originated somewhere in that neighborhood. There was a viral video that was posted of a shed on fire. We don't know that that shed started the fire or whether it was secondary. It's complicated and it's under snow. We will sort it out. It's an active, open deal, and the outcome of that investigation is vital. We're going to take our time and be methodical because the stakes are huge. There is so much at stake. So we are going to be careful. Colorado Governor Jared Polis said it may take months to determine the true cause of the extensive blaze. On Monday, Polis said, and here I quote his T, "What's most important is getting it right. So whether it takes a week, a month, or 2 months, getting it right is the most important." The FBI, the United States Forest Service, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the BATF, are all aiding this investigation to get it right. To reemphasize, about 35,000 people had to evacuate their homes to escape the Marshall Fire, and many are still in shelters. 2 people are still missing. On Monday, a 12 Tribes spokeswoman confirmed that an investigation was taking place, but did not comment further. The religious cult, now finally under much deserved scrutiny, idolizes sons, requires community input before people can copulate, and describes itself as an emerging spiritual nation, the Republican future. According to all local news reports, the sect has historical roots in red racism and homophobia and has been investigated for its treatment, or rather maltreatment, of children. Initially founded in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where it began in coffee shops, the 12 Tribes is a fringe Christian fundamentalist sect that dates back to the 1970s, when it originated from a youth Bible study group arrogating advocacy of a literalist interpretation of the Old and New Testaments. It also takes a dim view of all other Christian denominations, and according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, one of the early 12 Tribes leaders, decades back, offered praise for the KKK. Since its founding back then in the 70s, this group has grown into an international network of self-governing communities scattered across North and South America, Europe, and Australia. Now established in locations across these United States, as well as offshoots in Europe, Australia, Asia, and South America. Each tribe is self-governing but adheres to similar tenets that line up with conservative ideology. This is what Republicans are devolving into. This is the enemy. Men who belong to this sect are expected to wear long hair and long beards and tie their hair back, while women dress modestly and woman's attire is closely guarded. Members are not allowed to be employed independently, but work on communal farms that provide food for the families who live together in what can only be called Republican communism. Its members often work at several businesses owned by the group across the country, operating various cafes, delis, and restaurants, which include a deli in Boulder, Colorado. In fact, the settlement in Boulder is one of 2 in Colorado. Of the 2 tribes in Colorado, one runs the popular Yellow Deli in Boulder County, Colorado, named after the original coffee shop where the sect began, and the other is where the burning shed is located. Based on their own now inaccessible website, 12tribes.com, prior reporting, and first-hand accounts, 12 Tribes is a church that preaches child abuse and slavery. The group's own current website states, and here I read therefrom, "We, the 12 Tribes, are a confederation of 12 worldwide self-governing tribes made up of self-governing communities. By community, we mean families and single people who live together in homes and on farms. We are disciples of the Son of God, whom we call by his Hebrew name, Yeshua. We follow the pattern of the early church written in Acts chapter 2, verse 44. I'm choking on it. And chapter 4, verse 32. Sharing all things in common. That includes the woman they pass around. We believe everything that is written in the Old and New Covenants of the Bible. In 2018, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, described the 12 tribes as a cult and detailed some of its hateful and problematic beliefs. In 2018, the SPLC's intelligence report warned this sect was dangerous. In a report, the SPLC group wrote that the sect tried to keep its extremist teachings on race from novice members and outsiders, though interviews with former members who escaped proved the teachings were disturbing, especially for black members who must reconcile the appalling teachings on race with their own heritage and skin color. In fact, I'll simply read aloud a single paragraph sourcing directly from the writ of said SPLC report. Christian fundamentalist cult born in the American South in the 1970s is little known to much of the country, and on first impression, its communes and hippie-vibed restaurants and cafes can seem quaint and bucolic. But beneath the surface lies a tangle of doctrine that teaches its followers that slavery was a marvelous opportunity for black people who are deemed by the Bible to be servants of whites, and that homosexuals deserve no less than death. Beneath the surface lies a tangle of doctrine that teaches its followers that, well, slavery was this massive opportunity for black people and they just never learned to appreciate it. And that they're born to be the servants of whites. That the black man is king, but only the king of beasts. And that homosexuals must die. While homosexuals are shunned by the 12 tribes, though ex-members say the group brags about unnamed members who are formerly gay, because they claim they can beat the faggotry out of them, I guess, the group actively proselytizes to black African Americans. Yet one of its black leaders glorifies the early Ku Klux Klan. By the way, I'm still reading all this from the SPLC report. Now, I'll just tell you independently, the sect has previously been investigated for breaches of child labor laws and has run into legal trouble in United Germany over its homeschooling practices. Where they produce people like the guy who was so offended that we talked about how bad homeschooling is. Well, here you go. In 2019, a former member told the University of Colorado Boulder's student newspaper, the CU Independent, that he was beaten as a child during his time in the 12 tribes. According to ex-members of 12 tribes who spracketh unto the press, children are regularly beaten, and leaders preached slavery is necessary. So that's why they're using children as child labor. 12 Tribes is a group founded in 1972 by a man named Elbert Gene Spriggs. Yeah, surname Spriggs, S-P-R-I-G-G-S, and just call me Gene, as a used car salesman, He was running this student body Bible reading group in Chattanooga, Tennessee, that promotes a sort of hybrid of Christian fundamentalism, Hebrew roots, and Messianic Judaism. The group has some 4,000 members, at the least, in isolated, self-sustaining communes around the world that operate businesses like a large construction business, a chain of restaurants called the Yellow Deli, and the Blue Blinds Bakery, a quaint and well-reviewed business located in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Yay so! On a side street near Plymouth Harbor in Massachusetts, there's a bakery and a cult in the same building. That bakery is a cult. If you took a look at the Yelp page for Blue Blinds Bakery, you wouldn't think much of it. It has 4.5 stars based on 150 reviews. The storefront is a well-decorated colonial house. Its bread is delicious. It's reasonably priced. And it's run by a racist, child-abusing cult. People know it's a cult that preys on children, but they continue to patronize it because everyone loves the little youngsters with those rosy cheeks delivering them their baked goods. Blue Blinds Bakery is one of the many businesses run by the 12 tribes in these United States. Understand its very name, Blue Blinds. Whenever you would kill a young girl in the porno industry, they would term the victim a little girl blue, named after what they called blue movies. And Blue Blinds Bakery means that it's like porno, blinders. If you don't get the 3 Bs, bondage and the like, well, maybe you need to study up on your porn. The group practices what essentially amounts to first-century Christianity modeled after the Book of Acts. This makes their practices different from modern Christians, with the most prominent examples their adherence to Shabbat, because the bakery closes early on Fridays and is closed all day on Saturdays, and not celebrating Christmas. You wouldn't go there to buy your Christmas cookies. The group is controversial for several reasons, but most prominently, their treatment of children. A 2016 Daily Beast report noted that children in the group are beaten regularly, according to their own ex-members. There's also the issue of 12 tribes violating child labor laws. This has been documented in factories in other parts of the country that have produced goods sold by Walmart, Amazon, Whole Foods, and more. There was also controversy surrounding the group in 2016 when the Facebook page for Blue Blinds Bakery itself had posts justifying slavery of people who aren't members of their organization. In other words, any blacks who are not baking bread at Blue Blinds and shit. On Facebook, it said, "We have decided to use our Facebook page as an active evangelism tool. What followed was a couple of outrageously offensive screeds, including one that began, "As promised, let's talk about the blacks," with an exclamation point. One of the most frequent questions we get is, "Are you racist?" The answer is no, but we do believe that slavery is necessary. There's a difference. Well, that's pretty on point. About 2.5 years ago, my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, heard from somebody he knows that the cult asked if they'd ever considered joining while at Blue Blinds Bakery. Jameson Reese says, so they only like their own slaves. That's such a Republican cult. Yay! So, that's right. So, when Sugar Daddy heard from this friend of his that, they went to patronize Blue Blinds and then got asked to join the cult. At first, he didn't believe it. Then he went down there to see for himself. When he made the trip, he asked a woman who worked there if they recruit people to join 12 tribes at Blue Blind's bakery. She must not have understood this was a simple yes-no question because she said she'd go get someone who knew more about that than she did. In short, the answer is yes. They do use their storefront to recruit people into their cult. Sugar daddy's not sure how successful or not they are, but they would if they could. Enter Mahari. Mahari is this man. Well, he's the man this cashieress got to come talk to Sugar Daddy. He was also working in the bakery, but in the back room. He had Sugar Dad sit down with him because they thought he was interested in joining. And you know what? Sugar Daddy-O didn't have much going on that afternoon, so he said yes as a joke. When he was younger, he lived in a house that was right near some abandoned Reverend Moon Unification Church cultic summer home, and trespassing into that house became a rite of passage for the local high school kids. So he wanted to learn more. He pretended he was interested and talked to the guy for about half an hour to get some details. And Mahari, who appeared to have some mental health issues based on his demeanor, told the sugar dad about how he felt lost in life before he and his brother joined, but they no longer live at the same place because he got reassigned from a 12 tribes community in another state to Massachusetts. During the discussion, Mahari invited Daddy Sugar to join them for Shabbat. He promised an excellent meal, which sounds somewhat appealing given that the bakery serves good food and is quite popular. Sugar Pops didn't go to that. Even if he had, who knows what they do to keep people as a part of their organization. 12 Tribes exerts a great power over its people. In addition to child abuse, one cannot have possessions if they want to be a member of their cult. Rather, all of their possessions and money must be donated to the cult. Although there's electricity, there are no televisions, and the cult members are never permitted to vote. In other words, they have no idea what's going on in the world and are completely isolated, which is exactly what its leaders want. The fact that this bigoted cult continues to exist with the financial support of the outside world is probably a fair critique of our capitalist, religiously tolerant society. I'll let Tankies chalk it up as a win. Yeah, he says North Korea and the USA. Clever. That's Jameson's readout here. And he's right. Now I myself, I'll let the Tankies chalk it up as a win because neither religion nor private businesses would be allowed in their ideal world. So this would never happen there, right? By the way, if you don't know what I'm talking about, a Tanky is a pejorative label for communists, particularly Stalinists who support the authoritarian tendencies of Marxism-Leninism. It's slang, in other words, for someone who supports militant communism as opposed to the subversive political or economic warfare variants of communism. Now, certainly every local in the state knows Blue Blinds is a cult, but they all continue to patronize it. In fact, Sugar Daddy himself felt quite guilty when he went in there. One could argue that it's these people's choices to live in there, but there are also children born into this unfortunate situation. For their sake, it would be great if people just stopped patronizing 12 Tribes businesses. The cult dissolved, and children no longer had to unwillingly live and work below such conditions. And yet, 12 Tribes has always dodged all evidence of cultic behavior ever since its inception. According to former members of the 12 Tribes, Spriggs, Gene, the used car salesman, the group's leader, has preached that black people are destined for slavery and that homosexuals should be put to death, as transcripts of his past sermons all prove evidence thereof. Yes, as Jameson says, this has been going on for decades, so some doofus shoots up some ping pong nightclub. Thank you! You've got people attacking Ping Pong Comet Pizza or Comet Ping Pong Pizza when they ought to be shooting up Blue Blind's Bakery. Now, in terms of the half dozen former members who spracketh to the press, they also all testify to a culture of systematic child abuse, total subjugation of women in bondage, and 24 hours a day psychological torment. The application of Aquino's mind war 24/7. A couple of years ago, a United German documentary uncovered video of children in a local branch being beaten so terribly that the government of Germany led a military raid and took the children away. In the video, Wolfram Kudik and RTL, that's a Radio Television Luxembourg, a Luxembourgish-based international media company with another corporate center in Cologne, Germany, group journalist filmed 100 instances of beatings on camera. One former member who appears in that film recounts being beaten regularly for such trivial offenses as pretending to be an airplane, because according to the group's teaching, children are not permitted to engage in any type of play or fantasy. If they're caught with something like a toy, they cut a finger off. Actually, only the pinkies, because they need the rest for the kids to do work. So from there, any further infringements, they start cutting off the toes. It's a pattern of controversial behavior that has persisted in all recounts about the group for decades. In 2001, a former member named Jolyn Griffin told the Boston Herald that there are so many teachings that keep you from being who you are. They keep you from being human. You get so absorbed in the teachings that you lose your emotions and your ability to respond to situations. They seem like a tight-knit family, but you just don't know all the misery behind those eyeballs. Same Boston Herald story cites numerous instances of stillbirth, with women allegedly being refused medical treatment during labor. And oftentimes, a favorite sport is for the men to use their pregnant stomachs as punching bags to abort their babies. To quote us therefrom, in fact, stillbirths are so common that the cult's private burial ground in Island Pond, Vermont, includes hundreds of unmarked graves of dead children. How is it that the people in Vermont tolerate hundreds of children being buried as if you were dispensing of a bag of dog shit? And you people tell me that white America has something to offer me? You make me sick. In 1984, authorities in Vermont finally undertook a similar raid imitating what the German government did, liberating over 100 children from a 12 tribes compound where they were eating out of dog dishes while chained to tables where they were manufacturing goods for sale in various chain franchises around the world. Our own communist Chinese gulag in white America. A judge determined that the raid was unconstitutional and all the children were returned. Damningly, as the San Diego Reader reported, the public defender at the time, Gene Swantko, was a member of the cult. And the judge joined the group soon after. This is what you tell me is a justice system? God damn you all! When I long ago said I was here to watch you Americans die, the only thing that draws me back is I'd rather see you people die than these victims, whom all of you support their tormentors. An investigation by the Sydney Morning Herald in 2013 told similar stories of members who had escaped the group, as did an investigation just last year by the Pacific Standard, which reported that children were beaten multiple times a day for no reason other than to make sure that they lived in such chronic fear that they never disobeyed. In 2001, the New York Post launched an investigation that resulted in some of the group's New York businesses being cited for violating child labor laws. We have slavery in the United States today. Children working for this cult. And you people tell me how much you've progressed in terms of civil rights? White slavery supported by judges who join cults so they can have endless access to these children? You make me sick. Despite in-depth investigations into several locations by newspapers and magazines, both current and some former 12 Tribes members have repeatedly insisted in the press that they do not abuse their children. Back when I worked for Revolution Radio, a man who answered the phone number listed on 12 Tribes' site refused to give his name and would not answer any questions. He directed me to the Blue Blinds Bakery for any questions, because only 12 Tribes members are allowed to work at the bakery. When I myself called the bakery to ask if they indeed advocated for slavery, a bakery employee who identified himself as Zahar and who would not give his last name confirmed that corporal punishment is rooted in the 12 Tribes' literal reading of the Acts of the Apostles. While he said they do not condone homosexuality, they also allege that they do not believe in violence and would welcome LGBTQIA plus persons into their homes. As for the slavery question, he countered that the group has black members. In fact, he said one was working with him at the bakery as we spoke. Although, when I asked to speak to the black member, he said the blacks are not allowed to talk. Ho, ho, ho! Knee slapping. To quote his T, because I took notes for Revolution Radio, Mike Ringley wouldn't allow me to talk about this. He said, "We believe in corporal punishment, and we stand by that. But we do not believe in child abuse by any means. And we believe that a lot of problems, that you see in the world today probably could have been avoided if children were made to understand cause and effect and understood painful consequences. Our child training manual, they have a manual, explains that the rod must be used every day in every way." What did he mean by that? What does the manual mean by that? That means shoving it up the anus or the vaginal apertures, as well as the beatings, to correct wrong thoughts, wrong words, and wrong deeds. Thoughts are powerful. There is no sin without thinking about it. We're fundamental Christians, and we take the Bible literally. We follow the pattern of the early church, early Christians, and they shared everything in common. We believe that Christianity kind of went off that pattern of living together and sharing everything and actually taking care of each other. That's what we're trying to get back to the pattern in Acts 2. Now, materials on this group's now classified website laid out similar practices and internal documents from the group reviewed by authorities that lay out the justifications for their treatment, or rather maltreatment, of children, including the use of wooden reeds for punishment and training. Now, the documents compare provisions against corporal punishment to, in other words, laws against beating children. They compare those laws against beating children to the laws of totalitarian states and they deny the right of the government to intervene. These are true Republicans and true libertarians. They say the government has no right to intervene in anything they do. As a matter of fact, again, I copied down from their website what they said. I'll read therefrom just a few paragraphs. Mike Ringley never allowed me to cover this on Revolution Radio. And what they said from their website was, the governments of such nations as Sparta, Hitler's Germany, and Communist Russia have usurped the parent's role. But today, parental authority is being undermined in the USA through compulsory public education. See, they want everybody homeschooled. Get it? Child advocacy agencies. They want no advocacy for children. And child abuse laws. They want no child abuse or labor laws. Parents must never allow government to usurp their authority in those areas in which God holds the parents alone accountable. They want the parents alone. Parental rights. Bullshit. What I warned about. Parental rights. That you can fuck your kid. Put your kid to work. Here's the other paragraph from their website. Train your child to submit willingly to his discipline. Make sure he bends over submissively. Guilt will not be removed unless he submits willingly. I swear to God, you do the research on your own, you'll find what I'm saying is true. This is exactly what they say. Make sure he bends over submissively. Guilt will not be removed unless he submits willingly. Discipline is vital. If you don't discipline your child according to the scriptures, you are not going to enter the kingdom of heaven. When we see a child receive what we consider mistreatment from such parents, we must remember that God is in control and has chosen to place the soul life of that child under those parents specifically. If the parents introduce him to the act of procreation, teaching the baby how to make babies, that's because God wants it so. So God tells you to fuck your kids till they have kids. It should be reiterated that this group does have black members, although they are never able to be reached. When I reached out to the 12 tribes about the contents of these sermons I just shared with you, a spokesperson declined all comment. The ex-members I myself have spracked with explained this contradiction by noting that minorities who give themselves over to the 12 tribes are viewed differently than those who do not. In other words, blacks who surrender to slavery are considered to be white on the inside, and they'll be white when they go to heaven. But all those who do not submit to the rule of this libertarian communism are nothing but niggers. For those who leave the 12 tribes, the assimilation process isn't just difficult, practically speaking. It comes with a lot of psychological stress. It's been on a dozen years since the now 26-year-old Khayyam Matthias left the 12 tribes, this controversial commune and religious sect he was born into. but the memories and the anger at the way he and his family were treated is still fresh. He says he and other members of the sect were regularly beaten by adults in the commune as a form of discipline. Now, growing up, Matthias testified that he was beaten 30 times a day. He insists that that didn't bother him so much. He could take it. But to quote his T at length and verbatim, because I took notes, because I was going to talk on Revolution Radio about this, but the platform under Mike Ringley would never allow me to do so. He said, I grew to be numb to it, to quell the rage within and just not feel anything. What I cared about was when my infant sister was beaten. Infant sister. Sister was literally in the crib and they were beating her because she cried. To go on with what he said, and there was nothing I could do about it. To hear her screams and be powerless, and that even if you tried to stop, you couldn't, is a crushing thing to go through. It broke my spirit, man. I still remember her screams to this day. The first time I used an ATM or a vending machine was when I left. I knew nothing about the world. It was all so strange and new, and was like being born suddenly with an adult body, feeling like a child or an alien, but needing to act like an adult to survive. Having talked to people who have left, it's a 5-year cycle of depression, self-loathing, doubt, hopelessness, and then finally acceptance and recovery. In my weird way, this is the acceptance stage. I'm putting everything that happened out there in the hopes that people will realize what's going on, but also as a way just to talk about it. Think about trying to have this conversation with a friend. Hey, so I was in a religious cult that abused me. I just left a few years ago. It puts people off. Now, attempts by myself to reach Matthias's family, his sister, for comment were completely unsuccessful. He's convinced they probably beat her to death, or gang raped her to death, eventually. In fact, he says they started raping her while she was in the crib. Now, 12 Tribes recruiters prey on people through the Grateful Dead scene. All the people who entered freely of their own free will were overwhelmingly deadheads, Jerry Garcia freaks. To quote as an ex-member who spracketh on condition of anonymity because he had a family still in the group went from being this hippie thing that was kind of cool to turning into this cultist, religious, fucked up kind of thing. It's like the frog stew analogy. You throw a frog in cold water and he doesn't realize he's getting hot until he's boiled to death. Now that's no doubt the case when it comes to the 12 tribes, but according to many who've made their way out of the group, those deaths have been adding up for a long time. By now, hundreds and hundreds of people have died in this cult. If you count all the babies or people raped to death in the crib and shit, must be thousands. Yet another former member who spracketh unto the press, a construction worker who was born into the group and also asked never to be named because of concerns about his family, testified that corporal punishment is beyond rampant. While he was working on construction projects, he was literally whipped. He was hit 40 times a day while growing up in the church. To quote his T, I remember getting whipped so hard I didn't know if I was going to survive. I couldn't breathe. I was gasping for air. When I went to the bathroom, I pissed out blood because they had beaten me on the kidneys so hard. They used to teach that anyone in the group could spank any children, so some random creepy motherfucker could grab you and beat your ass. Basically, if you want to show the world what they believe, get your hands on their teachings about black people, Jews, children, women. There's about 50,000 of these teachings. Their teachings on black people are that they're supposed to be slaves, about how God cursed black people back in the day. It's crazy. Unless a black person is in the community, They need to serve white people. It's so racist it will blow your mind. Now, one such teaching on the group's website read, multiculturalism increases murder, crime, and prejudice. It goes against the way man is. It places impossible demands on people to love others who are culturally and racially different. This is unnatural. It forces people to go against their instinctive knowledge, like trying to love sodomites. They are told you cannot discriminate. Although discrimination is viewed as an evil sin, it is still within a person's prerogative. That means it's his right to segregate himself. Now, copies of these sermons, given out by Spriggs himself in 1998 and 1991, lay out their group's attitude on race. And reading from one titled Cham and the Civil Rights Movement, Unraveling the Races of Man. Now, Cham, C-H-A-M, with a very distinctive diacritic on top of the A, is a reference to Ham, the son of Noah, whom biblical tradition credits with populating Africa. Now, here's what it says. Martin Luther King and others have been inspired by the evil one to have forced equality. Slavery is the only way for some people to be useful in society. They wouldn't do anything productive without being forced to. They would be worthless fellows. It goes downhill from there. A second sermon reads, what a marvelous opportunity that blacks could be brought over here to be slaves, so that they could be found worthy of the nations. A good master would work by the sweat of his brow. If his slaves were lazy and disrespectful, he would beat them, which is what he was supposed to do. Now, one former female member who asked me never to use her real name for fear of retaliation while providing photographs of herself today and during her time in the group, confirmed that women are meant to subjugate themselves to men and are required to wear head coverings that serve as an outward symbol of her subservience to her man, while only infrequently being even allowed to talk. One of her first memories was of being beaten so badly with a 2x4 that she went home severed. Okay, reconnection has been successful. I need confirmation we are back online. So do let me know if you can hear me. Important for me to find out. And deeply appreciate it. Let's hear some feedback. Going to go into live stream and check into how everybody's doing. Jameson Reese says we're still live. Need feedback from anyone else who cares to, and deeply appreciative of your participation. I'll check back in a few minutes. I'm going to assume we can be heard. Jameson Reese says so, but then again, he's in on the call. He might be checking also from a different source as well, but I'll assume we're back. Now, this woman I spoke to, one of her first memories was of being beaten so badly with a 2x4 that she went home black and blue from her neck to her kneecaps. She was 4 years old. When she was 14 years old, a decade later, a boy her age kissed her innocently. From that point forth, they were separated on opposite sides of the country because this is an international human trafficking network. And they were never permitted to communicate, but nevertheless were sentenced to be married when they turned 18. She told me that she first tried to escape when they were married. She was gone for 3 months, but she testifies the group guilted her into coming back, saying her husband would burn in hell for eternity if she didn't. The pair was relocated to Florida, where family members outside of the group who'd taken her in could never find her, because the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, protects the cult. Get that? The Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, protects 12 tribes. Now, 3 months into their marriage, they were reprimanded for not yet having any children. All previous reports on the group outline persistent pressure for young women to give birth to as many children as their bodies can possibly produce. They want these women to be baby-making machines. They want them forever pregnant. Now, she told me, I couldn't get myself to raise my kids the way they wanted me to. That's why I left. Because of them. The way they brainwash you and stuff, I probably would still be there if I didn't have children. Her former male partner told me that one way for the group to ensure total loyalty is by divesting members of any ties to their former lives, requiring them to donate all of their possessions and money to the church. Imagine what they would have gotten if Sugar Daddy had attended the Shabbat. Now, to quote her former husband, he said, my ex-girlfriend's dad died of cancer after he left the group. They realized he'd had it for 14 years. If they'd caught it any time before that, he might have lived, but they neglected his health for so long. They do not go to the doctor ever unless there's some sort of catastrophic injury. There are a lot of good people there, but they don't understand. They're so brainwashed. They find themselves defending stuff that doesn't make sense. By the standards of the mega fires and gigafires of the last few years, the Marshall Fire was quite small. 6,000 acres, 6,000 all told, once it was finally, poetically, brought to an end by snowfall on New Year's Eve. But following the driest and second warmest fall in 150 years, the devastation was harrowing out of proportion to its scale, since unlike most wildfire, it was not in wildland or forest, but was an urban firestorm produced by 12 tribes. And yes, arson is suspected. That may sound like hyperbole, but on Friday into this last weekend, the governor of Colorado echoed my own language. To quote his tea, at length, it wasn't a wildfire in the forest. It was a suburban and urban fire. The Costco we all shop at, the Target we buy our kids' clothes at, all damaged. In fact, though the fire did not begin there, it quickly jumped to a strip of big box stores and their parking lots. To most Americans, perhaps the very picture of an inflammable Anthropocene. Which, if you don't get that term, look it up, okay? Anthropocene means our climate as now completely impacted by man. Our environment as now completely impacted by man. But fire finds a way. The way, typically, is wind. During the Marshall Fire, it carried flames and embers at hurricane-force speed for 8 straight hours, consuming football field lengths of land in seconds. And, by the way, Jameson Reese says these guys they truly put the Edomite cultists to shame in terms of sheer cruelty. Yes, thank you. That's true. And they give the Edomites a run for their money. Now, as I said, in 8 straight hours, the fire these people started, these cultists of the 12 tribes, consumed football field lengths of land in seconds. I want to start with what feels different about this fire. There are lots of people calling this a Colorado forest fire. It was absolutely not a forest fire by any stretch of imagination. It arguably started as a wildfire, mainly as a brush and grass fire with some woodland near the point of origin at the 12 tribes shed. But it was a wildfire that became an urban conflagration pretty quickly, just a matter of hours into the event. And that sets it apart in a lot of ways from some of the Western megafires we've been talking about in recent years that burned hundreds of thousands of acres and sometimes burn hundreds or even thousands of homes, but they do so over a longer period of time. And almost incidentally, whereas this was really burning through that urban environment, for a lot of Americans, the campfire in Paradise, California in 2018 may be the most horrifying recent memory. 18,000 structures burned, 85 deaths. But while Paradise, California was a relatively dense community, it was in what's called the wildland urban interface, essentially houses in the woods. What we saw last Thursday was so different. Subdivisions, tract homes, fire just tearing through suburban environments we've been taught to think of as safe in every way. The final footprint of this fire is probably going to be about 6,000 acres, which is not small. It's a large fire, but in context of the kinds of fires we've been talking about in the wide open spaces of the West, 6,000 acres is tiny. That's a blip on the radar if it occurred in a remote area these days, but this did not occur in a remote area. The videos of the aftermath, I feel like I'm driving down a generic suburban street, except each of the houses is gone or burned all the way down to its bones. But actually, the initial context is in that sparsely developed WUI, the WUI, the wildland urban interface, where there's isolated or scattered homes. That's where the fire started on cult land. But with 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts, within half an hour, it moved into a very different regime. I think the next thing it hit was the shopping center, where there is a Costco and a Target and a bunch of other cookie cutter suburban kind of stories. Superior is not one of those towns in the woodlands in the WUI, the wildland urban interface. It's a sprawly suburb with a lot of tract homes, shopping plazas with large, grotesque parking lots. The fire burned a lot of the structures in this context, which was kind of shocking. I myself think of a Costco in a parking lot as being about as unflammable an environment as you can imagine. The parking lot is a huge expanse of concrete. The store itself is not exactly made out of wood. How does a fire actually power through that space rather than getting stopped by it? You know, everybody in every physical science discipline has a similar quote within their field. In hydrology, it's water finds a way, right? In Jurassic Park, it's life finds a way. In the fire community, it's fire finds a way. And really, all you need is wind. I don't know if you saw the video from the Costco in Colorado. It looks like the apocalypse. And what you see in the video is everybody's confused because it was windy when they came in, but it was also sunny. And then they go outside and it's pitch black, except for the red glow. And there is this sea of ash and embers, literally a sea flying around. And there's other videos of just the landscaping in the parking lot. The brown grass, the trees they planted in the medians, they're all just igniting from this ember storm. And these big box stores, they're structures. They're bad for a whole lot of other reasons, but you would think that the cinder block frame would be fairly fire resistant. And it probably is. But under constant assault, they call it an ember attack. If you have a 90 mile per hour sea of embers just constantly hitting the building, eventually it's going to find the gaps. It's going to find the air vents. It's going to find the gap between ceiling and the roof. And it finds its way in, and those embers get a hold. And then the fire's inside the building. And there's a lot of flammable stuff in there. A lot of the homes that burn in these kinds of fires don't burn from the outside in. They actually burn from the inside out, because embers have blown inside and started a house fire that then burns from the inside house. This fire, the first structure it hit, you'd expect to be maximally resistant. But not only did those places burn, but then the fire kept going. It hopscotches from the median trees to the big box stores to the multi-story hotel under construction to the Tesla dealership, and then it jumped the 6-lane freeway and then landed on more homes and more homes. And then at that point, it effectively became an urban conflagration. It wasn't really a wildfire at all anymore. It was burning mainly structures, homes mostly. The vegetation in between them was kind of just acting as a wick, but it wasn't really the main thing that was burning. That was what happened in Coffee Park in Santa Rosa, California. That was in 2017. That was definitely a wildfire. Initially, the ones that moved into the city limits, it was just burning house to house. And then there too, it burned big box stores. Or thinking back to the Oakland Hills fire in the 1990s, set by the cult of the Kings of Edom under orders of Michael Aquino on my birthday. That was only like a 2,500 acre fire, but it was massively devastating because it burned mainly through neighborhoods, just like here. There were some pockets of parkland, but it burned thousands of structures and killed dozens of people. Aquino calling me to taunt me about these sacrifices in my name. I don't think this Marshall fire in Colorado is quite on that magnitude in terms of structures, at least. And I don't think we know anything about casualties yet in detail. But in other ways, it was kind of similar. This was something that we really didn't have to think about for most of the 20th century in relatively wealthy nations with well-developed modern firefighting. Really, the only major 20th century urban fires in hose settings that occurred were the intentional ones during World War II, the fire bombings of Dresden and the Japanese home islands. We just didn't really have to think about that much, especially happening accidentally in the latter half of the 20th century. But now we're seeing it again in the early part of the 21st century, and it's due to a constellation of factors. Part of it is how that wildland-urban interface has greatly expanded, in some cases pretty recklessly. Not only has it expanded, but expanded in ways that make a lot of these structures in these neighborhoods quite vulnerable. It's also because of climate. All 20 of the largest wildfires in recorded Colorado history have taken place in the last 20 years. But the fact that a fire can essentially become self-sustaining outside the wildland in an urban environment, it's a reemergence of an old problem. In centuries past, whole cities would burn down due to urban fires. You know, the Great Chicago Fire. London. There's actually a lot of cities in history. In some cases, they burned more than once. But the reemergence of this phenomenon suggests two things. One, it suggests that the risks of the physical hazard of fire itself is increasing, which we know it is, for a range of reasons, including climate change and the historic policies of fire suppression and the lack of prescribed fire, controlled burns like the Native Americans conducted. But it's also because we've sort of lost a lot of the knowledge and behavioral lessons of how to deal with fire in urban areas. But some of these conditions make those lessons harder. When wind is 80 or 90 or 100 miles per hour, there's not much firefighting you can do, which is something I think most Americans still don't appreciate about these fires. I mean, the winds were so strong Thursday that some of the flames that I was seeing were actually self-extinguishing for brief periods because it was like blowing out a candle. Of course, the net effect was extremely rapid spread, but during the most extreme gusts, when it was literally 90 miles an hour, the fire would lay down, You couldn't see the flames. It was just smoldering. And then there'd be a low in between gusts, and it would flare up and then jump. And then the next gust would then bring those burning embers and throw them hundreds of yards in advance. I think that's not uncommon in these really high wind conditions, the highly non-linear spread. The spread isn't continuous flames from horizon to horizon. The spread is these ember storms. And that's why a lot of these homes catch. They might be pretty resilient to a grass fire just burning up to the edge of the brick wall. But if you have these seas or showers of embers coming down from above or blowing horizontally, a lot of people have been yelling at me in the emails, why didn't they put water on it? Which I think is just an incredible mismatch of scale. I think that there are a lot of people who don't live in the West who still think that wildfires are like the size of someone's backyard or something. And even this one, it's considerably smaller than some of the legendary recent California fires, but by any human standard, it's still enormous. I mean, it's still miles on a side over the course of a couple of hours. But even a really small fire, imagine trying to put out a campfire-sized fire, if the winds are 90 miles an hour and there's flammable stuff around. I mean, that's not an easy task. If the winds are 90 miles an hour, the fire can be a mile away in minutes. If you really want to stop a fire, you have to sort of address the underlying conditions rather than chasing the flames once they start. There's some language I've seen other folks using that I actually really thought was good and appropriate in this context, which is that events like this are climate-enabled and weather-driven. Climate-enabled and weather-driven. The climate change signal is very strong, but it's mainly in the preconditions. And if you try and do a climate attribution study on Thursday's weather, I don't think you're really going to find anything. But that would also be missing the point, because that's not really where the climate signal would be coming from anyways. People really like to simplify fire, wildfire in particular. They make sweeping claims about why it happened, what the risk factors were, what the context was, and that's really problematic because there really is a lot of complexity baked into these things. There's the geographic and ecological context. This fire was initially brush and grass fire, not a forest fire. And then there was this big urban component to it as well. But then there's the weather and climate context. The weather context is pretty obvious. The winds were insane right here in California when I rode shotgun with my son outside yesteryear to do some photographic documentation, and we were both wearing ballistics glasses like you'd wear in the metal shop in case something comes loose, because there were pebbles flying through the air at 90 miles per hour. Now I'm going to try and see if I can find an image to share with our man Jameson Reese of another one of the photographs that my son took. And of course, because he's so good at this, Jameson, actually, he hasn't been very good at describing things in the past, but maybe he's a little more sober and can help describe this to our listeners. So let me see if I can find this. And oh my God, my voice, I'm just dehydrating here. And I have to try and maintain my voice so I can burn bandwidth while I look for this photograph that my son took to see if I can. And of course, with all the pornography that I have on file, the problem is my eyes keep getting distracted by that. All that tits and ass and Selena Khan accused me of looking at one time when I wasn't getting something that she was trying to get me to understand, and she said, "Oh, you must be looking at all the pussy." And I mean, oh my God, at any rate, that's what my eyes are getting caught by right now. Let me see if I can find the fire instead of all these hot bodies. And shit, was that it? Nah, that's illustrations of dragons I had done. Let me see what we got here. No, that's not it. Hey, I did some illustrations of these fires. I ought to publish them sometime. But if I can't find this now, I'll find it by next transmission and share that with everybody when they're on with us. But I'm pretty sure I'll find it if I just can stop looking at all these distracting elements. Why do I do this to myself? I keep telling myself I need to have specific porn files, but it just doesn't work like that. You wind up just dumping the porn into whichever file is open or closest when you're cruising and on the net, and then it winds up into these files where I've put my own illustrations, my son's photographs or photographs he takes. He says, Jameson Reese says, it's just sad the fires didn't take out the whole 12 tribes. Well, two things about that. I mean, I feel the same sentiment, but at the same time, the kids, and then that would have to cover the whole world, right? Since the 12 tribes have these communities all over the fucking world, right? Where they're trafficking in human beings. So you just really, what are you going to do at that point? It's one of those things that what needs to be done is the cult needs to be shut down. He says, inevitably, death is inescapable. That's true. I mean, you fight a war, collateral damage is going to be done. And you could even argue that death would be a mercy compared to what lives these children are leading, right? I mean, they're not leading any life. They're not allowed to pretend or to play. Yeah, and he says, indeed, and instead, the only stimulation they get is being raped multiple times a day by the adults around them. What kind of a life is that? Maybe they're better off dead. Because when you escape from that life, of course, there may be opportunity to heal, but still, it's, you're dealing with something that is, requires all kinds of, oh, yeah, here we are. Oh, yeah. There goes one for you. Fuck. Okay. That going in there. Press the enter button. And there we go. There's one of them. Maybe you can describe that to our listeners, James. Feel free to come on for a moment. And I'll see if I can find some of these others here. Now, I put that into the text box in Skype. I don't know if Jameson can see that. Can you access that?
It hasn't popped up yet.
Oh, see if you can hit it, or else I'll try and find. I should have put that into your message box on Facebook, but you might be able to get it here. So should be able to pop up. Come on, look at it. You can't find it. Oh, can you reset the page? What do you call it?
Browser.
Shut the page and open it again. You're in other words, kind of click. Minimize your screen and then open.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that should bring it up, and then you'll see it while I look for some of these others, and
yeah,
there we are.
Yeah, look, yeah, it's wow. Yeah. There's a gray house, and there's the fires literally just leaping up this sort of wall that this sort of elevated area, almost as if it's going to jump and just grab the all the stuff in the front yard of the of this massive home. That's a big ass fucking home.
There. That's important.
Shit.
That's not just a home. That's a manse. That's a mansion.
Yeah, that thing's enormous.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's just one. That's not. They're not like connected or something. That's just one.
Yeah. That's just one.
Holy fucking shit,
dude! This is California. This is the home of the elite, dude.
you would have to drive to the other side of the fucking house.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
I hope that fucker has home insurance.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah. I mean the freaking the area where the fire has touched the grass is just black. It's just black and orange. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we're seeing all over California because these rich people, they live in these areas where they want to be near the
Why the
forests.
fuck do you want to be surrounded by a bunch of trees?
Thank you.
I don't get it.
Thank you. And here's a fire line. So you might have to do the same thing with the page again. I just entered a fire line that my son snapped, and you can tell people how that looks. These are California's king redwood trees, the oldest trees in the world, the tallest trees in the world. If not the oldest, they're the tallest. And
Yeah, the trees are just in black due to the light of the flames, and it's just black and orange.
yeah.
That is actually a pretty awesome picture. I hope he gets it copyrighted.
You
All
should.
the stuff copyrighted, because that would make like a really nice, like, I don't know, that would make like make a nice death metal banner or something.
Yeah, imagine it's like a background for the what do you call it? Your screensaver. It's like a screensaver. Yeah.
Yeah. This makes a freaking awesome screensaver, to say the least.
But what it is,
I hate to make it sound like the fire is beautiful, but I mean, compared to people, fires are beautiful.
well,
I hate to say.
they are alive. They are alive. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. They got minds of their own, and they devour. They are definitely what happens is you see the supernatural element of them when you see them up close.
Well,
And
what people take for granted is that electricity is also fire. And it's interesting when you watch something short circuit, how it almost sounds like whatever, it sounds like hearing the voices of the jinn themselves.
that's what it is. I mean, honestly, these the jinn are just kind of the embodiment of this is in the Quran. The Quran states that men are made of earth by Allah, and the jinn are made from fire. So there we are. They're fire elementals. Albeit, fire will destroy them. Just as if you bury a man alive in the earth, he's going to die. A jinn can burn alive. So you may be of an element, and human beings are of the fire element in the sense that all animals have an element in which they thrive that defines them. With the fish, it's water. With the birds, it's the air. But with many animals, it's the earth, the worms, and the moles, etc. But with
Well,
man,
arguably with us, arguably with us, I would say that we're of the air too, because we're above Earth. We're
oh,
not necessarily
well, as I
unique.
pointed out, what defines us as a species, though, is our conquest of fire. It's that man's element is fire. It's what
Uh,
defines man from all other animals, because there's no other animal that has learned to work with fire the way man has. And it's fire that defines us because this is what makes us, this is what we build our civilizations from. So, bless you, son. Let me get back into telling people what I'm trying to explain here. I want people to understand that when it comes to when my son and I were taking these photographs, there's quite a bit of wind damage just from the winds themselves. And there's lots of trees down and windows broken when we were driving around to take these photographs. And during the fire here in California, there was debris flying through the air at 80 or 90 miles an hour. Just to give a sense of how extreme the winds were here in my golden California. If you got hit by some of those objects, you would die. Now, the Colorado winds themselves were insanely extreme. And the Front Range, Boulder, Fort Collins, these cities that sit right on the foothills, they are in that downslope wind corridor. So it's not like this is a place where you wouldn't expect to see extreme downslope wind. This is precisely where you'd expect to see those kinds of extreme winds. It's also the time of year when you would tend to expect to see them. they're most often strongest in winter. I think these were some of the most extreme such winds in the past decade or so, but they weren't unprecedented. But what was unprecedented were the antecedent conditions leading up to the winds. But usually the winds themselves don't occur when conditions are as incredibly tinder dry as they are right now. There were a lot of days in the 60s and 70s in Boulder, overnight lows about freezing. I looked up their weather history. And keep in mind, Boulder's over 5,000 feet in elevation. So that was extraordinary. And the summer before, it was also really hot. So the lead up to this was record warmth. And I'm not talking about a couple of days before. I mean like the whole half year before. A lot of cumulative extreme warmth. And then also cumulative extreme dryness. This is one of the top 5 driest such 6-month periods on record, which notably followed a really wet period last spring, and so there was a tremendously snowy and wet spring, which led to a ton of grass and brush growth. And then they had record high temperatures and record dry conditions that dried everything out. And then they didn't get any of that autumn precipitation. Normally, Boulder would see at least a couple of feet of snow by this point in the season. As of Thursday, they'd had about an inch cumulatively for the season, essentially nothing. And obviously, had there been snow on the ground, this would not have happened. And even if there hadn't been snow on the ground, but there had been more precipitation and lower temperatures in recent months, there might have still been a fire, given these extreme winds, but it very plausibly would have had a very different outcome. It would have behaved differently. And that's sort of the key. That's the crux of the wildfire climate connection. It's not like climate change is causing things to spontaneously ignite, but what it is doing is changing the character of wildfires. It's expanding the window of what's possible. It's expanding wildfire season. It's increasing the upper end of how intense fires can become and how hot they burn, how fast they move. And the faster moving and more intense they are, the more dangerous they are to us humans. The more, the more destructive they tend to be in terms of structures and homes lost. So it's not that it would have been impossible for there to be a fire during an extreme wind event in December in that part of the world, because the winter here is the drier season. It's not like California, where the winter is the wet season. But on the other hand, the record warmth and dryness leading up to this period definitely played a role in how dry things were. And they've kind of been seeing this time and time again. You hear people talking about climate intensifying wind patterns, but there doesn't seem to be much research yet to back that up, so there isn't a lot of evidence of it yet. But there also hasn't been a lot of study of it yet. So it's more of an absence of evidence versus evidence of absence situation. But even if we assume for a moment that the winds themselves don't change at all with climate change, these antecedent conditions changing really matters a lot. Even if the winds don't change, but the fire season and the magnitude of the vegetation dryness increases, that matters a lot because of the sequencing. That's something I think that's becoming increasingly clear in a bunch of different climate extremist perspectives. It's not just the incremental increases of this or that aspect. It's that the natural events that we're used to experiencing are somewhat dependent on some particular sequence of events. The spring arrives and things warm up, it gets wetter, and when the summer arrives, it gets hotter. The winter arrives, the snow comes, it gets colder. But baked into those seasonal transitions are specific types of weather that don't actually occur all year round. So in California, for example, you get these strong offshore downslope winds, mainly in autumn or early winter. You don't get them in the summer, the hottest time of the year. That's why autumn is peak fire season in California. It's not because it's the hottest season, it's because the winds are most prevalent. And if you extend fire season by drying things out and warming things up later into the autumn, then you get the same seasonal winds. But instead of them coming during fall conditions, they're effectively coming during summer conditions. Because now you have summer-like dryness conditions all the way into autumn where you didn't before. And that gives you a multiplicative increase in risk just from that seasonal shift, more than you'd expect just from the increase in vegetation and dryness alone. But there's also the human contribution, the way we choose to live in areas which we know have at least some risk. Sometimes when we see a really devastating wildfire in the California forest burning through some homes, it can be tempting to think, well, we just shouldn't build there. But when the homes themselves are the fuel, and the fire isn't burning primarily through forest, it raises a different set of questions. For a lot of those reasons, a lot of people in Colorado itself are shocked. People who have lived in these fire lanes for a long time. They've seen extreme winds, they've seen fires, but they've never seen the confluence of the extreme winds in a fire that just burns right into the highly populated suburbs and destroys 1,000 homes. And I think that there's a certain level of disbelief that some of the places that burned did in fact. Nobody would have been shocked had a fire burned hundreds of homes in the foothills above Boulder. Everyone would have been horrified, but no one would have been shocked. Everyone knows it's obviously at very high fire risk, those houses nestled in the woods. It wouldn't come as a surprise to any of the people who live there. But this probably did genuinely come as a surprise to a lot of the people who lived in the places that burned Thursday, in the sense that they were not living in that wildland landscape, and yet these whole neighborhoods burned anyway. The other twist is that since Boulder is such a global hub for atmospheric science, because it's in the mountaintops, and since Boulder is now so expensive, a lot of the scientists can't live in it. So they live in the towns and cities immediately surrounding it. There were probably a lot of atmospheric and earth science people who were directly affected by this fire, much more than would have been the case had this occurred almost anywhere else in the world. So there's going to be a lot of introspection. This has already kind of happened with scientists in California, but the expertise is more geographically dispersed here. This is gross regional stereotyping, but the culture of California seems in certain ways to acknowledge and even celebrate the brutality of our landscape of this state, whereas the cartoon of Colorado is Patagonia vests and hiking and everyone feeling they live in harmony with nature. I don't know if I necessarily agree that Coloradans live more in harmony with nature. I don't mean in reality exactly, but in the mythology of the state. Maybe there's some of that in the mythology, but I think that's more of a mountain Colorado mythology. Boulder's kind of weird because it kind of straddles that line. It's right up against the foothills, but it's technically on the plains. And most of the people in Colorado live on the plains. The Denver metro area is technically on the western fringe of the plains, and so there's an interesting cultural divide with the mountain people and the plains people. Because out on the plains, as far as you can see in the eastern Denver suburbs, it's suburban sprawl and hydraulic fracturing wells. And it's interesting that this happened right at the boundary. This fire literally started precisely at that geographic and cultural boundary, right at the base of the foothills, and spread into this other world. This was a small fire that spanned a pretty wide and pretty unusual cross-section of geography, physical and cultural and otherwise, but it's also so recent. It's still less than a week ago that this started, so I think a lot of us haven't processed it yet. I think a lot of people underestimate risk itself. I'm someone who's always, partly because of my careers, hyper-focused on risk. It's a gorgeous landscape, so it's obvious why people like to live there. But what are the risks that entails? People say, oh, well, don't live in a fire zone. Okay, well, what about the flood zones? You know, what about Tornado Alley? What about sea level rise? What about, in New York City, people dying in their basement apartments because of the flash floods in the summer? So when people say, where do we go? And I get this question all the time now. Where should we go? What's the safest place, they ask. It's a question that frustrates me because people expect there to be an answer. They expect there has to be a way to eliminate risk, that there has to be an exit from risk itself. They expect me, a security professional, to say, go to Nebraska or move to Canada. I don't know what they expect. Maybe it's New Zealand. But there is no good answer to that question. The obvious line is that climate change is a global problem, but a more specific bit is that we keep getting surprised. By the way, Jameson Reese says this was an act of war by the 12 tribes by the fire's location. 'Twas tactical as a juncture between two worlds, and I agree. Now, I myself, honestly, don't think any climate scientist would have honestly predicted that in 2021, the glacial valleys of British Columbia in Canada would see Death Valley-like temperatures. I mean, I'm still completely blown away by the fact that it was 120 degrees in British Columbia this summer. That's just one example. And I've heard people give British Columbia as the answer to where do we go? Questions. Justin White lives up there. And those people probably weren't thinking about fires, which have always been a problem there. But this year was an eye-opener nevertheless. It wasn't just the heat dome, where Justin White lives up north, but the fires that followed, and then the mudslides and floods that followed that. Now they're dealing with record low temperatures. And I don't think there's anything special about British Columbia. That was the shocking event this year, but who knows what it'll be next year. And this fire in Colorado is shocking, given the context. There were plenty of fires in California this summer that did shocking things. The flooding in different parts of the world, New York and Western Europe and China and other places, it was also shocking. And there's been lots of things that were really so far outside of the historical envelope that they really gave people pause. And the point isn't that these are risk hotspots necessarily. It's just that this just happens to be where we observe these kinds of really rare, really extremes lately. The age of black swans, as Jameson says. But next year, it will probably be a different set of cities and regions where we see them. And in the decades to come, it'll be other places. It's not about finding an escape from risk, but choosing what kind of risk you're comfortable with. And that's sort of how I try to answer the question with another question. What worries you the most? In point of fact, if you have the luxury and the flexibility to actually choose where you're going to live on this basis anyway, then that already presupposes certain things about what your status in global society is. That in itself helps you make that decision in certain ways. But some people are really freaked out by earthquakes because you just don't know they're coming. If you're lucky and you have the smartphone app, maybe you'll get 10 seconds of warning. But if you're in Los Angeles for the big one, you're not going to have an earthquake watch when you get a couple of days to prepare. It's just pretty much just going to happen. You're going to have to deal with the consequences. You're never going to be in a place where there's a hurricane that sneaks up on you and suddenly hits land. Fortunately, those sorts of things don't happen. You can see the storm coming. Maybe if you don't have the resources to do anything about it or leave, it doesn't matter that you have great warning. But if you have those resources, a hurricane is never going to take you by surprise. Yet fires have sort of transcended that. It used to be the case that everyone could sort of assume you had time to figure out what you were going to do, that you could leave if you needed to leave. But we've seen some recent examples where that's not the case anymore. Even the things people thought were outrunnable or predictable or would come with meaningful warning, that's not the case anymore. The smoke is a real issue here too. You can have a house that you know is pretty safe from fire risk, but that doesn't mean that you're insulated from toxic smoke. The co-occurrence of really bad ozone days and extreme particulates days, which is mostly from smoke because most of the other sources have decreased, is actually it's actually increasing in the West pretty dramatically in the last couple of decades. And that's pretty concerning from a public health perspective. You can't escape it no matter where you live. It's just everywhere. It even made it to the East Coast this year, or this year last. This is an imperative phenomenon because radioactive wildfires are next on California's apocalyptic climate change guest list. After what we experienced in 2021, there's no doubt that California's wildfires are increasing in frequency and intensity as climate change alters the ecosystem. The state's forests are burning at an alarming rate, creating an environmental catastrophes and endangering lives. As wildfire rages through the wildland-urban interface, it consumes almost anything and everything in its path, including houses and automobiles. Microplastics and metals take to the sky, in addition to soot and other harmful materials that can enter our lungs and do lasting damage. Scientists are just beginning to understand the threat posed to humans and animals by this wildfire smoke. A study in New Mexico found that mice exposed to smoke for a prolonged period from a wildfire 600 miles away showed signs of age-related chemical changes in their brain tissue. And there's yet another possible hazard that has been largely unaccounted for in the smoke released from wildfires: radiation. In April of yesteryear, the year before yesteryear by now, 2020, the forest surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power plant disaster site in Ukraine sparked into a raging wildfire. More than 115,000 acres burned in 10 days, and the smoke, along with radiation, traveled 1,000 miles to countries as far away as Norway. The nuclear power plant at Chernobyl exploded in 1986, and most of the radiation released was contained in the dense forests surrounding the reactor. Many of the heavier radioactive isotopes left behind in that disaster have properties similar to those of potassium and calcium, elements essential to cell growth, and this eased their absorption into the forests. A study on radioisotope behavior during forest fires in 2003 by Ukrainian radiologist Vasyl Yoschenko found that huge amounts of isotopes are released by blasts of smoke and heat. He went on to note that in just 1 hour, the firefighters could have been exposed to more than triple the annual radiation limit for Chernobyl's nuclear workers. Though the risk may be remote that California may be similarly impacted, the possibility adds another wrinkle to how climate change is changing our world in 2022 and beyond. This summer, after learning about the Chernobyl fires, I became curious on the potential effects of radiation stemming from wildfires on our populations. And as part of one of my blood boys' internship at DoseNet, a UC Berkeley science initiative for high school students, he began an investigation using data from the program's worldwide network of radiation sensors. The United States hasn't experienced a nuclear disaster on the level of Chernobyl, but there may be other sources of radiation that could have been absorbed by our West Coast's forests. More than 1,000 atomic bombs were tested by these United States during the Cold War, which released radioisotopes into the atmosphere. And there are also naturally occurring isotopes, such as potassium-40, carbon-14, and uranium-238. In 1959, there was a partial nuclear reactor meltdown at the Santa Susana Field Laboratory in Ventura County, California. The release, which was swept under the rug for decades, may have released 240 times more radiation than the accident at 3 Mile Island in 1979. Former Santa Susana workers and nearby residents filed numerous lawsuits over that accident, and that site is still being cleaned up. Now, California still has one nuclear power plant in operation, Diablo Canyon in San Luis Obispo County, though it is scheduled to be shut down in the next decade. So it's not inconceivable that there could be more accidental radiation releases or more past events waiting to be revealed. The Sugar Daddy Harem transfusion affiliate I am sourcing began his research by averaging hourly radiation counts and air particle data for specific time frames during major fires and observed a common pattern. During time periods with unhealthy air quality, radiation levels increased. These radiation counts increased even further with worsening air quality, indicating that there is a radiative material in smoke from forest fires. The results proved that West Coast forests do contain radiation, which is being released into the atmosphere in the form of particulate matter in the smoke. With more fires, more of this radiation will be released into our air. Thankfully, the cited Blood Boys observations found that radiation levels in California during these fires was within the range of naturally occurring background levels. However, the long-term health effect of radiation from forest fires is an open question. Humans are exposed to ultraviolet radiation from sunlight every day, which we know can damage our skin and ultimately generate skin cancers. Something that almost killed my father, because white men who were explorers or sailors who traveled south of the equator or into the tropic zones at the equatorial belt of our world, they would often contract skin cancers because their skin is white and can take cold and therefore absorb more sun and therefore more vitamin D because they live in colder climates with less sun, but they're much more sensitive to the sun at the equatorial belts, and this leads to carcinomas. And that can kill them. Now, according to the American Cancer Society, the radioactive gamma rays being released from smoke particles are much stronger than the sun's rays. And in high enough doses, gamma radiation can cause cancer. Although the long-term dangers associated with gamma ray exposure from wildfires are still unknown, what is known is that our state and our forests are burning at an unprecedented rate due to climate change. And this will only get worse in the years ahead. While radiation levels from forest fires appear to be safe now, why risk it? Let's do what we can to mitigate climate change, to save the environment, and avoid adding wildfire radioactive isotopes to our list of apocalyptic concerns. Now, I think about the story from the Dust Bowl. It's told in the Timothy Egan book, titled The Worst Hard Time. There was a guy who was the head of the Soil Conservation Service at the time. There was this massive soil erosion because of agricultural practices, and the Dust Bowl was expanding, and it was going to get to the point where it was just going to turn the central part of our country into a permanent desert. And the soil scientist realized this. And I don't know whether this was really the catalyst for what followed, but it did actually happen. He traveled to the District of Columbia, and he was giving congressional testimony on how bad things were and what needed to be done to fix it from a land management policy perspective. And as he was about to enter the chamber, the sky got really dark outside. He realized it was a dust storm that had made it all the way to Washington from the Great Plains, the Dust Bowl region. And he dramatically opened the shutters and said, "Look outside. This is what it's come to. It's come for you here, in our capital." Part of me was thinking this past summer, when the sky got red across New York and D.C., that it was sort of a similar moment. But I'm not sure that there was any equivalent character, and there's certainly not an equivalent Congress. History suggests that President Biden and the Democratic Party will lose control of the House and possibly the Senate in this year's midterms because the president's party almost always has a bad midterm. So that's what will bring us to the topic of what we'll dive into to begin with in our next episode. Our transmission will be Sunday, and prayerfully we won't have entered any state of war by that time. Wait a second, is today Sunday or is it Wednesday? Well, I'll bring Jameson on to say goodnight to everybody, and he can inform me about that. I guess I can look at the calendar here.
Well, it's Thursday.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Yeah, so it was Wednesday today. So our next transmission is Sunday, and prayerfully by that time we wouldn't have gotten involved in any global conflicts, or no global conflict would have started. I'm so glad what happened in Kazakhstan happened. There is a God. Just what happened in Kazakhstan now fucks Putin over with a two-front war. This fucks up his plans for Ukraine and distracts him from Europe. It has to. He's got to protect his soft underbelly. So this is good news, what happened in Kazakhstan. And of course, hopefully we can help those people. This happened without any Western interference or any kind of subversion on our part, which is even better. Hopefully something like that will happen in Russia and throw out Putin himself. In the interim, we can also pray that happens in communist China. Wouldn't that be best for the world? Now, in the few minutes we have remaining, Jameson, share with us your thoughts on the 12 tribes and what you think should be done. What do you think is a solution to this problem?
Shit, it seems like they are really embedded in a lot of the structures of our governance and lawmaking. So that in and of itself is a problem.
Yes.
The way that all these, damn, they actually make what's his name, that Reverend Moon's gun coat look good.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty fucking bad. That's beyond bad.
I think just what breaks my heart is the returning of those 100 kids by that judge, and then his joining the cult. One of their attorneys having swayed him. It's almost unbelievable. If you put that in a movie, no one would believe it.
I mean, what does that tell you? What does that tell you about the judge? I mean, freaking crap. That's
human garbage. Human
yeah.
garbage. This is like, he makes the judge who set free Kyle Rittenhouse look like a saint. That's yeah, we're at the bottom of the barrel. This is truly the dark ages. So we've got a situation now, of course, where, like what I've described, how is it that the cult knows so much about taking advantage of the weather? That alone strikes me as bizarre. It's like they're getting scientific consultation. So it's something that needs to be investigated. This is why both the governor and the sheriff have been so just, shall we say, cautious about this, and have been very professional in what they've said, that they're going to take their time, and they said so much is stake, so much is at stake here, and they mean it. Basically, they want to find out how these guys pulled off what they did. So this is something that is like, it's almost like the opposite of Waco. In Waco, you had a cult that would have left people alone if people had left them alone, and at the same time, they were burned alive. As a matter of fact, if people don't know this, when the ATF set the Waco compound on fire, they had their own makeshift bomb shelter they had built for the apocalypse, where they had buried a school bus in the ground, and all of the pregnant mothers went into that school bus to try and survive the fire, and they all died from the heat alone, which sucked all the oxygen out of that underground